Dear friends, now, however, it is time to talk to you about a very important topic, food prevention. As you all know, food prevention, nutrition is essential for our health, and especially also for staying healthy and well. But before that, in our opinion, is very important information. So education on proper eating behavior. Poor nutrition causes more and more diseases, such as diabetes, cardiovascular disease, obesity, and cancer every year. I have here with me today a chance to talk about all this thanks to some really very important guests. Let's start right away. On my right we have Dr. Gloria Mosconi, pharmacist, nutrition biologist with specialization in nutrition and supplementation for the diabetic and specialization in nutrition for the cancer patient. Welcome and thank you for accepting our invitation. Dr. Mosconi. On my left instead, we have Dr. Christian Orlando, molecular biologist. Good morning and of course welcome to our Dr. Orlando, and then next to me here on my right, we have Adriano Panzeroni, writer and of course popularizer scientific. Welcome back. So this block we titled it, Let Food Be Your Medicine. This is a famous phrase from Hippocrates. So I ask my guests if first of all they would like to comment on this very important phrase that was said practically 2,000 years ago. I mean even more.
I think it is the basis of the concept of prevention, which has to start from the table, but especially starts from the supermarket. That is what we decide to put in our shopping cart. One thing that seems almost obvious, almost self-evident in reality, is the greatest mystification of dogmatic medicine. Because unfortunately today's medicine does not understand, even does not train doctors for this, how important it is to have a correct lifestyle and then to introduce the right foods for our metabolism in order to prevent pathologies that are devastating for human beings when they decide to go down a wrong dietary philosophy, and above all a prevention that can cure pathologies right at the moment they are appearing. So it is important that undoubtedly nutrition is chosen consciously, which is the reason for this day that we dedicate entirely to food prevention done at the table, precisely because people need to understand that there is nothing more effective than pure prevention, than correct nutrition.
Thank you, Mr. Panzeroni. I obviously wanted to ask the same question to our doctors here, but a little bit more specific question I want to ask Dr. Mosconi, because today in this broadcast we are talking about food prevention. So first of all, is enough being done for food prevention?
Much more could be done, I would say, latching on to what Mr. Panzeroni was saying precisely. The thing that is important today is to get this information conveyed not only through general practitioners, family physicians, but also through institutions such as it can be precisely the school, because it is important to sensitize kids to proper nutrition. I believe that the primary aspect is the relationship between mother and child, because it is the mother who prepares and it is the mother who puts on the table. And so already from there it is important to put foods that the child, when he is small, grasps, and that are precisely healthy foods, because then eventually it becomes a habit in the selection of foods to select those that are obviously healthy. And it is important that this message starts right from the mother and then continues to be carried on through even institutions such as school, etc. And so educating from an early age is important precisely to also curb a situation that is occurring in Italy, and which we will probably talk about, which is precisely the issue of childhood overweight and obesity. So I start right from the origin of the...
Dr. Mosconi, also here we go back to the core, what should be of our life. That is family. Family is a fundamental thing. I want to turn to Dr. Orlando, who I have here next to me. Because as Dr. Mosconi was saying, enough is done, as far as food prevention, education. I want to use this word also, because in my opinion, there is never enough education. What do you think?
That's right, yes, I also absolutely agree, and as Adriano also said, let's say it starts from the shopping cart, from what we put in there, because often what I do is just observe. I really like to observe the man, the human being, how he acts in front of the supermarket, so at the entrance of the supermarket to what is displayed in front of us. As the first thing, which are mainly confectionery products, cream, in short, pasta. So in short also, from the point of view of discounts, discounting is there that is put in front as soon as we come in. And I see in short, I observe in short, people put and fill this cart with these inflammatory foods, as we all know. And then another very important thing precisely is the fact of starting with children. I see it in my children. I have 2 children, a 3-year-old and a 7-year-old, and they observe what we eat and ask to eat what we eat because they imitate us. So it's nice to see my son asking me for the egg in the morning because he sees it from me. It's nice to hear me say, "Daddy, not this one because it contains too much sugar." We are talking about a 7-year-old because he was raised and educated in this way. And when he also comes from school and says, "But the teacher told me that fruit is good for you, you have to eat a lot of it," I laugh and I explain to him in short so many things in a very simple way, with a 7-year-old saying, "Teacher, be a teacher." So teach Italian, history, and what you have to teach for nutrition. Now I tell you, but because I have more titles in short than, because unfortunately society has always led address towards a certain type of nutrition, precisely made of carbohydrates and whatnot.
Then of course there would be so much to say regarding this topic. This is a brief introduction, but I then want to go to the specifics of some pathologies that unfortunately are the most striking when we talk about a diet, let's say, so incorrect. And for this very reason, I want to immediately open a new topic, practically diabetes. And for this, we see the video.
Diabetes represents the disease that more than others reflects the opulence of modern civilization, virtually unknown until the early 19th century. Today it represents a real epidemic, which is increasing exponentially, especially in populations with Western lifestyles. In 1980, about 100 million people were diabetic. In 1995, we went to 135 million. In 2005 to 217 million. In 2010 to 285 million. And as of today, there are 422 million sufferers. With this trend in 2030, there will be about 800 million diabetics in the world. To these completely out of control numbers, we must also add as many people who are instead living with hyperglycemia, thus an undiagnosed pre-diabetic phase that is still capable of damaging our bodies, exposing them to diseases such as cardiovascular disease, cancer, Alzheimer's, and capable of reducing life expectancy by more than 10 years.
The video we have just seen really incites some terror because the numbers are really impressive. Before we go on and then develop the discussion of diabetes, I want to ask our Dr. Orlando if he can quickly explain to us what this disease is.
Of course, then diabetes is quite a disabling disease that brings with it then in a chain other types of pathologies at the level of both the kidney, at the level also of the eye, and also at the level of the cardiovascular system. There are various types of diabetes. We have the type 1, precisely autoimmune, in which our immune system goes to attack the cells of the pancreas. Then we have type 2 diabetes, which is the predominant one, if we can say so, that is a diabetes, precisely in which it is dietary type, in which either you don't have enough production of insulin or you have the so-called insulin resistance. And then also at the cellular level, in short, you don't have sufficient response to it. Then we have gestational diabetes, that one. So during pregnancy, another type of diabetes is the monogenic one. So at the genetic level, then at the level of transmission, precisely autosomal dominant. And then the last type of diabetes, which is that one, a diabetes induced, let's say, by other diseases or by drugs, in which you have precisely there also a decreased response to insulin, a decreased production of insulin due again, to pre-existing conditions or medications that you come to take.
Then, in order to draft this broadcast, we went to look for data. So in addition to what you saw in the video, we found some impressive data. So in the video it said that the increase is exponential. Mr. Panzeroni, we go from 100,000 diabetic people in 1980 to a projection of 800,000 diabetic people in 2030, and I tell you that we had these numbers downward, in the sense that the projections are even worse than what we put in the video. Another thing that struck us is that in 2001, diabetes caused 7 million deaths, so 1 every 5 seconds. These are official figures from the International Diabetes Federation. And so in short, these are disturbing figures. Not alarming, but terrifying.
I think it's the normal consequence of a wrong diet. When our body is not able to produce such a high amount of insulin, given also the small size of the beta cells of the pancreatic islet, because this should already let us know at the biological level that we don't need, that is, our body was never predisposed to produce such high amounts of insulin. For example, I want to mention that one of the tests that doctors don't do, which is basal insulin, which is considered by dogmatic medicine to be in the range of 16 to 24 meganan per deciliter. Actually, those who decide to follow a correct lifestyle, that is a low-carb diet such as AP Life, have a basal insulin that ranges from 4 to 6. So we are talking about 4 times less than the insulin that is produced at basal level, if we then don't count the one that is needed instead in the glycemic peak. So it is clear that when we subject our body to such a high stress, such an excessive production of insulin, inevitably this turns into an inefficiency of the cells that have to read this hormone, into an inflammation of the pancreatic islets, thus the death of these cells, then the onset of dietary diabetes, which then very often can go as far as the overall destruction of the beta cells. It becomes a kind of type 1 diabetes. And all this is the normal consequence of poor nutrition. But even in 2050, it is estimated that there will be 600 million diabetics in the world. In Italy alone today, we have 2.5 million diabetics, and another 2.5 million have an impaired blood sugar problem, which will be in the next diabetics and in the next 5 or 10 years. I mean, really, the real pandemic is not what we have seen with COVID. It is very little compared to the pandemic of diabetes, which makes many more deaths and will make even more deaths, because then, by the way, most of the diseases of the deaths in Italy are related to the triggers of diabetes. If we think about cancer, if we think about cardiovascular diseases, if we think about autoimmune diseases, they are all induced by an excess of carbohydrates, and especially in diabetic people, we see an acceleration of the occurrence of these related diseases.
Dr. Mosconi, based on your professional experience, of course, what kind of advice are you most often asked for? But more importantly, what kind of situations are you faced with? The situation is shocking. No half measures, and the diet rich in sugars and carbohydrates that stimulate obviously insulin. So insulin foods, anabolic foods, okay, are the evil of this century, and are the cause of this big pandemic. Because the real pandemic, as Adriano said, and I absolutely agree, is just this. By the way, recent studies have just shown, going back to a speech that Adriano was just making, that the greatest level of survival, or at least longevity, is really given by a basal insulin that is from 5 and down. This is really a fairly recent study that has been conducted, and when we see that now, consistently the basal insulin that goes from 14 and up, this of course is predictive of a risk of developing diseases. And the thing that worries me is just that, based on my experience, they are starting to come into the study.
Questo ovviamente è predittivo di un rischio di sviluppo di malattie, e la cosa che mi preoccupa è proprio che, in base alla mia esperienza, cominciano a entrare in studio the teens, the adolescents, the children. So you still see children as early as 10 years old who have this problem, 14 years old who have this problem, not with overt diabetes, but in a condition of pre-insulinemia. The problem with pre-insulinemia, which is basically the antechamber of diabetes, is that unfortunately it is not diagnosed. So not diagnosing it is also difficult, and at an early stage to treat, and to obviously then avoid the realization of diabetes. That's the big problem.
So since in the introduction our Dr. Orlando had talked that diabetes is a precursor to so many then diseases, I want to show you this video on the harms of diabetes. Let's watch it together. Thank you, Director.
Every year, 27,000 Italian citizens die of diabetes, but even more serious is the increased risk of certain diseases in people with diabetes. In fact, 80% of diabetics die from cardiovascular diseases. In addition, 10% of people with diabetes suffer from ischemic heart disease, 32% from neuropathy, 34% from retinopathy that induces blindness, and 40% develop kidney failure that can lead to dialysis. In fact, excess sugar induces damage to the arteries and can cause conditions such as diabetic foot and poor repairability of skin lesions. In addition, many scientific studies have found an increased risk of getting cancer of up to 300% more than a person with normal blood sugar. On the other hand, for those who have already been diagnosed with cancer, the increased risk of metastasis is 400% in the first year and an increased mortality of 500% in the first 5 years.
In order to accomplish this segment together with the editorial staff, we did this research. I have 2 pages of numbers that could put any epidemic to shame, as our experts have said here. So I turned to Dr. Orlando. Is there any way we can prevent or maybe even solve diabetes?
Certainly a proper diet helps us precisely to prevent, certainly to improve the conditions of life, and especially talking about type 2 diabetes. The dietary type diabetes is the one I repeat most common. It goes without saying that the moment we radically decrease the amount of carbohydrates and sugars that we go to take daily, our pancreas is not stimulated, therefore, to the production of insulin, or stimulated in any case in a very marginal way. And therefore, all these chain reactions are not triggered, so that precisely later on from the production then of insulin, of cortisol, to balance, in short, the insulin itself, we go through a whole series of precisely inflammatory pathologies that we saw in the video, and which then make our lives much more problematic, much more complicated. The problem, I always say, comes from the head, is the one that commands our brain, and unfortunately we are subjected to stimuli, in short, both on television and advertising of continuous sweet products. I repeat, sugars, carbohydrates, and that is where unfortunately we pay.
It all starts. What starts everything? We will elaborate on that later, because on this topic I also want to elaborate on the more adolescent, more childish part. But I want to go to Mr. Panzeroni because I saw him armed in quotes with one of his books. He came here and, in fact, I am afraid to ask you questions perhaps that you dislike. You have done this book. Can I take it so that we can show it to our director as well? The book is called Living to 120 The Healings, which is basically a real observational study of the effectiveness of the AP Life lifestyle. Here were 1,000 people who said what happened by following the AP Life lifestyle. It's 1,000 people, all traceable, so it's a full-blown observational study. What kind of results did you get by then making this book? Or what kind of results do you get by following the AP Life lifestyle anyway?
Let us first start with the concept what dogmatic medicine says and what we say, in the sense that diabetes is considered as a non-treatable disease. And if you want to treat it, you have to use drugs, whether it is insulin in the most severe cases of type 1 diabetes, or with drugs that lower blood sugar to allow you, as they say, to continue a normal lifestyle, which is the Mediterranean diet. An absolutely absurd concept, because I imagine that any person who perhaps has not even studied medicine would easily understand that a carbohydrate diet in a person who has difficulty managing sugars is the worst diet you can recommend. In fact, diabetologists, who are those medical classes that are authorized to do diets for their patients, continue to administer the carbohydrate diet with up to 50% carbohydrates. So you start in the morning with rusks, however, with a veil of jam. At lunchtime, the 80 grams of pasta. In the evening, maybe some rice with a main course. In the end, the diabetic person has a recommended diet that is not totally different from what is recommended by a normal person. We go down from 60% carbohydrates to 50%, which means introducing during the day 400 or 500 grams of sugars, where there is a person who cannot even manage the few that should be needed for metabolism. So what have we done? What have I done in my book? Remember that the book Living to 120 is coming up on 10 years. It will be 10 years old in March. Simply, I said maybe an obvious thing, sorry, but the diet for the human being, but especially for a diabetic, is the low-carb diet, what is then called low-carb in America, with the maximum amount of carbohydrates that should go around 100 grams per day. This spread over the 3 meals and mixed with a protein-based and especially fat-rich diet greatly lowers the glycemic index of the meal, and at the same time you have a meal with a very low glycemic load. This is what does this bring? It brings actual healing results. And we have
seems
demonstrated
simple even
this.
for someone who has not studied. Then specifically as also the doctors here, a person like me who has not studied specifically diabetes. So this kind of disease, if sugar is bad for you, don't eat sugar. And of course, then there are, as Dr. Orlando always said, various types of diabetes, so you have to go to the specific. But if dietary,
regardless,
we go to control it.
But with the worst, the autoimmune one, I mean even more so, those who have type 1 diabetes have to eat less sugar than those who have dietary diabetes. We have had several cases, and we'll still have one today, of guys who have been diagnosed with type 1 diabetes, have taken off all carbohydrates and managed to stay healthy without the use of the insulin drug, which is considered a lifesaver. In contrast, dogmatic medicine, what does it do to you? It prescribes you a diet high in carbohydrates and then tells you to give yourself an insulin injection to lower that blood sugar. That's the concept.
Let's see what results you got next
So,
in the AP Life lifestyle.
In this observational study, we have 113 people who have declared, because this is obviously an observational study out of 1,000. And so we followed them by phone, and there are people who have started the lifestyle 6 months, but also 3 years. So let's say there is a mix of a fairly heterogeneous population, and 113 of these declared that they had diabetes, means obviously with a blood sugar above 120 milliliters per deciliter. So we are talking about a real onset of diabetes anyway. The results are extraordinary, and we are obviously talking about people who were not 100% followed, so they followed the AP Life pathway in a precise way, and maybe without making any snacks. So there will be those who made some snacks, there will be those who made it in a precise way, and so on. The results are that of this sample, 66% declared a recovery healing means that by redoing then the glycated and fasting blood glucose tests, basically he was no longer in those ranges that defined him as a diabetic, resolved in part 32%. So 32% had a reduction of this percentage of impaired blood glucose, and therefore in any case already got a great improvement from the point of view of medication. This is also an important thing because medication makes sense where diet fails to solve the problem. 72% of the sample no longer use medication, and partly only 18% continue to use it. So results that if they were applied to an Italian population of 2.5 million diabetics in 3 months, you would have the disappearance of 1,600,000 diabetics in Italy.
Sure. So anyway, it's very important data that I think from this book can trigger not only reflections, but maybe even actions by our Ministry of Health.
If they were interested in this, maybe they would have noticed already a few years ago. It's been 10 years that we've been telling these things. There's never been anybody who has made a phone call to me to try to understand this huge AP Life project and how hundreds of thousands of people have come back to health. So I want to say, let's be hopeful, because hope is always the last to die. I'm not talking, of course,
Before I
about the
close
minister.
this topic,
We're talking,
there
of
would
course,
really
about
be
this
so
word.
many to say. I could also see Dr. Mosconi nodding while our Adriano Panzeroni was speaking. I would ask you, Doctor, for a closure, maybe in 10-15 seconds, just to understand it well. The topic we are dealing with, which is diabetes, how it is possible to solve it and deal with it especially.
I am going to be very direct and very frank. From type 2 diabetes, especially from type 2 diabetes, I refer to that you can heal, whoever wants to can heal from type 2 diabetes. Heal, I put it in quotes, because it is clear that a person, if he then starts eating again before starting a pathway, which obviously involves improving the glycemic index in order to make a diagnosis of non-diabetes, clearly goes back in the situation before, which is why I put it in quotes, but absolutely in dietary diabetes, as the word itself says, because it is dietary. If you correct the diet from type 2 diabetes, you can heal. So for those who want to, can heal.
And it seems to me a resounding statement what Dr. Mosconi is saying, even at 10-15 seconds before obviously moving on to the new topic to Dr. Orlando.
I agree from diabetes type 32. The dietary one can be cured. It starts from the table, it starts from the brain. I insist on this because our will to improve the quality of life that is decisive with respect to the throat also, because the brain that chases a series of cascades at the level of synaptic transmissions anyway, of hormonal cascades that determines in short what we want and what we have to eat.
So, it's time to thank my guests. So I thank Dr. Gloria Mosconi for being here and accepting our invitation. I thank Dr. Christian Orlando, here he is, for being with us today. And of course I thank our own Adriano Panzeroni for being precise and timely in his answers.
You were having problems with joint pain, both in your arms and legs, right? How were these pains getting to you?
But when I got up in the morning that I had to wash, I couldn't wash my face because my arms couldn't reach it properly. They all hurt. So there was pain in both elbows and shoulders, let's say arms directly.
And then you discovered the AP lifestyle, and now I see you move them quietly.
Now I have no problem.
Your mom, I read that she also suffered from neck pain and joint pain in her hands, knees, and back.
Sure. Right? Yes. Were they also giving problems in moving and everything? In fact, in the beginning, the doctors even misdiagnosed because they were going on the diagnosis, let's say, physiatric, rheumatological, because the picture was not simple. It was not simple. How is he now? Now he doesn't have a pain anymore.
So the lady told me in a very faint voice, because she is a little shy, of course, she said, not even in the evening. She says, so I go quietly all day. How are you doing? Well, that's good for us. You were having problems with back pain, so much so that you were even sleeping on the floor. That's right, yes. So it hurt you so much?
I had pains that then also affected my legs. And very often I had to sleep with 3 pillows under my legs to try to sleep a few hours. That then sleep was disturbed because in that way, rightly, I slept very little.
So then you met AP Life. Now how's your back?
I no longer have any problems. I don't have them anymore, absolutely.
Where you sleep?
On the bed.
You had lumbar and cervical protrusions. What kind of problems were they giving you?
Severe pain, neck, her back.
So they were also preventing your
and
movements.
Then also sciatica.
Yes, also sciatica. Then you started Life 120, and now how are these pains?
The pains are almost all gone. I am very well.
So we are in optimal resolution.
Especially the knee pain, because I had to have knee surgery.
You had to have surgery, and so then anyway you resolved it that way. I read here a very difficult situation, very serious, because you had arthrosis problems at the lumbar and cervical level, and it was taking you, even in the last few years, it was affecting it also at the rib cage. Added to that was arthrosis in your right big toe, if I'm not mistaken, which was particularly bothering you, obviously, because also in walking and in your knees. So it was basically affecting you everywhere, such that the doctors were calling it galloping arthrosis.
Yes, that's right. A galloping arthrosis, even in the hands, perhaps, missed this detail a bit with classic lumps all over and severe unbearable pain.
And for these pains, you were taking medication.
Yes, because being treated at a specialist center, I had been told that for this kind of disease there was no hope and no cure.
So the doctors had told you that you were hopeless.
The only drugs they prescribed were anti-inflammatory drugs that were also powerful, but in the early days maybe relieved something, but then after that they didn't do any more.
Then you learned about the Life 120 lifestyle, as we know. After how many days did you have an improvement in that respect?
Well, from the disciplinary start, let's call it that, of the feeding, after 25 days, I got up one morning and felt nothing.
You had arthritic problems in both your knees and hips.
I would be prosthetic from the exams, from my MRIs. However, with this style of eating, having lost weight, I can go on like this for now. I improved my situation.
I know you had some arthritic problems in your hand, right shoulder, and also in your knees. So basically it was all pain.
When I would walk more than a quarter of an hour, my right knee would hurt. My shoulder, I couldn't even wash my neck anymore with my right hand that I now get to this other shoulder.
So can this also be considered what you said earlier?
Yes, bad memory too.
I read that you had joint pain in your legs, back and arms since your 20s.
20 years. I have gone on more than 50 years.
50 plus years with these kinds of issues. What kind of issues were they giving you with these pains? Were they also preventing you from movements?
Yes, I started with the sciatica, then the back, the knees, and I would go on and on with therapies.
What kind of therapy?
I used to do TENS, then I would do infiltrations, and I would go on anti-inflammatories.
Look, then you met the AP Life lifestyle, and now how is it going?
That's fine, that's just fine.
So where are your joint pains? Around, they are gone.
And your medications? Not even, I don't take them anymore. I don't take them anymore.
You were having trouble walking, you had had surgery on one knee, and the other one had no cartilage left. True.
Yes, there I got the rejection. I still have it. I was 100% disabled. I had the accompaniment. I wanted to walk. I had to walk with my wheelchair. And after 3 days that I eliminated, I started to walk.
I'd like to understand it well. I'll give a little summary. You had these knee problems. You were practically 100% disabled. You were using a wheelchair. And after how many days did you start walking again? 3 days. I'd like to ask you how it's going. However, I know that you came expeditiously from our fifths, but I also know that you do physical activity.
Sure, I go 5 days to the pool, take care of my garden, my house, go dancing, all the things.
I read, ma'am, that you suffer, or at least did suffer, from bilateral arthritis in your knees and back, correct? Yes. What kind of issues were they giving you? Were they painful?
Very painful, disabling. I couldn't get into bed and get out, climb the shower step. The little daily things. With suffering, I used to do them, but with so much suffering...
There you are telling me so much suffering. I read that at one point you also wondered how much time you had left to live.
Yes, because I felt also organically very debilitated because I was taking cortisone, antibiotics, all these things damaged me, even at the level of liver, spleen, kidney, they were hurting me. Then when I took off these drugs, I started to feel good. When I started with this lifestyle, I was reborn because all these pains in the liver, kidney, they disappeared.
Yes, I know that because of these very issues, you were even stuck at one point.
Yes, stuck. Just such a strong twinge, like when they get a stab wound. I was bent over, and I don't know how she got up in the house because I was alone. It's terrible, look. And so then we investigated, and there was an injury, a back injury.
Yes. After how long you started doing AP Life, did you have such benefits that these pains, these issues went away?
It took me a little bit longer, a couple of months.
A couple of months?
Yes, let's say that the pains have subsided, very muffled. However, there are still a little bit. There is still to walk, but until the Lord calls me, I will always do this lifestyle because it is a wonderful thing.
I know that you used to suffer from back pain. Yes.
Yes.
For how long?
Has been for about 15 years as well as 20 years.
So about 15 and 20 years. What kind of work? Because of the job?
Yes, and nothing. I was doing Toradol and Voltaren shots together, plus I was also going for therapies. However, this 2-3 times a year, always.
Look, then you met AP Life lifestyle, and now how is your...
Very well now. I'm very well. Always I say the AP Life, always because of the four-eyed John,
Back there. So today we have our patera.
The neighbor at home.
Look, so how is your back pain?
I'm fine now. Nothing a year and a half really, no shots, nothing but not even a headache, an aspirin and Oki, a year and a half without pills.
You had been suffering from back problems for several years, and I read that you had also been told that you had an atrophied medullary canal. What was causing this for you?
This one I found out last year in January by doing an MRI, because after the many that I had this problem of back pain that then with the injections a little bit buffered, but it came back to me again also because I do a little bit heavy work, and basically it was discovered with the MRI that I have this spinal canal that probably already from birth I had it tight, and then they told me that with age, little by little, it also atrophied. How did you treat it? Cortisone. So cortisone right away, the neurosurgeon, and then he had scheduled me for an infiltration, which I did in the column of pure cortisone on the 3rd of June. And after 2 months, I still had back pain. I was back again to where I was before I went back to the neurosurgeon's checkup. And he had told me that probably in October he would do another infiltration.
In the meantime,
I don't know what happened to me. I was enlightened by somebody on the 28th of August. I'm at the bar. I started together with Mrs. Anna, and let me look at this channel 61, which, by the way, I was kind of stupid because it was a good year and a half that I knew this thing here, that I was being talked about by a great friend of mine who has the herbalist shop. And anyway, she was telling me do this nutrition and nothing. However, I always gave a little bit here, like...
Now then, you knew the AP lifestyle. You said it started on the 28th of August, and...
Is your back going? I know my back goes very well, very well.
Look, I'm going to fast forward with you again because I read that you had other problems as well. So-called tennis elbow, shoulder cuff problems, knee pain. So... However, you also had a really, really big problem because you had 4 herniated discs. You had 1 cervical, 2 dorsal, and 1 lumbar. That's right. What problems were these giving you?
Big problems, because I was practically already getting up in the morning with pains. So it was a really very bad way to start the day. I had even tried changing mattresses from the classic spring mattress to the memory mattress. That is supposed to alleviate these kinds of problems, but nothing changed. So I kept having these pains every morning when I got up.
I know you also got stuck.
Yes, every time I did some movement, some particular twisting, or took something a little bit heavy, I would get stuck for 2 or 3 days. I had to go on Muscaril injections, Buscofen, and so on.
So, I mean, he was also taking medication to be able to do. Then he started the AP lifestyle, and after how much improvement you found?
Let's say after a few weeks in the morning, the pain was almost gone.
So, goodbye Muscular and goodbye. Medication?
No, nothing. I didn't even take tablets anymore, nothing.
I read that you had a problem, an arthritic problem in your knee that had been swelling for about 5 years. Yes.
Then they also removed some fluid that had swollen. Yes, this fluid had formed.
True that you could no longer walk properly and had difficulty walking stairs? Yes, yes.
I couldn't walk or take the stairs or bend over. But sometimes the pain was so bad that I had to stay on the couch with ice.
Look, and then a year ago, of course, doctors recommended that you had to have the operation. Yes.
Surgery, yes. For them, there was no solution. After also having hyaluronic acid shots, always continuing to put on this ice, staying at rest, but no luck, it would not.
It wouldn't resolve. Start the AP lifestyle, and now how is your knee doing?
Has it flared up the knee? No, it's flared up completely. I move it, I bend it.
You had periarthritis problems in your shoulder, that's right. So you were having problems just moving around.
I was having great difficulty because working with the computer, the mouse, the arm, one fine morning it practically died. So infiltration and so on to get it working again. The pains, however, continued. This thing didn't stop. It didn't resolve with these treatments. And so after having discovered AP Life, the shoulder, practically the pain went away, never recurred.
After a bad fall, you began to have very disabling pain in your foot, such that you couldn't even take the stairs anymore and you had difficulty walking. Is that right?
True.
True. Added to this were also joint pains in the hips and hands. You confirmed that. Then you started doing the AP lifestyle, and now how is your ankle doing? Very good.
Very good. I'm walking well.
And your joint pains in your hips and
hands, they're much better.
Much better. Much better. Very good. You had arthritic shoulder cuff problems, terrible ones, and knee problems, they were terrible.
Terrible. The whole left side was all sore, an unbelievable thing. On the street, I had to lean against the walls, and sometimes my feet wouldn't move. I had to stand there and wait in pain. It had been...
And she had also been put on the list for surgery.
For the knee, because the orthopedist told me the cuff is not appropriate because it would not have the positive effects and so on. But for the knee, especially for walking, it would be appropriate.
Right, so you have started to do the AP lifestyle. How is the...
So my shoulder, guys, I turn it like this. I walk without the help of the cane. I shop with small weights. I'm independent. I crossed my legs after 10 years.
You had an arthritis problem in your hands and some pain in your arms and forearms?
That's right. Practically during the course of the night, I would wake up with severe pain, excruciating, one might almost call it. And in the morning, I often could not close my hands from the pain and numbness I had.
So basically, in addition to taking them at night, therefore disturbing your sleep, you really had some manipulation problems. In short,
often I had to put them under hot water to be able to close and open them a little bit, because otherwise there was no way.
There was no way. Then we know that he starts to follow the AP lifestyle. Now, how are your arms, your hands?
Have they returned to normal?
For 20 years, you had arthritis problems in your knees, and you were also told to have the surgery, right? Yes, 20 years ago. 20 years ago, you were immediately told to have this surgery. But then
I had checkups done by specialists and says, look, you came right to the surgery because there is no more cartilage. Of course, 20 years ago, I was still a little bit younger.
afterwards. Added to that were arthritic problems in your hands, such that you didn't even have strength to.
I used to drop stuff from my hands. Now lately, then I always had to have the husband by my side, someone, even if I had to pick up a pot, because my hands, I would drop stuff without noticing. Then they would hurt me.
Hands swollen. Look at this, because we haven't finished, unfortunately. I read you also had arthritic problems in your hips. Oh yes, that didn't make you sleep because of how strong they were.
Now they wouldn't let me sleep at night, and I had gotten right to a disabling situation that I had to go back to my orthopedist as I was doing the infiltration in my knees, and he was doing them in my hips as well. But I had gotten to a bad situation.
Now, however, you started to follow the AP Life lifestyle. Yes, I'll give you a list. So you started in October. So how are your knees doing?
I had to redo the shots now. I and March in my routine, fall and spring. I was not obligated, a duty to redo the maintenance because otherwise I was not walking. I can really thank him, this doctor I found 20 years ago, because at the moment he freed me from the surgery, because otherwise it was true to me that I was doing it another.
So you didn't redo that injection you were supposed to have routinely in March. How are your knees doing?
Time. Good, because now I haven't had it. After 20 years for the first time, I still didn't go because my knees don't hurt.
Let's go higher up the hips, how they go. Sleep easy,
because
give you more pain.
Because they give her more pain. Even right after the first week that I did the feeding, I slept well with my hips. The hands, I still can't believe it, because after 3 weeks I was... At the table I was like this and I could feel my fingers getting crossed. I like it very much because I always had them swollen more than that, and then I was able to close them all. And I couldn't believe it. I read them, though it is true, because we see it too. The stuff doesn't fall out of my hands anymore. I feel the strength.
I know you also had some problems of joint pain in your shoulder and knees.
My knees couldn't even lower, and then when I was carrying the shoulder bag there, it's an unbelievable thing. I had to stop because I was having twinges, hallucinating pains, just...
Now you bring it back, terrible. You bring her back the bag?
Quiet. I removed the arm and knees. There was no problem.
I had some problems in the shoulder and knees, so just that sore, right? That's right. You could do all the movements without having any problems.
Sometimes I would get stuck. I even went to the emergency room all the time, because when you can't even put it in gear in the car, so it really means you don't go forward anymore.
You started the AP Life lifestyle. Now how are your knees, your never?
I get up from the couch chair without even support. It's unbelievable.
You had arthritic problems in your back, and in particular a neck that was giving you a lot of pain, and at one point you also ended up in the hospital because you were taking too many pain medications. Is that true? Yes? So the pain was very severe.
It was also taking my whole arm. I didn't use it anymore, and they were doing infiltrations that were hurting me. Because it was hurting me, it also made me lose my strength with those injections there.
Look, then you started to follow the AP Life lifestyle. Now I'm asking you right now, how is your back pain, your neck pain?
I sleep all night. I don't have any more.
She sleeps all night.
The painkillers, I don't take any.
Like that. you were also suffering from shoulder problems so much, and I'll give a little story. You had 2 surgeries, and you had 3 tendons reconstructed, correct me if I'm wrong. But then after these surgeries and this reconstruction, the pains came back, and your shoulder was getting stuck, is that right? That's right. And it keeps relocking. Then in June last year, because of this very issue, they put you on the list to have an operation, shoulder cuff prosthesis, a prosthesis to the... Then you do the AP Life lifestyle, and I know they call you some time ago from the hospital to admit. 10 days ago.
10 days?
Exactly 10 days ago. So you had this shoulder problem, which you had tried to solve with various operations and had failed. You get on the list for this operation for reconstruction, of course, of the shoulder cuff. They call you a week ago to do the operation. And what does it say? Nothing.
I refused it because I had no more pain. I can move my arm better than before.
So you started to do the AP Life lifestyle. This shoulder no longer gives you pain. You want us to say why you don't want to do this surgery anymore? Because you have no more pain. So thank you.
I move my arm better than before.
Before he couldn't raise it.
Now I can do everything. You, from a few weeks doing AP Life, had problems in both arms and elbows, joint problems. So in normal movements that a person does daily, you had joint pain, right?
Pretty severe pains, especially in the morning. As soon as I got up, I had kind of numb fingers, hands that I couldn't open properly, shoulder pains. I basically, after 2 weeks of AP Life, along with reflux and gastritis, it went away. Everything. Even then, his joint pains, the arms, everything. I lift my arms and move my hands. I don't have anything anymore.
You had been suffering from widespread joint pain for years, both in your knees, back, neck, and also in your hips, pardon the pun, so also a hip problem. When did they catch you? And I know that during the night they used to get you very strong as well. Yes.
I was forced to go every night to the doctor's office, to the doctors and female doctors who are watching me, who don't see me anymore, though, unfortunately. Every night doing these double muscular and Voltaren shots to quell these pains.
In addition to that, if you will allow me, there was a foot problem because you had a calcaneal spine in your heel, and that just prevented you from resting your foot.
Also above and underneath. I changed 7 pairs of shoes and could never wear them. I'm going to dance now, Benedetto.
Now then, after you started following the AP Life lifestyle, how are your aches and pains also spread throughout the body? Gone. Gone. You also suffered from arthrosis. In what parts of the body did you have these issues? Arthrosis.
Particularly very, very excessive knees and shoulders.
So you had difficulty both walking and moving your arms.
Yes.
Were you also taking medication for this condition?
Of course, every week I would consume a box of Oki or Olin.
Sure, as much as that. Yes, even 1 week.
To solve the pains.
To solve those pains. But then, as you said before, you started following the AP Life lifestyle. And now how are you doing with the...
Great, I haven't had any more problems. No.
Still takes medication. After how much improvement have you seen?
But as soon as the first 3 weeks passed.
I stay with you, however, because you had been having back pain problems for more than 10 years. It is true that you had problems just moving around. Sometimes you would get stuck. What was happening to you?
Nothing. I had this pathology with herniated discs. And of course, also with my job that I do at the tramway, it often created me some problems. I start this lifestyle.
Gone. Question here. After he started following the AP Life lifestyle and you say you are healed, do you continue to take these medications? Never again. Perfect. You were suffering from somewhat scattered pains, joints, but also in the hips, such that you practically could not walk. You had to stop every 10 meters. Is what you report true? The various body parts that were really preventing your mobility, right? Then you started following the AP Life lifestyle, and now how are your pains?
Very good. So I can walk longer without being out of breath, without the cane. So, okay.
Welcome to Life 120 Stories. Also welcomes Maria Luita of Milan. You are 72 years old. You are divorced with 2 children. You are retired and you follow
October
AP Life.
2018.
Help me because I don't remember. Since October 2018. Thank you for the help. So I saw you arrived here in the studio, nice and perky paced.
Yes, in cleats.
Especially walking perfectly because let's say even with the heel, I confirm that there are heels. Not just a heel, but it's a medium heel. So why am I telling you this? Because actually you had for 20 years degenerative arthritis that had even led you to crutches and almost to immobility.
Pain always.
A photograph of those terrible 20 years, Maria. Excuse me how this ordeal of arthritis began.
My knees, feet, hands, all swollen, ached.
You were about 50 years old?
50 years, yes. About the 90s, 94, 93. Yes. I had swollen hands. I started with my hands, my feet, my knees. And when I go to the doctor who had all these pains, he tells me, I have to ride a bike, ride a bike. You'll see it all goes away.
You did the
and
bicycle.
And then you'll lose weight, always. I was doing 10, 15 kilometers a day.
Were they needed?
Every day. I needed them, yes. And then he told me to lose 10 kilos, and you'll see I was 70 kilos. And with menopause, 54 years old, a little bit I gained weight. And he told me to drop a few kilos and go on a bicycle, you'll get over it. Instead, I never passed.
Nothing passed.
That I had a poor diet, very poor. Carbohydrates, meat. I ate very little. Pasta, bread, not pizza.
Pasta and bread. Listen, but tell me a little bit about these pains. Over the years, they grew.
They grew everywhere, yes,
like
yes.
how you were, how they used to get you.
And I was crying, pain. I couldn't get out of bed. I couldn't walk. I got up at 10 o'clock. I was already finished. I got up at 7 o'clock. At 10 o'clock, I was to go back to bed. Yes, I couldn't
Exactly
walk.
where these joint pains, where they were in the body. Hands,
my feet, my knees, and then my elbows all over. My shoulder. I also have papers. My shoulder, my back. I was getting stuck. I get out of bed. I go to the bathroom. The first thing I do, I go to the bathroom. Then I wash my hands. I want to rinse my face right away, that I have to make coffee maybe for my husband like this. And I was getting stuck like this, and I was screaming, ay, and screaming.
Look though, sorry, the doctor told you go to bicycle makes you pass everything. Actually, it didn't. And you didn't do anything more. You hadn't taken any medication.
Yes, he would give me sachets, which I have them here also. The sachets would give me inflammatory, and he would give me tablets. No, nothing worked.
This stuff was working.
Maybe he would walk me for a few hours. However, tomorrow I was the same as before, and I went on 20 years like that.
How do you go on 20 years like this, Maria?
And then, as in fact, one morning I get up in 2017 in May, because I was doing my bike ride always. I was doing those 10.
But excuse me, you could ride a bicycle with all these pains. How were you able to ride a bicycle?
Yes, I used to make it because the doctor said it was good for my movement.
There is...
Where I would go shopping maybe.
You could then do a minimum?
Yes, a minimum I could go. However, after that it was pain. It was pain.
So you would tell me one morning you wake up. When is it that
I wake up to May 2017 with a swollen knee, big as an ox, big this.
Suddenly.
You see how it is? Yes, but it was like this.
Just was a balloon and short a balloon.
It's sore that I was crying. I go to the doctor tells me I have to go get an x-ray because maybe there is fluid. The x-ray tells me there was arthrosis. I go to the orthopedist and they do the MRI and he tells me you have to operate on the meniscus. Me not knowing AP life. I waited until March 2018. I didn't want to have surgery.
Always with this knee like a balloon.
Always
ice all the time.
Always. Until I met AP Life, I didn't walk anymore. I was always like that with ice because they told me to put ice. There was no tablets, no pills, no shots, no more pain.
And so you were just standing still.
Still stuck.
What were you thinking in those moments?
And I was thinking that for me it was over. I had become old, ugly. I didn't go out anymore. I didn't walk anymore. And then to the orthopedist when he tells me that I have to operate since May, which then I went July, August to the orthopedist. It's not that I went right away, that to get me to operate, it's not that I agreed. After he saw me that I was not decided, he makes the feel you have to operate, Luita, because...
Can I ask why you didn't want to have surgery?
I am opposed by the hospital. Do you know how many times I could do the emergency room and not go?
Yes, however, you were feeling terrible. You had the knee that had with this huge swelling. You weren't moving anymore, meaning...
Because then with the health insurance, it takes 6 months to wait or to have an MRI, 3 months, 90 days, 60 days. And you couldn't, if not, I had to do everything for a fee. I did some visits for a fee. However, I didn't.
Necessarily. But you had basically resigned yourself to keeping...
All these pains, however, then the orthopedist, when he decided before Christmas, told me, as soon as there is room, we operate her. And in March, on the 13th of March, 2018, he did my pre-hospitalization 1 week, and then he operated. He operated me in March. On the 13th of March, 2018, he operated on me. And then I had visits still if I went, and I was in pain. Worse than before, I was walking under my husband's arm. I would get out of the car to go shopping. I couldn't walk. In the house, I couldn't do anything. 2 crutches, still in the car. I carry the crutches because,
so
yes,
you almost
of course,
regretted that you had the operation.
If I had known him before, AP Life, I wouldn't have done it.
But then we come to the November of the 18th, and you start doing AP Life.
You see,
so I want to ask you why you decide to do AP Life.
Because I didn't know her before. I had never seen her. My husband, in turning the television, the channel crosses him. And he calls me. He, from the room in the kitchen, says, "Come here, they are talking about arthritis." He said, "I listened all night until late." In the morning, drastically, I no longer do the coaction I used to do before. I did AP Life, as Mrs. Panzeroni says, at noon equal. Drastically, I eliminated everything more. I am 7 months drastically still until now. Now I fly, I ride a bicycle.
You said 3 times drastically, I really like as a word, this adverb.
Yes, because I was in too much pain. If I still say it, I cry.
Well,
because
today
I was
it's
not
tears
walking.
of joy.
I was walking with my husband under my arm on the 15th of August. My children, I couldn't feed us because I couldn't stand of 2018, August of 2018, because as I stood, my knee got worse. And then
drastically you do AP Life, and I add another adverb, I hope it was also disciplined, without eating something wrong.
Yes,
Your eyes are
without
glazed
doing
over,
anything
but
wrong.
this is very beautiful, in my opinion, Maria.
Yes. When I tell people they don't believe it,
Of course it's not, but...
However, who saw me not walking?
Sure, the important thing is that I testify, I believe you came here perfectly fresh. That is to say, you walk perfectly. Let me go back to the point of being drastic. You also had results drastically. Then you have to tell me, well, what happened when you started doing AP Life to this blessed knee?
That I get out of the car, I get in the car, more when I was getting out, because when I was getting in, but when I was getting out, I had to put this first and then this. And he said to me, it doesn't hurt me anymore. I go alone. 1 week, 15 days.
1 week only?
Yes, 15 days. Because I got the book in right away. I got Oryx Spice right away.
The important thing is that you did well-disciplined diet, eating regimen. And I want to understand what you thought after this week where you got out of the car normally.
Because it didn't feel true, but it was true though. And I was climbing the ladder and doing all my things, and I had nothing left. My knee doesn't hurt anymore.
You were afraid the pain would come back.
Yes, I still think that.
Are you still afraid today? Yes, still there is the crutch in the hood of the car for superstition. I wear it, yes, and now I am fine. AP Life, by the way, gave you a number of resolutions on other things as well.
Yes, I had the stomach.
Upset stomach, gastritis, reflux.
Gastroesophageal reflux. At night, I used to wake up, the doctor would tell me I have to go and do gastroscopy. If I can't do anything to you, I didn't want to do it. Because to me, that thing she was telling me, because she did it too, it gave me anxiety. I never did it. After finally she told me, and well, I give us a pill, and I don't know what. Now I don't remember the name. I have it too.
You also had constipation
No,
problems.
I never used to go to the bathroom, or I have to go perrette once a week, once in 5 days. Now I go every day. Even this morning, I get up at 6:30 when I have to leave the house.
Do you have a regular life at the bowel level?
Yes,
At the level especially of the quality of your life?
Yes, quality. Yes, I lost 9 kilos.
Yes, did you believe that? Yes, you lost 9 pounds. Did you believe that, Maria?
I didn't believe it, but I believe it now.
Now you believe it. I believe it. But that famous day when you started AP Life, what expectations did you have?
That only the one I had to try.
It was the last card
the
you
last
could play.
card, and I was no longer walking. I was walking on crutches. My husband and my partner saw me. I was desperate. The children desperate.
What do your 2 children say today?
And that they see me walking, I'm fine.
They still don't believe it?
They don't believe it.
The important thing is that you believe it because...
I believe it, yes, I'm fine.
You're okay,
and then I
yes.
wanted to add that
Did you
because
want
I
to add
suffer a
something?
little bit from thyroid. I also have the records that I've been doing for a few years. I've been doing it since 2012. And then the last time I did it, I went to
whatever
endocrinologist. Yes, thyroid has improved.
The thyroid
he
has
had given me
improved.
half a tablet. I don't take it anymore because before it made me sweat. I looked
Yes,
tired.
you were taking Euthyrox.
At 10 o'clock in the morning. Yes, at 10 o'clock in the morning. Half though he told me. At 10 o'clock in the morning, he told me I was already
So we solved
tired.
that as well. And clearly now, sorry I didn't ask, but your stomach is also perfect.
Yes, after a week, my stomach is fine. It's fine. Before I was a little bloated here, and I had burning pain. Burning pain and the reflux. It was coming in my throat, in my mouth.
Maria,
the constipation, I resolved it.
Constipation, you are regular, we said it.
And the fibromyalgia, I solved it.
That you had
90%
hints of, let's say, fibromyalgia.
I couldn't turn over in bed. I couldn't sleep at night because I would turn over here, it would hurt. I would turn over there, it would hurt. Everywhere.
You solved so many big,
problems.
important problems.
Yes. Also,
what do you do to popularize AP Life? Do you talk to anyone about it?
some of Virginia's friends' wife who
What do they say?
she is not well, that she goes every month to get shots. And she told us to do AP Life to change the diet. In the morning to eat the way I eat. She said she is not capable.
Here, what do you say to these people? What message? Also because they see you look so good. Is it possible that they don't want to believe it?
2 weeks ago, I found myself in the last exams. They are perfect. The doctor stayed.
I believe it. But the people who don't believe it?
And there was this lady. At the moment, I didn't recognize her. that she's wasted a lot
Mamma
and
mia.
that she's not well. There's something. Then I was fine as well as now, but she pretended not to see me.
Whatever, we don't
No,
give
no,
any
no
message, then
message.
no
However,
message. Instead,
however, I
ask
tell
you
him
quickly.
who I talk to, I tell him, look at me and
Perfect,
try
finished.
and try and try.
The best moment since you've been doing AP Life, Maria, what was it for you personally? Is there a specific moment?
Since I've been walking alone and let go of my crutches.
That famous time?
That famous one, yes. I got out of the car, alone, home, and then I go
By
up
myself.
the stairs, go to the attic, hang out the laundry, do everything.
So, a message for Adriano Panzironi, quickly.
Adriano Panzironi is a wonderful person. There are no words to thank him. For me, he was an angel sent by God. An angel sent by God.
Of course.
Who set up AP
Yeah,
Life,
he set up AP Life,
introduced
sure.
me to AP Life, and I am aware of my health, that I am well, I am better, and I am well.
Maria, I thank you so much for your valuable and especially very heartfelt, very emotional testimony. Thank you. Very rich in feeling.
Goodbye,
Thank you.
thank
I
you.
wish you all the best. I also thank those who followed us. Be comfortable. See you soon with a new Life 120 Stories. Thank you and see you soon.
Diabetes represents the disease that most reflects the opulence of modern civilization. Virtually unknown until the early 1800s, today it represents a true epidemic and is increasing exponentially, especially in populations with Western lifestyles.
This disease is one of the worst. To imagine a professor who has studied so many years, who has been seeing maybe 20, 30 years of his patients and continues to recommend the wrong diet without realizing that his very advice is making people sick and dying, well, that seems absolutely absurd to me.
Those of you who, before starting AP Life, had problems with diabetes, hyperglycemia, hyperinsulinemia, turn on the light bulb. Those of you who, by following the AP Life lifestyle, are cured of these diseases, turn off the light bulb. Those of you who were taking drugs to treat diabetes, hyperglycemia, hyperinsulinemia, turn on the light bulb. Those who, after AP Life, no longer take medication for these conditions, turn off the light bulb. An incredible achievement, no?
Welcome back to Life 120 Stories. Welcome Patrizia Plantamura from Scandici, province of Florence. You are 53 years old. In life, you are a hairdresser, married with 2 children. You have been following AP Life since July 2018. I mean, it starts to be, Patrick, a good period of time over which to check your improvements or your healings, partly because you came here, you told me earlier, with a rather large list of problems. I ask you to choose how to say that. We can say it smilingly because the problem is gone, the one that was bothering you the most, as we say in Florence.
That's right. Let's start with the headache, which was a good headache of the disabling kind, which I used to get like 2 or 3 times a week, with this nail-like feeling in my temples, which then brought me right afterwards nausea and vomiting. Being really sick.
You're telling me it wasn't the headache like that. It was life-changing, forcing you to stay home in the dark.
In the dark.
With this nail, this hammer in the...
Hammer, that's right.
And how long had you had this problem with it?
A long time. We are talking about some 30 years.
How is it done? For 30 years, 2 or 3 times a week, having this kind of, I mean, how did you deal with this problem since 30 years is a long time?
I've dealt with it with various medications, which, however, maybe not all the time. And then these medications, quite strong, of course, would bring me then other problems, side effects exactly like stomach ache, diarrhea, chills.
Then you are also a very young woman, and to start with the headache in your 20s and beyond, more or less, in short.
Maybe in the beginning they were not so frequent. Then they went to increase.
What consequence did this problem have on your work?
And well enough.
I mean, you would get there with a superhuman effort, I guess. You were standing, working, I guess, so...
Standing, a huge
enormous
sacrifice. Then many times I had to suspend work to go to the bathroom, to run to the bathroom, because when I would get then this spasm of vomiting.
Intestinal, let's say. Vomiting, yes, of course.
Slaughterhouse.
Unfortunately, this, Patricia, was not your only problem. No, unfortunately not. You had also had there for a great many years, about 20 years, chronic cystitis, basically.
Yes, 3 or 4 times a year this cystitis appears. And even here, various antibiotics, even natural cures, but they would buffer the problem momentarily, and then we were back to square one.
Are you adding anything? No. If not, I was going to ask you this, because living for so many years with these big problems, I guess it gives you a humoral hit as well. You had started to be, let's say, down in the dumps, to use a general term. Can you tell me what kind of mood you had for so long?
I was always down in the dumps. Not nice thoughts, not nice, always sadness. Also because in addition to these, precisely, there were other situations.
I'll let you tell you what those other situations
like
were.
Legs with restless syndrome. I also carried that with me since I was a girl.
Add to that the allergies, these eyes always itching, swollen
That's it,
red.
exactly, yes, pretty much almost the whole time of the year. I was living with this allergy, itchy, and especially at night, and so I had organized on my bedside table, there was a tissue wet with cool water that I had to use every now and then to get a little bit of relief.
It gave you relief. You could be a...
It gave me momentary relief, yes. Of course, having already tried countless eye drops.
You had stopped believing, let's say, also because you know that there are these centers against neuralgia headaches, that is, you were ever addressed to one of these centers?
Yes, no, I had always heard of them. However, I blamed stress and stress.
But you had such devastating headaches, though. You also had them, say, during the summer vacation, I guess.
Yes, exactly. The smells very, very much.
Your family, I want to understand, what kind of help were they giving you at this juncture?
They were enduring,
as it were. But,
exactly.
I mean, they did what they could, which was nothing practically, I mean. It came AP Life, then we said, in July 2017-18.
Yeah.
What made you say, but let's try? What was the thought that came into your head?
Basically, I felt that something had to change.
You were wishing for it, let's say.
I wished for it, and so I had to find my way. At all costs. Also because at my age, you start then with other little problems, menopause, feeling bloated, etc., etc., etc.
Then you also had a dysbiosis problem, moreover, right? Intestinal, moreover, I mean. Yes. And so I mean, you decided whatever you felt, let's see if I understand correctly, a kind of affinity between your situation, which was there at that time, and AP Life. I see like we were made for each other. We have to marry somehow. What did you do exactly when you decided to start?
And I started following the show a little bit. Initially, I was skeptical, as I think many of us are.
Why were you skeptical?
It's because there we have been, let's say, framed, our whole life to follow the official medicine, and therefore
now here you can say anything. Here there is no censorship. You can say anything, whatever you want. A cultural problem, mostly, in short, let's say.
But then I was curious about it because I am a fortunately very curious person. And I like to see things from more angles, to question myself. And so then I was fortunate in the meantime to meet someone who was already following, a girl who was following this lifestyle. And we talked about it.
You must have peppered her with questions, I imagine.
Certainly, yes. However, I saw her so enthusiastic. In talking about this thing, that's where the spring went off, I said, from tonight.
And you did it then in a very disciplined, very precise way, right away. What happened?
It happened that...
And in how much time?
When I think back, it still seems impossible to me that after 3 days, the cystitis had disappeared. And then slowly as we went along, it was all one after another.
Tell me, spend some time on this crescendo, this succession of positive things. Tell me about it.
Yes, it was almost like I didn't even realize at times. Then I would think back and say, gee, but the pain in my legs is gone.
I want to understand one thing, Patricia, fundamental, that it was this blessed headache, this damn headache that you used to get 2/3 times a week. Since you've been doing AP Life, it's gone all of a sudden, it's gone down. How did it go
so it
exactly?
went down in the first 2 or 3 months. It went down and then disappeared completely.
Gone. So you understand 30 years, right, more or less, of headaches disappeared in 3 months, waning and then extinguished. What did you think in front of something like that?
I was overjoyed. I didn't know. I mean, it's those things that even seem impossible. And so...
That you couldn't expect. I mean, there was no medicine that would hold. There was nothing that could... With 3 months of AP Life, you took away a 30-year problem. I say this out loud. I also repeat it to myself because it seems to me a record, an excellent achievement, this. And the other problems, for example, the dysbiosis you had, the restless legs you had.
It was within a month, I think.
So really, in just a moment, you put it right. Have you ever eaten anything wrong?
But sometimes it happened, yes. To eat, I can say a quarter of a pizza, it happened. And did you pay for it? I paid for it, I paid for it.
Your head circle is back, your aura is back, right?
A brick on the stomach.
Brick on the stomach. And I end with this question, Patricia. Today you are, also because of the work you do, I guess back to being full of energy, working without getting tired, and so...
Actually, you are.
You are full of vitality.
The most beautiful thing is this, to wake up in the morning with an inner positivity that I never thought I would find again. And a lot of mental, physical energy. I feel really good.
And it shows. We conclude our 4 questions. Quickly, Patricia, what do you do to spread AP Life, spread AP Life?
I try to talk about it with those who want to listen. And then a lot of times you don't even need to get out a lot of words because they look at me and say, you've done something, you look good.
You're
Tell us
serene,
what you did.
You're calm. I can see that you don't have headaches, that you don't have these problems mostly. Who to those who don't believe you or don't believe it, what message do you send?
I send the message to keep eating bread, pasta, pizza, potatoes. No,
corn,
of course,
rice, cereals,
I'm joking,
and legumes.
I'm joking.
They can do that at their own risk. Clearly, of course, we'd miss it.
But I say, try a week. I think it's really costs very little. And then I would bring the example of when we have a child who doesn't want to eat, taste a certain thing. They are told, before you say you don't like it, taste it, then decide. Here it's the same thing. Why not try it? You can't have ideas wrong about this lifestyle if you haven't tried
as it were, a priori have an attitude, let's say, rigid, dogmatic, negative, without having tested it. Your best moment, Patricia, since doing AP Life, what was it? Is there really an episode, a moment?
The moment is precisely waking up in the morning. I woke up one morning and I felt so much desire to leave.
The night before, you had gone to sleep in what spirit instead, or 2 days before, 3 days before, that is, it was?
I felt like a usual spirit.
Negative, all gray, all gray. All right, let's wrap it up. Patricia, my last question to you. How do you know to send a message to the one who set up the Ape Life lifestyle, that is Adriano Panzironi? Do you have a personal message for him?
Of course, I thank him so much for his thorough research and also for the book he wrote. Because in my opinion, it really is a mine of information. It opened up a world for me and I learned so much, really.
Patricia Plantamura, thank you very much. I also thank you because you, being a bit reserved, you had a bit of a struggle in
yes,
coming
however,
here.
it was necessary to put your face on it.
Bravo. That is a correct statement, because actually with this putting your face there, you are communicating to thousands of people that you can be better and much better because of AP Life. So thank you for overcoming even your shyness and coming here. Thank you, and thank you to those who followed us. We will be back soon with our Life 120 stories.
And here I am with Juicy in the AP Life Corner to talk about a very important topic.
Sure, Benedetto. Today we are talking about Adriano Panzironi's AP Life lifestyle, which more than 700,000 Italians have already chosen, achieving great benefits for their health. A revolutionary lifestyle promoted by science popularizer Adriano Panzironi, thanks to his best-selling book, Living to 120, a book author whom you have had the opportunity to interview many times.
You are right, Juicy. The book Living to 120 has exceeded 500,000 copies sold, probably the best-selling science book of all time in Italy. Its success is due to the important information it contains for our health, and there is an unmissable offer.
That's right. It can be yours for $19.90 and $10 for shipping and handling, and arrive at your door in less than 7 days.
But now, Juicy, let's talk about supplementation. Because the AP Life lifestyle, created by Adriano Panzironi, is not only eating right, but also doing conscious supplementation. And certainly the product most recommended by Adriano Panzironi are the Spice.
The Spice are tablets produced with an innovative technology. We are talking about turmeric, cinnamon, cloves, oregano, ginger, and black pepper. Benedetto, you know the characteristics of these spices?
Of course, Juicy. I take the Spice. Just think that spices are the food with the highest antioxidant capacity in the world. So the recommended daily ration of spices contains as much as 6 times the antioxidants contained in the normal modern diet. It therefore means counteracting the formation of free radicals and reducing their harmful action on our body.
And what about turmeric, on which they have carried out more than 30,000 scientific studies confirming its effectiveness on liver function, joint function, and improvement of menstrual cycle disorders?
Another reason to take this product is its effectiveness in regulating cardiovascular function and normal blood circulation. And what about cloves, which help regularize gastrointestinal motility?
That's right. How many of you do not feel bloated after eating or suffer from bowel disorders, such as impaired digestive function? Well, the Spice can be a valuable aid to digestive function and gas elimination, thus having a balsamic effect for our intestines.
And where do we find the Spice?
The Spice, you can order them at the call center and on our website, but thanks to this offer, you can get them for $49.90 and $10 for shipping and handling.
Surely this is a very advantageous offer, but what if you wanted to buy 2?
Even better, if you buy 2 bottles, you save on shipping costs, plus you get our bestseller, Living to 120, for free.
Then I'll tell you what, Juicy, I'm going to go order them right now.
Bravo. AP Life 120% well-being.
I I wanted to tell you that in the AP Life line of supplements, the only ones authorized by Adriano Panzironi, you find the vitamin C, the vitamin D, the omega-3, the melatonin, the spice, the multivitamin, the Serenity Pro, the Life Pro. To learn more, come to www.aplife.net or call the number on the screen. You have been a vegetarian for 35 years. But you were practically going to the bathroom almost 10 times a day. Is it true?
Even more than that.
This is something that is definitely disabling because you couldn't do an activity, you always had to run anyway.
Of course, of course. I was always with the thought of the bathroom.
Wherever you went?
Everywhere I went, I always had this thought.
Then faced with these problems, you saw the AP Life lifestyle and you decided to go back to eating meat and obviously follow the lifestyle.
But the bath was the last stage because it was always preceded by continuous bloating, a lot of stomach acidity, reflux, crazy headaches at night.
So there was this whole strange situation.
Only my wife can tell you what headaches I used to get in the middle of the night. I would wake up with a headache because I couldn't digest.
So then you couldn't get any more healthy rest, I mean restorative rest certainly. Were you taking any medications?
No.
So you were leaving it that way anyway. I read that you then started following the AP Life lifestyle and reintroduced meat. I know the question is a bit private, but now how often do you go to the bathroom?
Once or twice.
Per day, so are you regular?
Very regular.
I want to talk to you right away about the chronic irritable bowel problem that you had for 30 years. And here then you also had problems with hemorrhoids coming out.
Those disappeared, my hemorrhoids.
Here we go in order. You were having problems with hemorrhoids and then you were having problems with your bowels. So bouts of constipation. Basically, this was the dramatic situation.
I was collapsed myself in the intestine. I had an intestinal blockage. I collapsed. I went to the hospital.
So did it also cause you this kind of illness?
30 years ago, it was...
Then you started to do the AP Life lifestyle. I want to ask you, first of all, how are your hemorrhoids?
I saw nothing more. I, since doing AP Life, have not seen anything.
Then the constipation, for which you also had these problems?
For that, I had gone as far as taking 3 10-herb tablets. Now, since I've been following this lifestyle here, I've started to reduce to taking only 2 more, and now I don't take tablets anymore, and I'm fine.
You had dysbiosis problems with recurrent colitis for many years, and you were even sometimes getting to 20 daily discharges.
That's true.
What was your life like?
A very disabling life for me, even at the work level, at the social level, because I couldn't organize my life the way I wanted to. And I got better thanks to the lifestyle created by Adriano. I never solved the problem with other methods, with medicines and various things. By having this eating style, I lead a better life. And I no longer have 20 discharges a day.
You had dysbiosis problems with colitis, giving you severe pain in your right side, and then alternating moments of constipation with diarrhea. Basically, how long have you been suffering from this?
Almost forever.
Always?
Forever. Since always. I never treated this condition, partly because I didn't know, I didn't understand, and maybe the treating doctor treated me with traditional medicines, and that was fine with me. But I would fall back on it because rightly it was the problem.
Was the problem. Added to this were problems with diverticulitis.
A lot, which I discovered 3-4 years ago.
Did you discover your diverticulitis problems 4 years ago? You've tried them all, I guess?
Yes, even as much as not. And I tried as well, knowing I had this problem. For me, it was a problem having known it. At this point, I tried to find remedy, but the remedies were alternating, as also for the first case.
So they lasted very few months.
Then I had to limit myself to what was the feeding in a particular way. I couldn't eat one, the other, the other. I had to be really on the fence, but in such a way that then I always had the same problem, either one side or the other.
Look, then at some point you started doing the AP Life lifestyle, and I'll tell you a date because you started from the 20th of August.
Yes.
What happened immediately?
Immediately I got a phone call from a member of AP Life because I had made phone calls before. In that I had made phone calls, she called me and told me what I wanted, and I said for the cause, I called her, I don't need anything. However, since I changed my lifestyle, I have been using AP Life. I feel something new that I have never experienced. The lady answered me, I say for you it is something. She says no, for us it is not. However, if it has this effect, continue that it will be even better. I say, ma'am, I hope so, which in fact...
Then, so how is it going with your intestines, constipation problems, diverticulitis problem?
It's a beautiful thing. It's great. I mean, I'm reborn in my 70s.
You were having problems with your bowels with several discharges of diarrhea throughout the day.
7-8 times a day. To say the least, yes. When I was already waking up twice before breakfast. I was already going to the bathroom twice before breakfast.
Wherever you went, basically, you always had to know where the bathroom was.
No, whatever, that was not the problem. I was going too often, though. In fact, I mean, I would go to the bathroom, I'd eat anything, I'd go to the bathroom right away. And it also seemed like, I mean, at work, it seems like you make fun of people. They say you're always in the bathroom.
But now with AP Life, though, how are you doing with your intestines? Are you eating
And once a day, that's enough.
So
I am punctual and quiet.
You, for years, suffered from colitis that manifested as bloating and constipation and went to the bathroom every 3 or 4 days, right?
No, it's the opposite.
Every 3, 4, that's right. You had constipation. You were alternating constipation. In fact, you were going to the bathroom every 3, 4 days, right?
Right.
That's right. And in addition to this kind of issue, like bloating and so on, was it also giving you other problems?
Yes, then apart from cervical, that unfortunately, yes, along with constipation and precisely headaches, cervical, but other issues also about a periarthritis.
We'll talk about that later. Let's focus on this apparatus.
It was for years it was this discomfort. It suffered me a lot because it was giving me a lot of discomfort. The body was responding badly, so a huge discomfort.
Then, together with your husband, who is next to you here, Mr. Di Bello, you decided to start the AP Life lifestyle. So how is the colitis and bloating?
I basically don't remember them anymore.
You used to go to the bathroom every 3, 4 days. Now, how do you go to the bathroom?
Absolutely regular every day.
You suffered for several years from irritable bowel syndrome and diarrhea discharges.
Too much,
so a
yes.
very disabling thing.
Sure. On top of that, it was causing me tremendous inconvenience because when I was somewhere, maybe since I work a lot connected to the internet, that's my job mainly. If I had to take advantage of a Wi-Fi connection somewhere, I would find myself having to take everything down or call her to the rescue so I could find a bathroom. And it was terrible. All I had to do was have a glass of water and it would set me off.
We know it then. However, then you met, fortunately, AP Life lifestyle. How is it going?
Very regular, perfect.
Regularly? What about your colon?
Relax.
You suffered from intestinal dysbiosis for years with very disabling gastrointestinal problems. I know that these gases were so powerful that there were even noises in your belly that sounded like a balloon bursting. Is that true?
A ball? More than a balloon, it looked like a bomb.
So you felt bloated, basically?
Yes, I was always bloated.
Based on what you were eating, then you had these gastrointestinal problems. However, on top of that, you also had, I read, and I'm stunned, even 20 to 30 discharges a day of uncontrolled diarrhea.
Yes.
Basically, throughout the day, what was going on with you? So you always had to identify the bathroom?
Day and night. Let's put night. It's not during the day. It was day and night.
So all day, all night, you were having up to 30 discharges a day. So I guess also physically, in addition to the pains, you were also physically feeling very debilitated. Is it true that every time you ran to the bathroom, you were practically seeing foods that you hadn't fully digested as well? That is...
Sure.
Is it true?
Yes, indeed. Many times in the middle of dinner, in the middle of lunch, I had to get up, go to the bathroom, and then come back and finish dinner or lunch, whatever it was.
Then you obviously were concerned about these intestinal issues, goes to your doctor, and your doctor tells you something very, let's call it so surprising. What does he say?
But the doctor, not really the general practitioner, the doctor gave me a referral to go for a gastroenterological examination. The problem is that he was a general practitioner. It's really the gastroenterologist who told me that based on the tests I have, which he sees them very well, there's no problem. I don't have to do either the gastroscopy or the colonoscopy because there's probably going to be something psychological.
So the problem was psychological?
Yes, he said absolutely no gastroscopy, no colonoscopy, go home and...
You start doing the AP Life lifestyle and you definitely will have had a change of direction. So how are you doing with the diarrhea?
Well...
So is your bowel regular?
Very well.
And the problem of intestinal gas?
Those disappeared before the diarrhea. Those already after 1 week were gone.
You for 40 years suffered from intestinal bloating, orophagy, colic,
yes,
a whole range of issues.
Abdominal bloating, let's say, yes. Let's say. I was 22 years old when the first time I felt a great pain in my lower abdomen, and then from that moment, practically, the swelling never left me until a few months ago.
And how did you treat it?
So I had tried everything from pancreatic enzymes, I had tried homeopathy, I used to go to chiropractic for another thing, and even there I used to ask. We had done mineralograms when they didn't exist here in Italy yet.
Did you solve it?
No. I never solved anything myself. I even went to a pranotherapist, and that didn't do anything for me either. A doctor friend of mine had recommended a drug that acted on the nervous system, and I tried to take it, but he also warned me that to 1 in 5 women, it would stimulate prolactin, and I was one of the lucky ones, so I had to discontinue it. In those 5 days, actually, I found an improvement.
It had this downside, though.
Exactly, however, the belief that it was a neurovegetative problem is there, so now I'm consoling myself. I can't do anything more about it.
However, you at some point discover the AP Life lifestyle, you decide to start doing the AP Life lifestyle, and now how is your gut?
Well, I, after 20 days, had solved the problem of abdominal bloating.
You, for many years, suffered from constipation, such that you could go to the bathroom every 5 days.
Yes, every 5 days, but then how I used to go every 5 days, I used to say to go to the bathroom, but...
Was it very difficult? For how long?
Very hard.
How long have you been suffering from it?
Since I was a child.
So very soon...
As a child, I always suffered from it. And as it went on, it got worse and nothing got better. I have also tried many, how can I say?
So many ways to solve.
Yes, but at the time, yes, I was solving, but after a few days, even a month, I would go back to being stuck as before.
To be blocked. I know a very important date because it's October 2018, right? And you start doing the AP Life lifestyle, and then I ask you the question right away, how is your gut doing with your constipation?
But look, I'm doing just fine now.
Regular?
Every morning. It doesn't feel real. Believe me that it doesn't seem real to me.
You had great problems with irritable bowel, basically giving you flank pain, irregular stools, diarrhea, mucus, even blood, a very bad situation. So basically, what kind of life did you have with this colon?
With this colon, I was living the life that everyone who has an irritable colon does. The quality of life is low, however. In front, however, of all the issues that accompanied me, in front there was still a mind that was very devoted to work, to entrepreneurship, to the guys following me, so I was always going on the issues. I would work on them, of course, with stomach protection, with the usual street remedies, and go on and on.
Did you solve it?
Was I solving? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Constipation would take over. Then at certain times the constipation would stop and the diarrhea would take over. It was an alternation of these situations. However, I repeat, with the frequency and with the amount of work that I was working 15 hours a day, non-stop, I would go with my head and not think about it.
Then you started just 2 months ago to follow the AP Life lifestyle. Now, how is your gut doing?
Actually, after 10 days, this problem was gone. 10 days.
I know that you had a problem. Basically, for the last 5 years, you had recurring diarrhea. However, you would get it much stronger on the weekends. What was going on?
The weekend was dramatic when I would cease my activity, that I would relax. I would spend more time in the bathroom than doing the rest of the things that you do on the weekend. It was really dramatic, just 5 or 6 times a day.
Then, and this I want to join it because it's still for sports activity and so on, you being a sportsman had, in addition to this problem, let's say diarrhea, also a knee problem. So you being a sportsman, biking, skiing, you basically had to give it up because of these two issues.
Exactly. Just also my knee. All the time I had stopped riding my bicycle because just after about 10 kilometers it would start to squeak, it would hurt, it would get inflamed, and I would go afterwards.
So between bowel and the knee problem, you were forced to sit still. Then you started following the AP Life lifestyle. Now, how is your gut?
I'd say everything has normalized, my knee no longer hurts, and I've started riding my bike again.
You had problems with constipation so much that you went to the bathroom every 4 days. Is that true?
Yes.
So, in short, it was a bad thing.
That was also a problem because it also always affected my back pain.
I understand. Then added to that was the problem that you had recurring headaches, and how often did you get them?
Often, even once a month more, he would also take my shoulder, so it was all connected.
All connected, all related inflammation. Were you taking medication to keep this headache at bay?
Yes, always.
Then you start following the AP Life lifestyle, then how is your bowel regularity?
Very well, very regular.
You also had problems with constipation?
Yes.
So you were irregular
yes,
for several years. You couldn't go to the bathroom regular. Then you start the AP Life lifestyle, and now
regularly,
very regular.
Yes.
You also suffered from irritable bowel syndrome, practically from the time you were a child. You had bloating. You recounted that you looked pregnant because of how swollen your belly was. Plus, you had excruciating pain in your bowels and also diarrhea. So it was an unbelievable and unmanageable situation.
Yes, irritable colon, bending pain in 2, in 3, and 4. I always say this because I used to revolt on the floor sometimes because I didn't know how to handle this very sword.
Did you use medication or some other method to manage them?
I tried various ways, homeopathy, many things, but I could never solve.
Then you started the AP Life lifestyle. Now, how is your irritable colon?
I can say that from right away, practically. From right away, after a week, already when I was eating, I didn't feel pain anymore because it happened right after I ate.
You suffered from irritable bowel syndrome, gave you a series of twinges in your sides, right?
Yes, yes.
What was happening every time, in short, that you ate? Was it a constant thing?
Yes, pretty much constant. Every day, especially after meals, there would be these very severe, bothersome pains, resulting in diarrhea.
Then on top of that, there was a series of recurrent cystitis that you had for over 30 years.
Yes.
So you had discomfort there as well.
Yes, indeed, that I was trying to buffer with antibiotics, natural cures. However, it was not resolved at the root.
To that, because it didn't end, you had problems with colitis, so with pains after the meal. As you were saying then the running to the bathroom, because you had problems even to go to the bathroom with diarrheas, plus she also had hemorrhoids come out. So a situation we can say quite tragic, quite difficult.
Yes.
You start doing the AP Life lifestyle, I ask you, how is your irritable bowel now?
Perfect.
Cystitis?
Disappeared.
Disappeared cystitis after 30 years.
After 30 years, actually after only 3 days, I would like to point out, because even now it seems impossible even to me.
After 30 years that you had these cystitis in just 3 days, with AP Life you solved this problem. I go on, if you want to applaud, I go on because we talked about this colitis that was excruciating, and so you had after every meal. How is it going?
Great.
What about hemorrhoids?
I don't know what they are anymore.
I read in your file that you had problems with psoriasis and colitis.
Yes.
That in short, you were getting them, frequently had them for several years. Then you started the AP Life lifestyle. I ask you quickly, how is your psoriasis?
Psoriasis is cured practically.
Healed?
That's right.
Colitis?
Colitis literally overnight.
From night to morning?
The next day I had nothing left after 2 months of AP Life.
You have been a vegetarian for 35 years. But you were practically going to the bathroom almost 10 times a day. Is it true?
Even more than that.
This is something that is definitely disabling because you couldn't do an activity, you always had to run anyway.
Of course, of course. I was always with the thought of the bathroom.
Wherever you went?
Everywhere I went, I always had this thought.
Then faced with these problems, you saw the AP Life and decided to go back to eating meat and obviously follow the lifestyle.
But the bath was the last stage because it was always preceded by continuous bloating, a lot of stomach acidity, reflux, crazy headaches at night.
So there was this whole strange situation.
Only my wife can tell you what headaches I used to get in the middle of the night. I would wake up with a headache because I couldn't digest.
So then you couldn't get any more healthy rest. I mean, restorative rest, certainly. Were you taking any medications?
No.
So you were leaving it that way anyway. I read that you then started following the AP Life lifestyle and reintroduced meat. I know the question is a bit private, but now how often do you go to the bathroom?
Once or twice.
Per day, so you are regular?
Very regular.
I want to talk to you right away about the chronic irritable bowel problem that you had for 30 years. And here then you also had problems with hemorrhoids coming out.
Those disappeared, my hemorrhoids.
Here we go in order. You were having problems with hemorrhoids, and then you were having problems with your bowels, so bouts of constipation. Basically, this was the dramatic situation.
I was collapsed myself in the intestine. I had an intestinal blockage. I collapsed. I went to the hospital.
So did it also cause you this kind of illness?
30 years ago, it was...
Then you started to do the AP Life lifestyle. I want to ask you, first of all, how are your hemorrhoids?
I saw nothing more. I, since doing AP Life, have not seen anything.
Then the constipation, for which you also had these problems?
For that, I had gone as far as taking 3 10-herb tablets. Now, since I've been following this lifestyle here, I've started to reduce to taking only 2 more, and now I don't take tablets anymore, and I'm fine.
You had dysbiosis problems with recurrent colitis for many years, and you were even sometimes getting to 20 daily discharges.
That's true.
What was your life like?
A very disabling life for me, even at the work level, at the social level, because I couldn't organize my life the way I wanted to. And I got better thanks to the lifestyle created by Adriano. I never solved the problem with other methods, with medicines and various things. By having this eating style, I lead a better life. And I no longer have 20 discharges a day.
You had dysbiosis problems with colitis, giving you severe pain in your right side, and then alternating moments of constipation with diarrhea. Basically, how long have you been suffering from this?
Almost forever.
Always?
Forever. Since always. I never treated this condition, partly because I didn't know, I didn't understand, and maybe the treating doctor treated me with traditional medicines, and that was fine with me. But I would fall back on it because rightly it was the problem.
was the problem. Added to this were problems with diverticulitis.
A lot, which I discovered 3-4 years ago.
Did you discover your diverticulitis problems 4 years ago? You've tried them all, I guess.
See, even as much as not, and I tried as well, knowing I had this problem. For me, it was a problem having known it. At this point, I tried to find remedy, but the remedies were alternating, as also for the first case.
So they lasted very few months.
Then I had to limit myself to what was the feeding in a particular way. I couldn't eat one, the other. I had to be really on the fence, but in such a way that then I always had the same problem, either one side or the other.
Look, then at some point you started doing the AP Life lifestyle, and I'll tell you a date because you started from the 20th of August.
Yes.
What happened immediately?
Immediately I got a phone call from a member of AP Life because I had made phone calls before. In that I had made phone calls, she called me and told me what I wanted, and I said for the cause, I called her, I don't need anything. However, since I changed my lifestyle, I have been using AP Life. I feel something new that I have never experienced. The lady answered me, I say for you it is something. She says no, for us it is not. However, if it has this effect, continue that it will be even better. I say, ma'am, I hope so, which in fact...
Then, so how is it going with your intestines, constipation problems, diverticulitis problem?
It's a beautiful thing. It's great. I mean, I'm reborn in my 70s.
You were having problems with your bowels with several discharges of diarrhea throughout the day.
7-8 times a day. To say the
Even
least,
so
yes, when I was already waking up twice before breakfast. I was already going to the bathroom twice before breakfast.
Wherever you went, basically, you always had to know where the bathroom was.
No, whatever, that was not the problem. I was going too often though. In fact, I mean, I would go to the bathroom, I'd eat anything, I'd go to the bathroom right away. And it also seemed like, I mean, at work it seems like you make fun of people. They say you're always in the bathroom.
But now with AP Life though, how are you doing with your intestines? Are you eating
And once a day, that's enough.
So
I am punctual and quiet.
You for years suffered from colitis that manifested as bloating and constipation and went to the bathroom every 3 or 4 days, right?
No, it's the opposite.
Every 3, 4, that's right. You had constipation. You were alternating constipation. In fact, you were going to the bathroom every 3, 4 days, right?
Right.
That's right. And in addition to this kind of issue, like bloating and so on, was it also giving you other problems?
Yes, then apart from cervical, that unfortunately, yes, along with constipation and precisely headaches, cervical, but other issues also about a periarthritis.
We'll talk about that later. Let's focus on this apparatus.
It was for years it was this discomfort. It suffered me a lot because it was giving me a lot of discomfort. The body was responding badly, so a huge discomfort.
Then, together with your husband, who is next to you here, Mr. Di Bello, you decided to start the AP Life lifestyle. So how is the colitis and bloating?
I basically don't remember them anymore.
You used to go to the bathroom every 3, 4 days. Now, how do you go to the bathroom?
Absolutely regular every day.
You suffered for several years from irritable bowel syndrome and diarrhea discharges.
Too much,
so a
yes.
very disabling thing.
Sure. On top of that, it was causing me tremendous inconvenience because when I was somewhere, maybe since I work a lot connected to the internet, that's my job mainly. If I had to take advantage of a Wi-Fi connection somewhere, I would find myself having to take everything down or call her to the rescue so I could find a bathroom. And it was terrible. All I had to do was have a glass of water and it would set me off.
We know it then. However, then you met, fortunately, AP Life lifestyle. How is it going?
Very regular, perfect.
Regularly? What about your colon?
Relax.
You suffered from intestinal dysbiosis for years with very disabling gastrointestinal problems. I know that these gases were so powerful that there were even noises in your belly that sounded like a balloon bursting. Is that true?
A ball? More than a balloon, it looked like a bomb.
So you felt bloated, basically?
Yes, I was always bloated.
Based on what you were eating, then you had these gastrointestinal problems. However, on top of that, you also had I read, and I'm stunned, even 20 to 30 discharges a day of uncontrolled diarrhea.
Sì.
Basically, throughout the day, what was happening to you? I.e., you always had to identify the bathroom.
Day and night. Let's put night. It's not during the day. It was day and night.
So all day, all night, you were having up to 30 discharges a day. So I guess also physically, in addition to the pains, you were also physically feeling very debilitated. Is it true that every time you ran to the bathroom, you were practically seeing foods that you hadn't fully digested as well, i.e.?
Sure.
Is it true?
Yes, yes, indeed. Many times in the middle of dinner, in the middle of lunch, I had to get up, go to the bathroom, and then come back and finish dinner or lunch, whatever it was.
Then you obviously were concerned about these intestinal issues, goes to your doctor, and your doctor tells you something very, let's call it so surprising. What does he say?
But the doctor, not really the general practitioner, the doctor gave me a referral to go for a gastroenterological examination. The problem is that he was a general practitioner. It's really the gastroenterologist who told me that based on the tests I have, which he sees them very well, there's no problem. I don't have to do either the gastroscopy or the colonoscopy because there's probably going to be something psychological.
So the problem was psychological?
Yes, he said absolutely no gastroscopy, no colonoscopy, go home and...
You start doing the AP Life lifestyle and you definitely will have had a change of direction. So how are you doing with the diarrhea?
Well...
So is your bowel regular?
Very well.
And the problem of intestinal gas?
Those disappeared before the diarrhea. Those already after 1 week were gone.
You for 40 years suffered from intestinal bloating, orophagy, colic,
yes,
a whole range of issues.
Abdominal bloating, let's say, yes. Let's say. I was 22 years old when the first time I felt a great pain in my lower abdomen, and then from that moment, practically, the swelling never left me until a few months ago.
And how did you treat it?
So I had tried everything from pancreatic enzymes, I had tried homeopathy, I used to go to chiropractic for another thing, and even there I used to ask. We had done mineralograms when they didn't exist here in Italy yet.
You would solve?
No. I never solved anything myself. I even went to a pranotherapist, and that didn't do anything for me either. A doctor friend of mine had recommended a drug that acted on the nervous system, and I tried to take it, but he also warned me that to 1 in 5 women, it would stimulate prolactin, and I was one of the lucky ones, so I had to discontinue it. In those 5 days, actually, I found an improvement.
It had this downside, though.
Exactly, however, the belief that it was a neurovegetative problem is there, so now I'm consoling myself. I can't do anything more about it.
However, you at some point discover the AP Life lifestyle. You decide to start doing the AP Life lifestyle, and now how is your gut?
Well, I, after 20 days, had solved the problem of abdominal bloating.
You, for many years, suffered from constipation, such that you could go to the bathroom every 5 days.
Yes, every 5 days, but then how I used to go every 5 days, I used to say to go to the bathroom, but...
Was it very difficult? For how long?
Very hard.
How long have you been suffering from it?
Da bambina.
So very soon...
As a child, I always suffered from it. And as it went on, it got worse and nothing got better. I have also tried many, how can I say?
So many ways to solve.
Yes, but at the time, yes, I was solving, but after a few days, even a month, I would go back to being stuck as before.
To be blocked. I know a very important date because it's October 2018, right? And you start doing the AP Life lifestyle, and then I ask you the question right away, How is your gut doing with your constipation?
But look, I'm doing just fine now.
Regular?
Every morning. It doesn't feel real. Believe me that it doesn't seem real to me.
You had great problems with irritable bowel, basically giving you flank pain, irregular stools, diarrhea, mucus, even blood. So basically, what kind of life did you have with this colon?
With this colon, I was living the life that everyone who has an irritable colon does. The quality of life is low, however. In front, however, of all the issues that accompanied me, in front there was still a mind that was very devoted to work, to entrepreneurship, to the guys following me. So I was always going on the issues. I would work on them, of course, with stomach protection, with the usual street remedies, and go on and on.
Did you solve it?
Was I solving? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Constipation would take over. Then at certain times the constipation would stop and the diarrhea would take over. It was an alternation of these situations. However, I repeat, with the frequency and with the amount of work that I was working 15 hours a day, non-stop, I would go with my head and not think about it.
Then you started just 2 months ago to follow the AP Life lifestyle. Now, how is your gut doing?
Actually, after 10 days, this problem was gone. 10 days.
I know that you had a problem. Basically, for the last 5 years, you had recurring diarrhea. However, you would get it much stronger on the weekends. What was going on?
The weekend was dramatic when I would cease my activity, that I would relax. I would spend more time in the bathroom than doing the rest of the things that you do on the weekend. It was really dramatic, just 5 or 6 times a day.
Then, and this I want to join it because it's still for sports activity and so on, you being a sportsman had, in addition to this problem, let's say diarrhea, also a knee problem. So you being a sportsman, biking, skiing, you basically had to give it up because of these 2 issues.
Exactly. Just also my knee. All the time I had stopped riding my bicycle because just after about 10 kilometers it would start to squeak, it would hurt, it would get inflamed, and I would go afterwards.
So between bowel and the knee problem, you were forced to sit still. Then you started following the AP Life lifestyle. Now, how is your gut?
I'd say everything has normalized, my knee no longer hurts, and I've started riding my bike again.
You had problems with constipation so much that you went to the bathroom every 4 days. Is that true?
Yes.
So in short, it was a bad thing.
That was also a problem because it also always affected my back pain.
I see. Then added to that was the problem that you had recurring headaches. And how often did you get them?
Often, even once a month more. He would also take my shoulder, so it was all connected.
All connected. All related inflammation. Were you taking medication to keep this headache at bay?
Yes.
Then you start following the AP Life lifestyle. Then how is your bowel regularity?
Very well, very regular.
You also had problems with constipation.
Yes.
So he was irregular for several years.
Irregular.
He couldn't go to the toilet regularly. Then AP Life lifestyle starts now.
Regularly.
Very regular.
Yes.
You also suffered from irritable bowel syndrome. Practically from the time you were a baby, you had bloating. You recounted that you looked pregnant because of how swollen your belly was. Plus, you had excruciating pain in your bowels and also diarrhea. So it was an unbelievable and unmanageable situation.
Yes, irritable colon, bending pain in 2, in 3, and 4. I always say this because I used to revolt on the floor sometimes because I didn't know how to handle this very sword.
Did you use medication or some other method to manage them?
I tried various ways, homeopathy, many things, but I could never solve.
Then started the AP Life lifestyle. Now, how is your irritable colon?
I can say that from right away, practically. From right away, after a week, already when I was eating, I didn't feel pain anymore because it happened right after I ate.
You suffered from irritable bowel syndrome, gave you a series of twinges in your sides, right?
Yes.
What was happening every time, in short, that you ate? Was it a constant thing?
Yes, pretty much constant. Every day, especially after meals, there would be these very severe, bothersome pains resulting in diarrhea.
Then, on top of that, there was a series of recurrent cystitis that you had for over 30 years.
Yes.
So you had discomfort there as well?
Yes, indeed, that I was trying to buffer with antibiotics, natural cures. However, it was not resolved at the root.
To that, because it didn't end, you had problems with colitis, so with pains after the meal. As you were saying then the running to the bathroom, because you had problems even to go to the bathroom with diarrheas, plus she also had hemorrhoids come out. So a situation we can say quite tragic, quite difficult.
Yes?
You start doing the AP Life lifestyle, I ask you, how is your irritable bowel now?
Perfect. Disappeared.
Disappeared cystitis after 30 years.
After 30 years, actually after only 3 days, I would like to point out, because even now it seems impossible even to me.
After 30 years that you had these cystitis in just 3 days, with AP Life you solved this problem. I go on, if you want to applaud, I go on because we talked about this colitis that was excruciating, and so you had after every meal. How is it going?
Great.
What about hemorrhoids?
I don't know what I am anymore.
I read in your file that you had problems with psoriasis and colitis.
Yes.
That, in short, you were getting them frequently, had them for several years. Then you started the AP Life lifestyle. I ask you quickly, how is your psoriasis?
Psoriasis is cured practically.
Healed?
That's right.
Colitis?
Colitis literally overnight.
From night to morning?
The next day I had nothing left after 2 months of AP Life.
I can't start an episode if I don't introduce him, the author of the bestseller Living to 120. The truths no one wants to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, Adriano Panzironi. Good evening, everybody. Good evening and welcome back, Mr. Panzironi. The question I ask you right at the beginning of each episode is, are you ready to tell us another one of the secrets you write about in your book?
Yes, tonight we are going to talk about a secret, the real causes of one of the most widespread diseases in modern times, affecting as many as 30 million people.
So I would say, let's start with our, of course, introductory video.
Gastritis is one of the most prevalent diseases in Western populations. In fact, statistics updated in 2015 estimate that more than 50% of the population suffers from it, so about 30 million people in Italy alone. Gastritis mainly affects people over the age of 30, regardless of gender, and occurs several times in a lifetime. Obviously, for the pharmaceutical industry, the treatment of this disease represents a huge business, focused on the sale of gastroprotectant products or acid pump inhibitors. These products represent the first item of sales for the pharmaceutical market, but more importantly, the highest margin products, as they are sold both over the counter and through prescription.
So Panzironi, we can safely say that I think everyone now in life has had to deal with gastritis.
Yes, indeed, one of the most prevalent diseases in modern times, and I have to tell you that it is also getting much worse.
However, the only solution found by official medicine is pharmacological.
Yes, the only solution is precisely to use drugs, and I think it really represents a very good business for the pharmaceutical companies, because among other things, this pathology tends to become chronic, so people are then inclined to use these drugs throughout their lives.
There, you said something that they tend to become chronic, so it means that the drugs only serve to treat the symptoms, but not the disease then.
Certainly, because these drugs that are prescribed are precisely pump inhibitors or they are gastric protectors, so it is not that they act on the cause that obviously induces the formation of gastritis. Instead, this evening, once again, we will reason how to prevent this pathology, and we will do it precisely by following a correct prevention.
So, Mr. Panzeroni, I would say let's get right into the episode. We asked our Dr. Maria Immaculate Costanzo to tell us about gastritis and its symptoms. Let's see the clip together.
Gastritis is an inflammation of the gastric mucosa, which lines the walls of the stomach. Now we can have an onset of gastritis for a short period. We can curb it, treat it, but it can also occur for a longer period of time, and then gastritis can become chronic. The most common symptom is pain, pain that affects the upper abdomen. A pain that can sometimes be felt as twinges or just as burning. Gastritis can also give other symptoms. So we have nausea, we have vomiting, we have some abdominal bloating, and a lack of appetite of the patient. Sometimes, in some cases, it may happen that gastritis instead is completely asymptomatic. When gastritis is not treated well, we may incur ulceration of the gastric mucosa, then bleeding. The formation of gastric ulcers, I consider it extremely dangerous because it can incur in some forms of gastric ulcer, even to stomach cancer.
Here then, we immediately thank Dr. Maria Immaculata Costanzo because she gave us a better understanding of what gastritis is, of course, and its symptoms.
Yes, certainly those who suffer from gastritis see their quality of life worsen substantially. Consider that we are talking about pain a little bit throughout the day, but then especially after a meal and after dinner, and this also leads to sleep disruption.
Look, we understood that gastritis is easily chronicized, so then this also leads to other types of conditions such as gastroesophageal reflux and ulcers.
Well, certainly if we only think about relieving the symptoms, as official medicine does today, so we give drugs that precisely do not act on the cause but only on the symptom, we still have to expect a substantial worsening, and unfortunately the worsening can even induce up to the appearance of cancer.
Look then, Panzeroni, you talked about the triggers. We found a video of gastroenterologist Giovanni Camarota explaining the three main factors that induce gastritis. I would say let's watch the video contribution and then we'll go and comment on it. Let's see it together.
All of us can go through gastritis, and as we said, most of us go through gastritis sooner or later. There are various causes. There are basically three general classes, let's say, of causes that can underlie gastritis. There is the infectious cause, which is the most common one related to the infection of Helicobacter pylori. Let's say that the vast majority, 80% maybe of gastritis, is related to this type of infection by this germ that just finds its natural environment in the stomach. So it lives very well in the stomach, and there, the very moment it takes root and settles in, it creates this inflammation of the mucosa and therefore gastritis. Then there is a cause related, let's say, to chemical agents. We have gastritis related to medication intake, chronic medication, so many anti-inflammatory drugs. For example, they can, to simple, even aspirin or somehow, especially if taken chronically, can cause mucosal inflammation as a side effect. And then we have an autoimmune cause, so to speak, that is, there are forms of gastritis related to autoimmune mechanisms whereby it is the body itself that at some point creates antibodies against itself.
So, Mr. Panzeroni, Dr. Camarota explained to us that there are three causes for gastritis: Helicobacter pylori, autoimmune formula, and drugs.
Yes, too bad he forgot probably the most important one, which is precisely that of nutrition. Look, I am always surprised when a gastroenterologist, who in fact is a doctor who, more than others, deals with the digestive system, really fails to understand that there is a very close relationship between what we eat and the damage we cause to the digestive system itself.
But then, Mr. Panzeroni, do you think there are many people who have the disease of gastritis due to the fact of nutrition?
Well, it's almost a certainty. I mean, you consider that 80% of gastritis is traced back to Helicobacter pylori. But I have to tell you that in non-civilized populations, we are talking about 90% of the population that precisely has Helicobacter pylori, but there are no gastritis phenomena. So it's clear that not all of this thing can be traced back to this bacterium. On the other hand, we cannot think as drugs can be the cause of 30 million people suffering from gastritis.
However, Mr. Panzeroni, however, the cause is attributed to this bacterium you are talking about, Helicobacter pylori, because since 2005 there have been two Australian scientists, I have the names here, Barry Marshall and Robin Warren, who were awarded the Nobel Prize precisely because they discovered the bacterium that obviously gives gastritis, promotes gastritis, Helicobacter pylori.
Look, I tell you that once again, official medicine has put an innocent person in jail, because I tell you that Helicobacter pylori, while true that it is present in some conditions, in some gastritis, however, it is also found in a great many people who do not have conditions such as gastritis.
So, our editorial staff has made a video of its own that introduces us to this infamous Helicobacter pylori. Let's watch it together.
Helicobacter pylori is a gram-positive bacterium that has specificity for using the enzyme urease, by which it converts urea into bicarbonate. This specificity allows it to colonize very acidic surfaces, such as stomach walls. In fact, its ideal habitat is the mucus-rich barrier present above the endothelium of the stomach. However, when this barrier thins due to some pathogenic cause, Helicobacter also colonizes the endothelial surface. Unfortunately, however, when gastric juices damage the endothelium of the stomach, Helicobacter pylori infiltrates from below, causing a specific immune response called THI and chronic inflammation. The presence of Helicobacter pylori is estimated to involve the majority of the population.
It involves the majority of the population, so thanks to this video we understood a little bit better about this bacterium.
Yes, we understood an important aspect, that the perfect habitat of Helicobacter pylori is just the basic mucus layer that is on the inner endothelial surface of the stomach. And even when this thins out, this barrier, it comes to colonize even the endothelium, the superficial part, but without inducing systemic inflammation.
Here then, let us understand something. Why is it considered a promoter of gastritis if it does not induce inflammation of the stomach tissues?
Because unfortunately, when we have external factors such as the excessive production of hydrochloric acid that goes to damage the mucosa precisely of the stomach, and well, at that point, Helicobacter pylori infiltrates and then activates an immune response.
So you are saying that if there was no destruction by any other external cause of the endothelium, Helicobacter pylori would not be a problem?
Certainly, because there has to be precisely this phenomenon of destruction to allow this bacterium to enter, in short, under this membrane that, let's say, covers the stomach and then activate an inflammatory response. But this would happen in any part of our body, even in our intestines. If we have damage to the intestinal wall, then it can happen that even good bacteria activate an immune response, but that is a secondary fact.
Look, though, medicine has activated antibiotic-based protocols that are able to eradicate this bacteria.
Yes, it certainly looks like the treatment that official medicine has chosen, which is to destroy this bacterium using a pool of antibiotics. Actually, I think it is a wrong choice for the simple fact that we can take back the Helicobacter pylori the moment we eat a food that recaptures it. On the contrary, we should not do one thing. We should try to have this basic mucus that protects the surface of the stomach rebuilt, and then allow our immune system to destroy this bacterium where precisely it has infiltrated.
Here, the immune system has to destroy this bacterium, but why can't it? We are not capable. What is wrong with our immune system?
Well, there are two effects that prevent it. On the one hand, an alteration of our immune system, As I've explained many times, we have a balance that precisely allows us to increase the balance of our immune system on a THI and TFNI system. Unfortunately, in most people, we have an imbalance towards TFNA. So that part of the immune system that could counteract and destroy Helicobacter pylori is actually not that efficient. The second aspect is that until we rebuild the basic mucus, it is the same acidic juices in our stomach that destroy the cells of our immune system, which they don't do with Helicobacter pylori because it is self-producing bicarbonate and therefore protecting itself from acidity.
Look, Panzeroni, let me pass this sentence a little bit because I understand by now that you tend to sympathize with the scapegoats of official medicine, in this case with Helicobacter. However, I, the editorial staff, have found a very interesting video where there is a doctor who says something very close to what you are saying. Let's watch it together and then comment on it for me, okay? Thank you. Let's see it.
So Helicobacter pylori is one of the components of the gut microbiota. In actual fact, it is a bacterium that is not always pathogenic. It is one of many of the thousands of bacterial species that live in the digestive tract. This bacterium has specifically chosen the stomach to proliferate precisely because it has a special characteristic and equipped with a number of enzymes that enable it to survive even in very hostile conditions. So this bacterium that lives in the stomach in some cases can become a pathogen, that is, it can be aggressive. What can it determine? It can result in inflammation of the stomach. It is called gastritis, which can be very mild, or if somehow the body continually tries to eliminate it, it can also become very severe. Calculate that Helicobacter pylori is one of the very few microbes living in our digestive tract that are carcinogenic. Helicobacter pylori is considered a first-class carcinogen. That is, a bacterium that can directly result in stomach cancer over time in some predisposed people. One might ask, but if Helicobacter pylori is part of the microbiota and is so widespread, is it an infection only dangerous to the body, or can it have in some way can it serve? You calculate that diseases, when they are very, very common in the population, in some way can also have a protective sense.
So Panzeroni, here Gasparini was really very specific. He said that Helicobacter is not always dangerous.
I reiterate the esteem I have for this professor because he is actually one of the few who somehow asks questions and is in search of truth.
What are you referring to?
I'm referring to the fact that you heard in the video, he was saying precisely that evidently there is a role that medicine has not yet understood of Helicobacter pylori. Well, Dr. Gasparini is asking the right questions, but if he tried to find the answer, he would probably have discovered the truth about this bacterium.
Here, then I ask you the truth about this bacterium. Will you tell us?
The truth is that this bacterium is not our enemy, but our symbiont. Basically, it is a bacterium that is useful to us. Let me explain. Helicobacter pylori has a unique typicality, which is that it has an enzyme called urease. Well, this allows this bacterium to transform the urea present in the food that we eat. Urea is a toxic product for us. It transforms it into bicarbonate, and we use it to strengthen our precisely basic stomach barrier.
Here, you always make us, let's say, discover things that are totally different from what medicine tells us. Now we have come that a bacterium that was discovered, and then whoever discovered it was also given the Nobel Prize in medicine, what they said is totally wrong.
What is wrong is the approach that medicine has towards the problems, because they have found that there is inflammation induced by this bacterium, but they should ask themselves why a good bacterium somehow turns into an enemy. Well, nature has made it available in our stomach precisely to have this function of converting urea into bicarbonate. It is evident that then it did not foresee that this phenomenon. Certainly it is modern because in the past, but especially in non-civilized populations, we do not have houses of gastritis. That is this excessive production of gastric acid that damages the stomach wall, and then this bacterium colonizing induces inflammation. But this is a secondary aspect, and certainly nature did not foresee this ending like this for this bacterium.
So basically, medicine should focus on the causes that obviously induce damage to the protective mucus and endothelium of the stomach. In this regard, we have created a video on some drugs that are considered to be harmful to our stomach. Let's watch it together.
Among the most popular drugs sold in pharmacies are the so-called NSAIDs, which stands for non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs. The most common are acetyl salicylic acid found in aspirin products, Vivincy, diclofenac, which we find in Voltaren, ketorolac and Toradol, ibuprofen, which we find in Momentect and Momendol, Nimesulide, which we find in Aulin, well-known drugs that have entered our daily consumption. For example, the so-called cardioaspirin used as an anti-aggregant drug is the best-selling drug. Well, these NSAIDs are able to block an enzyme called cyclooxygenase, existing in the two forms COX-I and COX-2, which synthesize prostaglandins from arachidomic acid. Prostaglandins induce the inflammatory cascade, but are essential to stimulate secretion by the parietal cells of the stomach, mucus, and bicarbonate, which are necessary for the protection of the stomach walls.
So, Mr. Panzeroni, are these drugs called NSAIDs really harmful to the stomach?
Look, I have to tell you that probably because these drugs come from official medicine, but they are really very underrated for the simple fact that people who take these drugs have to be sure that sooner or later they will have a gastritis or ulcer phenomenon.
Look, though, these medicines are among the best sellers in pharmacies.
Certainly they are among the best sellers because we take them for all kinds of reasons. We take when we have a little headache, when we have a cold. We have to think that every time we down this little pill, well, this is able to destroy our mucosa and allow the hydrochloric acid to damage our stomach in an important way.
Look, though, these sick people who every day take, for example, cardioaspirin, as our video said, what should they do?
I realize that these are people who really are at risk of their lives. However, it is also true that these drugs are highly dangerous. Certainly, the official medicine has solved the problem because after giving them aspirin or the other NSAID products that induce gastritis, then they correct this defect, this collateral damage, by having them take drugs that are pump inhibitors or gastroprojectors and other drugs on drugs.
That is, what exactly are they?
They are drugs that prevent the cells in the stomach from producing hydrochloric acid, and so they basically raise the basicity of the stomach.
Look, as you teach us, if nature gave us hydrochloric acid, it has to do something. In this regard, we found a video, also by Dr. Gasparini, that tells us about these drugs. Let's watch it together.
Calculate that I don't know why, I never understood why, but in people's imagination, taking an antacid or even a proton pump inhibitor is something that is good for you, isn't it? Stomach acid is absolutely critical. To get the digestive process going, if we didn't have gastric acid, we wouldn't be able to start to break down from the fibers, proteins, lipids, and carbohydrates. So to think that you can block gastric acid with a pump inhibitor for an extended period of time and think that this doesn't have side effects is crazy. Calculate that gastric acid, among the thousands of actions it has, is also to determine the first process of sterilization of food. Every time we eat something or touch something, we ingest bacteria, pathogens, fungi, viruses in the digestive system. Gastric acid is also essential to give a form of sterility as well as to promote a good digestive process. Calculate that if we didn't have gastric acid, so many macroallergens in food, substances that could potentially slatentize an allergy would not be degraded and broken down.
So Professor Gasparini highlighted to us these issues due to these drugs.
Yes, I confirm to you the esteem I have for this professor, because you rarely hear a doctor say these things. He has highlighted some very important aspects. First of all, the approach that we have towards these antacid products. It almost seems to us that it is a digestive. Now it has become a common use. And instead, those who take them should know that not only they are not solving the problem of gastritis, but they are giving themselves a lot of other pathologies.
Look, then the professor was also saying about the problem of poor digestion due to a deficiency of hydrochloric acid.
Of course, because rightly the hydrochloric acid is there for a reason, and the reason is precisely digestion. We fatty proteins can only break them down through hydrochloric acid, so it is obvious that if we take inhibitors that raise and therefore make our stomach less acidic, we cannot digest these proteins properly. And when this food bolus is poured into the intestine, it can cause putrefactive dysbiosis, fermentative dysbiosis. In short, induce a whole series of pathologies as well as the alteration of our immune system.
Look, what about the allergens the professor was talking about?
This is an even more important aspect, because in fact when we eat, we also always eat a lot of bacteria, a lot of allergenic fungi that we find in nature, and well, hydrochloric acid is essential precisely to break down all these substances into peptides and then allow our intestines to absorb them as real nutrients. Well, when we prevent this action of hydrochloric acid, we induce a dangerous damage that is precisely to allow these substances to come into contact with our immune system, that is precisely in the intestine, and therefore we could have an alteration of the same, therefore bring on the one hand autoimmune diseases, on the other hand allergic diseases, or an increase of candidiasis, etc.
Look, Mr. Panzeroni, since drugs are not the right answer against gastritis, we have to, let's say, work on prevention, which you always say a lot. And prevention is first of all done at the table. We found a very interesting video about this, about right nutrition, where Dr. Panelli talks to us about this very thing. Let's watch it together.
How can improper nutrition or a lifestyle that is not exactly healthy affect it?
Certainly the lifestyle is fundamental. We tend to eat in a hurry, so slowing down the consumption of the meal during precisely the consumption of the meal is fundamental, so eating very slowly, chewing well, then devoting the right amount of time to the meal, obviously.
È fondamentale mangiare quindi molto lentamente, masticare bene, quindi dedicare al pasto evidentemente il giusto tempo.
There are some foods that should be avoided.
All acidic foods should be limited. Tomato, Solanaceae in principle, fried foods, red meat, citrus fruits that tend to give disorders of this nature anyway, cheeses, in short, many are the foods. They are the ones, by the way, most commonly consumed, even the ones most commonly consumed as fast food, basically. Also, one should obviously introduce foods that are strongly alkalizing. I'm thinking of green vegetables, I'm thinking of fruits, some types of fruits. Pasta within certain limits, as well as rice. Better if we are talking about spelt or kamut pasta, better brown rice than extremely refined rice, because it is more prone to acidification. Here is bread can be used as long as it is low in crumbs, so a dry bread, anything dry, tends to dry out, so basically it is more tolerated.
Purché sia con poca mollica, quindi un pane secco. Tutto ciò che è secco tende ad asciugare, quindi sostanzialmente più tollerato.
Mr. Panzeroni, I was watching you during the video. I saw you leaping from your seat when Professor Panelli enunciated some foods to avoid, others to eat for, say, for or against gastritis. Why?
First of all, she talked about a way of eating. We have heard so many times that we have to chew a lot of things that are big in the stomach. I tell her that before I wrote this book, Living to 120, I also thought it was a correct idea. Actually, later I realized that it is definitely a big jerk.
Look, though, Mr. Panzeroni, excuse us for a moment, because we have always been told that digestion begins in the mouth.
You always have to consider that we have our body, which is that of a primitive man. And imagine that primitive man maybe had to eat some carcasses, and he was not the only one to do that. So he had so many other people who had to eat quickly.
And sure, and so he obviously had to eat fast. For that reason, otherwise he would have remained fasting.
But of course, if our digestive system worked properly, it is obvious that we could digest even a whole steak other than chewing the bite many times.
Look, is this instead about the acidic and basic foods that the professor was talking about?
First of all, I talked about carbohydrates, so pasta, and these are the most acidifying foods, but we will talk about that later. Let's say that medicine tells us that we have to eat basic foods, when in fact it is totally the opposite, because when we introduce acidic foods, we help digestion.
Look, however, you tell us things that are always the opposite of what medicine says.
Yes, look, I tell people to try. If after a nice meal we have half a glass of lemon juice, we realize that we digest sooner. If on the other hand we take a glass of water with bicarbonate, well, as soon as we take it, we have to run to the bathroom, because if not, we have to throw up, because we have interrupted precisely the operation of the stomach, of the digestion of proteins.
So you just told us that acidic foods do not induce gastritis. So what are the foods that induce it?
It's all those foods that contain sugar, again, the foods that are the basis of the Mediterranean diet. We're talking about bread, pasta, pizza, rice, legumes, corn, all foods that are very high in sugar.
Look, though, you realize that practically all people who have gastritis or very strong relapses of gastritis, they are advised to eat plain, so plain rice, plain pasta, potatoes.
Yes, I realize, but it's also true that then they don't solve the problem. So, I mean, it's obvious that there's a link between the sugar that we introduce. So we're talking about foods that have up to 80%, 100% sugar and the onset of gastritis.
But what is the relationship between sugar and gastritis?
When we eat sugar, we actually acidify our body. This acidification of our body automatically induces the phenomenon of gastritis.
So look, let's go back to the topic of the episode, our gastritis. We do so with a video made by our own Adriano Panzironi about acidosis.
There is a close relationship between acidosis and the occurrence of gastritis. In fact, acidosis is the direct cause of gastritis. In fact, on the walls of the stomach there are cells, called parietal cells, which have intracellular canaliculi and proton pumps, which upon stimulation initiate acid secretion. This process uses carbon dioxide and water to produce hydrogen ions, H+, and bicarbonate ions. Thus, these cells simultaneously produce both hydrochloric acid and bicarbonate. In this way, the stomach is able to digest food and at the same time protect itself from acids through the basic mucus on its walls. But parietal cells are also used by the body to produce bicarbonate, which is useful as a buffering system to keep the pH of the blood in balance. But this, at the same time, induces the production of hydrochloric acid in the stomach, in the absence, however, of food to digest.
So, Mr. Panzironi, this video was really very comprehensive to make us understand what kind of relationship there is between acidosis and gastritis. However, let's start talking, because sugar obviously causes acidosis.
Let's say that cells, when they use sugar to produce energy, produce acidic waste, which is precisely pyruvic acid or lactate. When this happens in our muscles, we feel muscle pain the next day. But if instead cells in our body are doing this, it is poured this acidic waste into the extracellular matrix, and then from there it will be poured into the blue stream.
Look, Mr. Panzironi, we know that our body must always remain with a balance. Our blood, must always remain in balance with its pH. I have written here that it has to be 7.38, and yet these wastes can make it lower.
Of course, you consider that we have to keep this pH stable. Even the change of very few cents can even induce instant death. So it is clear that our body has the priority precisely to inert this acidic waste. And it does this through the production of bicarbonate by the parietal cells of the stomach.
That therefore inerts them.
Of course, it inerts them, but in doing so, these cells produce hydrochloric acid, and then it will produce this hydrochloric acid inside the stomach when, unfortunately, we have no food inside. So this acid then can attack the stomach walls and induce the phenomenon of gastritis.
Look, you, as you always say, our body goes by priority. And so in this case, you prefer to keep the pH of our blood at a balanced level.
Certainly, because nature did not envision for us a diet such as the one underlying the sugar-rich Mediterranean diet, because primitive man for 2.5 million years always ate meat, fish, vegetables, and little fruit.
So this kind of diet that you recommend within the book, so meat, fish, vegetables, and little fruit, can obviously help solve the problem of gastritis.
I tell her that all the people who start following this AP Life dietary regimen, one of the first things they resolve is the phenomenon of gastritis, so I certainly say yes.
Look, many times when you talk about gastritis, you also combine the word stress. Is there a union between these two, let's say, between this pathology and stress?
Certainly man has not only distorted his diet, but also his lifestyle. And when we talk about lifestyle, we talk about stress. It is clear that primitive man did not have the stress that modern man has today. And well, when we are stressed, we produce a hormone called cortisol. And well, this hormone is capable of making us sick precisely with gastritis.
Here, about what you just said, we have a video created especially by you where you talk to us, of course, where you explain the relationship that there is between cortisol-inducing gastritis. So I would say watch it immediately.
Very often, people who have gastritis have a stress problem, and this is due to the action of the hormone called cortisol, which has a role in promoting gastritis. In fact, cortisol, also known as the fight or flight hormone, when activated, is able to change our hormonal balance in seconds, raise blood sugar, and induce an efficient response when faced with an enemy to fight. When stress becomes chronic, however, this causes blood sugar to rise even at night and tissue acidosis to increase. Our body reacts by inducing the secretion of bicarbonate by the parietal cells of the stomach, but this causes an increase in the secretion of hydrochloric acid, which will damage the stomach walls.
So, Mr. Panzironi, I watched this video made at your direction by our editorial staff, and I think that, in short, it is really all very simple.
Yes, you're right. It's simple because the basis of everything is always the sugar that we have in our blood. So it doesn't matter whether we introduced it through food or we self-produce it by stimulating the production of precisely cortisol. It will induce acidosis in any case. Acidosis, the production of bicarbonate, and then the production of hydrochloric acid and the presence of gastritis.
Look, though, Mr. Panzironi, let me understand something. So it means that if we, let's say, want to fight gastritis, we have to devote more time to ourselves, so live more serenely.
That would certainly help us, but we could also do exercises called yoga, etc., etc. But I have to tell you that until we stop, what are the main causes of the appearance of cortisol, of the excessive production of cortisol? We don't get to the bottom of it, and unfortunately the stimulating cause that precisely leads to the increase of cortisol is always the diet. When we eat carbohydrates, we have the glycemic drop, and then our body produces cortisol to raise our blood sugar again. The same thing happens with inflammation. When we eat sugars, we induce inflammation, and our body produces cortisol to block this inflammation.
Look, Mr. Panzironi, let us understand how we might be able to keep this hormone, that is cortisol, at bay.
Certainly we have to change our diet, so remove bread, pasta, pizza, potatoes, rice, legumes, corn. Already this note would lead to a reduction in cortisol stimulation.
So, Mr. Panzironi, if you agree, I would close the topic of gastritis to proceed with the other pathology of the evening that we want to talk about, and that is gastroesophageal reflux. Speaking of that, I want to show you a video right away that obviously introduces us to this new topic. Let's watch it together.
Gastroesophageal reflux is one of the most common diseases in Italy and in Western countries. The percentage of people who suffer from it is up to 20% of the population. Very often it occurs together with gastritis. The treatment of gastroesophageal reflux involves drug treatment that aims to relieve the symptoms but not to counteract the causes. The most prescribed drugs are antacids, histamine antagonist drugs, proton pump inhibitor drugs, and prokinetic drugs, which are used to speed up gastric emptying. The antacids used are alginates, which reduce stomach acidity by protecting the esophageal mucosa. Histamine antagonist drugs, such as nizatidine and ranitidine, are able to bind histamine HII receptors, preventing the production of hydrochloric acid. Proton pump inhibitors such as lansoprazole and omeprazole prevent stomach cells from secreting hydrochloric acid. Prokinetic drugs such as metoclopramide or domperidone stimulate motility and accelerate gastric emptying.
So, Mr. Panzironi, the video confirms that about 20% of the population suffers from reflux. Basically, these are incredible numbers.
Yes, we are talking about something like 12 million people, a situation that tends to get worse, but which is completely underestimated by official medicine.
Look, we know that this condition is related to gastritis, and of course it can also become chronic and cause much more serious diseases as well.
Yes, certainly gastroesophageal reflux is capable, since medicine does not cure it, but merely alleviates the symptoms of bringing on very serious diseases such as even cancer.
Look, the video also said that however official medicine has created drugs specifically to fight reflux.
Yes, have these patients take proton pump inhibitors or gastric protectors. But this is obviously business as usual. These are the same drugs that are recommended in cases of gastritis, serve to reduce the production of hydrochloric acid in the stomach. But this does not solve the problem. So this disease, inevitably so poorly treated, tends to become chronic.
So I think it is very important to understand whether you are suffering from this disease, this evil. In this regard, I would say, let's watch together this video by Dr. Maria Immacolata Costanzo, who explains just what are the symptoms and obviously the pathology of gastroesophageal reflux.
Gastroesophageal reflux is a disorder that affects the esophagus and the valve of the cardia that should prevent this valve that is between the stomach and the esophagus, should prevent the food bolus that is present in the stomach from going upward. When this happens, the acidic material can damage the tissue above the cardiac valve. So the person has many symptoms, the symptoms that are due to inflammation of the esophageal mucosa, but not only of the esophagus, also of the pharynx and larynx. So there is a burning sensation, an aching sensation in the chest that can also suggest heart problems. Phenomena such as coughing, such as hoarseness may occur and thus, let's say, divert the patient a little bit, especially certainly not the doctor. 30% of those affected may also experience dysphagia. What is dysphagia? It is the inability, the difficulty in swallowing. In the long run, ulcerations can form, and then the subsequent loss of blood, and then anemia of the patient.
So Mr. Panzironi, Dr. Panzironi perfectly explained to us what are the symptoms, but also the diseases related to gastroesophageal reflux.
Yes, indeed, there are several diseases related precisely to reflux. Actually the first one I would like to talk about is precisely the problem of anemia. This is due to two specific factors. On the one hand, the formation precisely of ulcers that lead precisely to bleeding and therefore loss of blood. On the other hand, precisely the use of these antacid drugs that reduce the acidity of the stomach and also prevent the assimilation of the iron that we introduce through food. This is because we already talked about this when we did the episode on meat. Well, the iron that occurs, that we find in plant elements, is present in its trivalent form, so it needs a very strong acidity to be transformed into its bivalent form and then to be absorbed by our intestines. So effectively, this reduction prevents the assimilation of this iron that we find in plant foods.
Of course, but what do you think is the most dangerous pathology that is induced by reflux?
Undoubtedly, the worst pathology is Barrett's esophagus. What happens? That the moment we have reflux, we have the part of the food bolus that goes beyond the cardiac valve and comes to damage precisely the esophagus. This leads to a reaction of our body that tries precisely to respond to these aggressions by migrating cells from the stomach that go to replace those normally present in the esophagus. In doing so, in some way, nature defends itself against this change induced precisely by gastroesophageal reflux.
And this confirms what you always tell us, that nature is perfect. That is, here basically our body obviously adapts to this damage.
Yes, certainly an extraordinary response from nature, however. Unfortunately, this also leads to the phenomenon of cancer, because these stomach epithelial cells have a very short half-life, 2 to 3 days, so they have a very fast replication. This means that if we accumulate DNA damage of these cells, this excessive duplication will more easily lead to the appearance of cancer cells, and unfortunately this cancer has a very low survival rate, less than 20%, precisely because this excessive cell replication allows precisely a very fast rate of tumor progression. Consider that 40% of people who suffer from gastroesophageal reflux also have the problem of Barrett's esophagus.
Look, Mr. Panzironi, we, thanks to you, often talk in this broadcast about prevention, and that I believe, of course, you also are the thing that we all need to work on. So speaking of that, we found a video by Dr. Camarota that talks to us just about the nutrition that people who have gastroesophageal reflux should do. I would say let's watch it together. Thank you.
So the control, yes, pharmacological antacid control to control the production of the very acid in the stomach. However, the dietary adjustments, the lifestyle can be important to make that abnormal intra-abdominal pressure that promotes reflux somehow lessen. So we have another way to deal with this condition. Also part of the therapy, let's say, is the dietary advice that can be given to patients.
Here we see just what kind of foods, if any, are, for example, the foods that you really have to eliminate or at least consume with caution.
For example, mint, chocolate. Some of these types of foods can promote acid selection, enhance it, and so if there is a lot of acid in the stomach, it can go up a little more into the esophagus. Other things that are not recommended, fatty foods, for example, because another thing to avoid in patients who have gastroesophageal reflux disease is to avoid slow emptying of the stomach. i.e., ingested food may sit for a long time in the stomach and thus more easily ascend through the cardia into the esophagus.
So, Mr. Panzironi, the first thing that struck me about what Dr. Camarota said was that one should avoid mint and chocolate because they increase secretion.
Certainly, since official medicine tells us rather it makes us take products that reduce the acidity of the stomach, it is obvious that we are then also always advised by official medicine not to use products that are acidic in some way. But we saw in talking earlier about gastritis that certainly this advice does not make sense.
In fact, earlier he was telling us to eliminate, regarding gastritis, foods such as bread, pasta, pizza, potatoes, and so on.
Of course, these are what induce the phenomenon of acidosis. We said that acidosis induces the production of bicarbonate by the parietal cells of the stomach, and at the same time also induce the production of hydrochloric acid, the damage precisely of the stomach wall. But carbohydrates for this specific condition, that is precisely gastroesophageal reflux, are also not indicated for other reasons.
And what are the other contraindications of these types of foods?
The contradictions are precisely because when we eat carbohydrates, overfill the stomach. And we have seen that the problem of gastroesophageal reflux is precisely that a very acidic bolus goes up the cardiac valve and attacks, let's say, the tissue above this valve. And this is precisely due to the excess food that we put into our stomach.
Look, why is it that foods like bread, pasta, etc. instead induce overfilling of the stomach?
She and I talked one episode, we talked about cholecystokinin, this hormone that the stomach produces, but is only produced when we introduce foods rich in fat and protein. This allows us to become satiated. Thus, a chemical satiety and prevents us from filling the stomach beyond 70%, so this would not induce the phenomenon precisely of reflux. Unlike, on the other hand, carbohydrates do not give us chemical satiety, but mechanical satiety. That is, we need to fill the stomach to feel full.
Look, but then is that why obese people have stomachs that gradually increase in volume over time?
Of course, because these people, by eating carbohydrates, are not able to satiate themselves by activating cholecystokinin, but they do so only and exclusively when they overfill their stomach, and this becomes a kind of mechanical satiety. Not surprisingly, some studies have shown that as BMI increases, so as obesity increases, the risk of getting gastroesophageal reflux disease increases.
Look, another thing that struck me about the video was that the doctor advised against eating fatty foods because they prevent the emptying of the intestines.
Yes, actually it's totally the opposite, because clearly the official medicine is concerned about making the intestine empty the stomach as soon as possible. Actually, we take away these fats and have even more difficulty in feeling satiety, and therefore we introduce more food than what should be inside the stomach. So on the contrary, we should eat protein and fat, and this would allow us to solve the problem of gastroesophageal reflux.
Look, so what should those who have this condition eat?
Well, he should remove, as we said, those foods like bread, pasta, pizza, potatoes, rice, legumes and corn, and introduce meat, fish, vegetables and some fruit.
So, Mr. Panzeroni, I thank you once again for this really very interesting episode. Thank you all. Have a good evening. Let food be your medicine. And in this segment, we are talking about another very, very important condition. And we are talking about gastritis and gastroesophageal reflux. Let's look at the introductory video right away.
There is a close relationship between acidosis and the occurrence of gastritis. In fact, acidosis is the direct cause of gastritis. In fact, on the walls of the stomach there are cells called parietal cells, which have intracellular canaliculi and proton pumps, which upon stimulation initiate acid secretion. This process uses carbon dioxide and water to produce hydrogen ions, H+ and bicarbonate ions, so these cells produce both hydrochloric acid and bicarbonate at the same time. In this way, the stomach is able to digest food while protecting itself from acid through the basic mucus on its walls. But parietal cells are also used by the body to produce bicarbonate, which is useful as a buffer system to keep the pH of the blood in balance. But this at the same time induces the production of hydrochloric acid in the stomach, but in the absence of food to digest.
Here, this video was telling us about acidosis, which of course causes gastritis. So I also want to ask our Dr. Orlando right away why sugar causes acidosis.
Yes, so basically gastritis, let's say, is divided into acute gastritis and chronic gastritis, essentially. Acute gastritis is due to an inflammation of the gastric mucosa, precisely of short duration, usually leaving, let's say, no consequences, unlike chronic gastritis, which is essentially due to the excessive presence within the stomach of a bacterium, which is Helicobacter pylori, which tends to be a good bacterium, let's say, inside our stomach, whose imbalances, however, due precisely to a decrease in our immune system, causes it to colonize our stomach and thus give rise to various situations, pathologies, including even ulcers up to polyps and gastric cancers. As far as nutrition is concerned, then sugar, because gastritis is essentially due to the fact that the moment we have glycolysis, so as a result of precisely the assimilation of sugar, our pH at the level of the body goes into acidosis. So acidity is created, acidosis is created. At this point, the cells precisely of our stomach that are deputed to produce bicarbonate, mainly to protect the mucosa from hydrochloric acid, therefore send they are forced to direct this bicarbonate into the tissues to precisely make sure that our pH is kept constant. This causes them then to have less bicarbonate precisely available to the gastric mucosa to counteract hydrochloric acid. Also, it has been seen precisely that intestinal dysbiosis due to a diet rich in sugar stimulates, as we said, histamine, which also has a receptor within the stomach that induces the production of hydrochloric acid. This in nature would be good because it serves to also go to kill any bacteria inside the stomach. However, an overproduction precisely of histamine, which as we saw earlier, is due to the inactivation of the DAO enzyme that should inactivate it, and cortisol. Which precisely goes to stimulate lately the production of histamine. We go to bring precisely an excessive synthesis of hydrochloric acid in the absence of bicarbonate that serves to protect the mucosa of the stomach. So all these, as we said, all these factors cause the intestinal mucosa then to be exaggeratedly subjected then to the action of hydrochloric acid. Another situation precisely that is created as a result of inflammation apart from gastritis is also gastric reflux, which as a result of precisely inflammation, there is a valve called the esophageal sphincter which should close properly to prevent acid reflux from the stomach to the esophagus. This precisely as a result of inflammation, there is a failure or incomplete closure of this valve which causes this acid then to go up to the esophagus, giving the burning. Unfortunately, often this symptomatology is also confused with the symptoms of a heart attack. So a heart attack, and I also find myself in several patients who go to the emergency room thinking they have a heart attack going on, when in fact it is reflux exactly. And another symptomatology that delays the correct diagnosis to the doctor is also a respiratory tract symptomatology, because we often have cough because we have this acid that sticks to the throat. So we have cough and also kind of whitish substance, let's say, in the mouth that is often acidic. So we realize that it is reflux acid. Sometimes it happens, however, that you don't have this sensation, so you think it's mucus, and then at that point the doctor starts with antibiotic therapy as if we have a flu, when in fact we have precisely reflux. And what does that do? It brings on precisely the inflammation, it brings on the growth of Helicobacter pylori, because that, and then
Helicobacter pylori, I have to interrupt you on this, however, Dr. Orlando, because I have to move, obviously, to the argument to our Adriano Panzironi. The Istituto Superiore di Sanità gives us, let's say, causes of gastritis, a whole series of reasons, and does not put, first of all, the diet, let's say, so with insulin carbohydrates, but above all, it blames a Helicobacter pylori infection, which is therefore our enemy.
It is an enemy that is thought of as such, but in fact it is an innocent. Not surprisingly, by the way, the treatments that are provided for those who suffer from Helicobacter pylori, which is a bacterium that we basically all have in our stomachs, and it has the particularity precisely that it also produces bicarbonate, a bacterium that can live at high acidities, and therefore it is obvious that it also survives stomach acid, including, of course, acid. Hydrochloric, well, obviously, what do? You use antibiotics to kill this bacterium, to try to eradicate it from our body. Actually, what happens when we have chronic inflammation, that once we have, obviously by eating bread, pasta, pizza, potatoes, rice, and legumes, reduced, let's say, this basic mucus that is protecting the wall of the stomach, we expose this wall, which is basically made of cells, obviously, to hydrochloric acid. When you have damage, that can also lead to ulcer, which we will later say, because ulcer today is no longer a problem. But when you damage these cells, then this bacterium infiltrates this tissue made of matrix of cells and induces persistent inflammation. But the problem is not the bacteria basically attaching to a wall that no longer has that basic mucus. It's that we have prevented from keeping intact that structure that nature had made for us, which was precisely a layer of basic mucus underneath. which precisely is a protein structure made of matrix and cells. So the problem, if you solve it by allowing our stomach to restore that basic mucus, at that point, even where there were bacteria that penetrated inside the matrix structure, we have a very efficient immune system that is able to kill it by itself. We don't need antibiotics. So the problem, if anything, is the carbohydrates, not the bacteria. And I must say that when you get to very high percentages of community society suffering on a pathology, you can no longer talk about a food-induced pathology. But the normal consequence from a wrong diet, that is to say, if we decide tomorrow morning to eat nails, it is not that we can then complain if these nails then make holes in our stomach and intestines. And this happens when we eat the excess of carbohydrates. We naturally induce the lowering of this mucus. So the thinning of this stomach mucus, we induce acidosis, we induce a whole series of things whose normal consequences, of course, the appearance of the reflux of gastritis, from which more than 90% of the population over 40 years old suffer from.
Here I want to insist on reflux, again the National Institute of Health, because we have obviously gone through everything we are told, reflux disease. The cause is, as our Dr. Orlando said, from the weakening of this valve that is at the upper end of the stomach and anyway lower end of the esophagus. However, Mr. Panzeroni, perhaps this news will not surprise you. He does not blame sugar.
To what? The spices?
I'll tell you this with all the clarity. We've always been known for practically blaming anything else, but these sugars think they also blame fats, but not sugars. So for both gastritis and reflux, the sugars remain, let's say.
They always blame fat because medicine obviously puts 2 and 2 together as a logic. So fat makes you fat, and obviously cholesterol is bad for you, all these things here. It is obvious that when we eat a food that is very high in fat and protein, the food persists in the stomach. So for reflux sufferers, we have increased symptomatology. The problem is because there is the symptomatology, not because obviously the food stays there, and then by staying there, we have a greater effect of the pathology, because we have seen so many people doing AP life that yes, they took out the carbohydrates, increased the fats, and the reflux still went away.
I can testify at this point. In 1 week, I resolved, I always stated it, so there is nothing new in this news, so don't be all surprised. I always stated it. In 1 week, I resolved the reflux. I was practically sleeping, standing up. But for that now, I want to move on to another thing. I want to talk about numbers, and so I asked the director to air the video on the numbers of reflux and gastritis.
Gastroesophageal reflux and gastritis are among the most common diseases in Italy and Western countries. The percentage of people suffering from them in our country is up to 50% of the population, so about 30 million Italians also suffer from them concomitantly. In addition, very often hiatal hernia is also associated with these conditions. The treatment of gastroesophageal reflux and gastritis involves constant and lifelong pharmacological treatments for patients, since they aim to relieve the symptoms but not the causes. The most prescribed drugs are antacids, histamine antagonist drugs, proton pump inhibitor drugs, and prokinetic drugs. Antacids used are alginates that reduce stomach acidity. Histamine antagonist drugs are able to bind histamine HII receptors, preventing the production of hydrochloric acid. Proton pump inhibitors prevent stomach cells from secreting hydrochloric acid. Prokinetic drugs stimulate motility and accelerate gastric emptying.
So then 50% of the population, so about 30 million Italians, suffer from gastritis or reflux, and even maybe sometimes concomitantly. Mr. Panzeroni.
What we've seen in this video is basically all the drugs that dogmatic medicine has come up with to block some metabolic function of our body. So it has the drug that blocks acidity, the drug that blocks the proton pump, the drug that blocks this one, blocks that other. So we, in the face of a metabolic alteration induced by a food, we don't think of removing that food that induced that alteration, but we take drugs that go to block metabolic functions, hoping that then this won't bring us other problems instead. Exactly the opposite is the case, because most of the people who use these products then have significantly worsened health problems, because if the stomach has to digest proteins, and it does so at a certain degree of acidity, and that degree of acidity also serves to protect us, example, as we saw for the histamine talk, to kill bacteria that are naturally present in food at times when we raise the pH and therefore prevent the stomach from properly breaking down proteins. We will have a passing effect both of bacteria that go to colonize obviously our intestines, but also a greater presence of proteins that are not separated from them, because in proteins there is proteolysis that basically goes to reduce them to single amino acids or bipeptides, and those easily are then assimilated by the intestine. But if we break that protein in half and then think that it doesn't somehow induce fermentation or putrefaction within the intestine, we are deluded. So rather than going to block metabolic functions that obviously create even bigger problems for us in our digestive system, we should obviously think about removing those foods that induce those alterations.
Because we understood that anyway, nutrition and supplementation go to give benefits on our whole body, on the upper digestive system, it should be even more right to act then on nutrition and supplementation. So just on nutrition and supplementation, Dr. Orlando, can something be done?
Yes, certainly, precisely. The digestive system is usually the first apparatus that, precisely being in direct contact with food, is the one that is affected both positively and negatively. In fact, precisely those who have these pathologies, usually changing their diet really solves them in a very, very short time, from a week to 10 days, a couple of weeks. In short, really the symptoms disappear completely. And then also a good integration with, for example, aloe. So a very soothing ingredient, let's say, at the intestinal level, rather than always antioxidants with vitamin D and so on. Make sure that our stomach, our digestive system, rather than even the immune system, because then it is the one that suffers most as a result of poor digestion, is put back on track also, because then, as we have seen, these drugs precisely that are given to counteract this pathology create a malabsorption of what we eat, precisely because there are precisely drugs that even accelerate the intestinal transit to make it stay as little as possible, precisely in the stomach. So we have in these people also deficiencies in vitamins, for example, B drugs, iron, calcium, then osteoporosis, precisely increased bacterial infections. So all of this leads pathology on pathology exactly cascading. So what we have to go and do instead, just by immediately changing the diet, is to reverse the direction, because then our organism from this point of view is a Ferrari, let's say. The moment it gives itself a good fuel, therefore not inflammatory, it reverses the gear, it detoxifies and starts working again in an appropriate way.
I go to Adriano Panzeroni. So always going back to the book, Living to 120 the Healings, what results have we had? Thanks to the AP lifestyle on these types of pathologies.
Let's say that reflux and gastritis are obviously the most common diseases, and it is no coincidence that we decided precisely to treat them in this observational research, especially since out of 1,000 people, it was stated that they suffered precisely from gastritis and reflux. After starting the AP Life lifestyle, 92% of the people surveyed stated that they were totally cured, 8% improved. Regarding the drugs that are normally prescribed clearly by the medical class, 96% no longer use drugs. So it means that obviously, in addition to the healed, who naturally no longer take drugs, another 4% no longer use drugs and therefore still had an improvement from this point of view. 2% reduced the symptomatology, 2% did not change the medication administration anyway, even though they had an improvement. These are data that should give pause for thought, because we are talking about almost the entirety of people who definitely had a resolution and at worst an improvement. We always remember that gastritis is one of those pathologies that always occurs very easily. And especially when we start to suffer from it all, it takes us one wrong meal that the gastritis and reflux return immediately. So we think that this very high percentages of those who are cured basically manage to return from the point of view of the pathology in a very strong quiescence phase. Some, on the other hand, who maybe see every now and then suffer because they make so-called snubs, this momentary departure, maybe a step or two meals away from AP life, and then they are affected by it, stating that in 8% of the cases they had an improvement but not a solution. However, this should also make us think about the concept that there are so many drugs. There is a drug industry that lives for the sale of drugs that do not solve the problem for the patients, because very often people who take drugs do not solve all the symptoms. They live with a less pronounced symptom, but still they have not solved it. And in any case, as we were saying before, you have an increase of high pathologies related precisely to the interruption of this correct acidity that our stomach should have to digest food. So the paradigm that needs to be changed in this medicine is that the doctor, before administering such a negative drug for our metabolism, should tell people not to take out the chocolate, as sometimes happens, not to take out the spices, as usually happens, but to take out the carbohydrates that are the basis of the Mediterranean diet.
And here I am with Juicy in the AP Life Corner to talk about a very important topic.
Sure, Benedetto. Today we are talking about Adriano Panzeroni's AP Life lifestyle, which more than 700,000 Italians have already chosen, achieving great benefits for their health. A revolutionary lifestyle promoted by science popularizer Adriano Panzeroni, thanks to his best-selling book, Living to 120, a book author whom you have had the opportunity to interview many times.
You are right, Juicy. The book Living to 120 has exceeded 500,000 copies sold, probably the best-selling science book of all time in Italy. Its success is due to the important information it contains for our health, and there is an unmissable offer.
That's right. It can be yours for $19.90 and $10 for shipping and handling, and arrive at your door in less than 7 days.
But now, Juicy, let's talk about supplementation. Because the AP Life lifestyle, created by Adriano Panzeroni, is not only eating right, but also doing conscious supplementation. And certainly the product most recommended by Adriano Panzeroni are the Spice.
The Spice are tablets produced with an innovative technology. We are talking about turmeric, cinnamon, cloves, oregano, ginger, and black pepper. Benedetto, you know the characteristics of these spices?
Of course, Juicy. I take the Spice. Just think that spices are the food with the highest antioxidant capacity in the world. So the recommended daily ration of spices contains as much as 6 times the antioxidants contained in the normal modern diet. It therefore means counteracting the formation of free radicals and reducing their harmful action on our body.
And what about turmeric, on which they have carried out more than 30,000 scientific studies confirming its effectiveness on liver function, joint function, and improvement of menstrual cycle disorders?
Another reason to take this product is its effectiveness in regulating cardiovascular function and normal blood circulation. And what about cloves, which help regularize gastrointestinal motility?
That's right. How many of you do not feel bloated after eating or suffer from bowel disorders such as impaired digestive function? Well, the Spice can be a valuable aid to digestive function and gas elimination, thus having a balsamic effect for our intestines.
And where do we find the Spice?
The Spice, you can order them at the call center and on our website, but thanks to this offer, you can get them for $49.90 and $10 for shipping and handling.
Surely this is a very advantageous offer, but what if you wanted to buy 2?
Even better, if you buy 2 bottles, you save on shipping costs, plus you get our bestseller, Living to 120, for free.
Then I'll tell you what, Juicy, I'm going to go order them right now.
Bravo, a P-Life 120% well-being.
I wanted to tell you that in the AP Life line of supplements, the only ones authorized by Adriano Panzeroni, you find the vitamin C, the vitamin D, the omega-3, the melatonin, the Spice, the multivitamin, the Serenity Pro, the Life Pro. To learn more, come to www.aplife.net or call the number on the screen. Dear friends, welcome to a new appointment with Let Food Be Your Medicine. We all know that at the basis of our health there has to be proper nutrition, but above all also information, a real, let's say, nutrition education. And so there is a need for many people to be informed in the right way. Poor nutrition causes more and more diseases every year that are sometimes very serious. Today we talk about this with two guests. We have Dr. Christian Orlando, a molecular biologist who is an expert in sports nutrition and supplementation. And we have the journalist, writer, science popularizer that we know well, Adriano Panzironi. So, welcome. Immediately I wanted to comment again on this, which is the title then of our show, Make Food Be Your Medicine. This was said more than 2,400 years ago by a certain Hippocrates. Mr. Panzironi, you should know this Hippocrates well.
Everything has a beginning. And so if somehow this medicine has lost its way, you have to start from where the road started. Otherwise, you cannot understand how it was lost. The Greek world, as I said, in 200 years invented basically everything from mathematics to philosophy to medicine to architecture, because it was a concept of life that was according to nature. That is, for the Greek world, there was nature within which man existed. We, with the Judeo-Christian mentality, did exactly the opposite. We put man at the center of everything, and therefore nature at the disposal of man. This seems little, but it is a big difference, because when you have such a presumption, this involves the fact that, of course, people, and therefore also scientists, consider themselves more informed, more able to change nature and not abide by its rules. So even medically, we went from a medicine of observation, from a medicine that had to understand how the human body worked as it was part of nature, to a medicine instead that had the presumption to say, okay, if that thing doesn't work, I'll find the contrived artificial way to put it right. Here is this presumption that comes from this Judeo-Christian mentality. It leads today to the fact that this medicine is no longer a medicine of observation, but a dogmatic medicine. It becomes a religion, and then it becomes basically like all sciences that are not naturalistic, are wrong and presumptuous ways that lead then, and that information does not for that reason have to be a truth, but it simply becomes the truth according to who brings this truth. So a journalist who, talking about information, points out contradictory elements of this medicine is criticized. On the other hand, a professor who is considered up to the level of the medical class and therefore the dogmatic medical class, that one might say wrong things as well, but just because a professor says them, they must be considered right. And this inability of science to modify itself and therefore to accept always new information, accept always new different points of view, has led to the disaster of modern medicine.
So we said there is a need to do information on proper nutrition. How much of it is done? Is enough being done? But more importantly, who is supposed to be doing it?
Certainly, unfortunately, too little is being done, or rather too much is being done of a diet that we will see is incorrect, of a diet that is the basis now of all modern diseases. As we were saying before, if medicine had carried out the input of Hippocrates, we certainly would not be at these levels today. So a diet, unfortunately, that is carried on by the food industries, so by business, by money, and that has been precisely since the 1950s induced towards a diet rich in sugar and carbohydrates, to the detriment of a diet instead of fats, where fat has been demonized and carbohydrate and sugar exalted, which, as we know, is the opposite. This should be carried from the very beginning within families, because then the child grows up to be an adult, and so he himself carries on proper nutrition and passes it on to his children as well. I see this with my own, the moment I do proper nutrition, so with eggs in the morning, some bacon, etc., they themselves imitate me. And so I know that as adults they will continue in that and carry on that lifestyle, but why will it lead to their well-being? I can also see it, now we are in flu season. Fortunately, my children are quite well between nutrition and also good supplementation, because it's not that young children don't have to do it. They also need proper supplementation, and when the classes are decimated, my children fortunately are quite well. So this is clear evidence that nutrition, and again, proper and even good supplementation makes sure that our bodies have all the elements available to stay fit.
The first topic we're going to address today is headaches. And we found this video, we created this video just to explain it. Let's watch it together.
Headaches, in their countless expressions, occasionally affect 5 out of 7 people, while 3 to 5% of the population suffers from chronic migraines. There are also less common forms of headache, such as cluster headache, which involves only 0.1% of the population, but its severity has also made it renamed as the suicide headache. Overall, the condition of migraine headaches costs a record 27 billion euros a year in public spending in Europe alone. Pharmacological treatments are essentially symptomatic and risk chronicity of the condition. In Italy, about 3 million people suffer from chronic migraine, with a loss of 12 million working days and a social cost of 6 billion euros a year. It is also estimated that 4 million doctor visits are made each year in Italy just because of migraines.
We have seen some striking numbers, but before we proceed with the analysis of these numbers, I wanted to ask Dr. Orlando if he could quickly tell us what headaches are.
Sure. So let's say that headaches are basically divided into 2 types. We have primary type headaches and secondary type headaches. The most common headaches are the primary type headaches, and mainly we have migraines, tension type headaches, and precisely cluster headaches. We can say that 90% of headaches are actually tension type headaches and migraines. Tension type headaches are essentially due to an imbalance in the synthesis of certain neurotransmitters that are induced precisely by an improper diet, loaded therefore with insulin carbohydrates. As we have seen that as a result of a diet loaded with insulin carbohydrates, insulin is stimulated, which in turn induces neurons to synthesize serotonin. In turn, as opposed to insulin, we have the synthesis of precisely cortisol, which in turn induces by neurons the synthesis instead of adrenaline and not adrenaline. So the neurons are no longer able to say choose which neurotransmitter to reproduce, but are induced by an unbalanced diet. So this causes inflammation and causes an increase in precisely pain perception, as well as also as a result of cortisol stress synthesis, with pain also often in the neck muscles.
Anche in seguito alla sintesi del cortisolo, stress con dolori anche spesso a livello dei muscoli del collo.
And therefore to carry on what is acervical. On the other hand, as far as migraine is concerned, migraine essentially is due instead to the synthesis of histamine, which precisely has a receptor that induces vasodilation of the blood vessels precisely, which allows the crossing of the blood-brain barrier by the cells of the immune system, which then release inflammatory cytokines and, let's say, acidic waste within the neurons themselves. Furthermore, we have seen how we know that a diet rich in insulin-rich carbohydrates creates gut dysbiosis, and inactivation of an enzyme, which is the tau enzyme, which would serve to inactivate precisely the histamine. And then in turn, the histamine keeps going, and the cortisol that is expressed as a result of this type of feeding also kills Th1 lymphocytes, leading to an excessive also proliferation deli Th2 lymphocytes, with precisely an immune system that goes even more haywire and even more histamine synthesis. The last important thing is that neurons also have a special carrier called GLUT3, which allows the entry of glucose inside the neurons, with therefore synthesis of free radicals. In addition, we also have excessive ATP as a result of overproduction of energy with accumulation of acidic waste. These not being able to cross the blood-brain barrier at the exit remain inside the neurons, thus creating further inflammation, which then in the long run also leads to other neurodegenerative diseases that can be Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, etc. Also, because what medicine does precisely, as I said just now, Adriano, modern medicine is to give drugs that go to decrease essentially the sensation of pain, then do not go to act at the base of inflammation exactly on the symptom, and continues to progress inflammation, giving in short, then precisely originate even more serious diseases.
They act on the symptom, therefore. So to confirm what our Dr. Orlando was saying, we have a little video, because in the end it seems to me that it all depends on the diet, but especially on these insulin carbohydrates, that is, these sugars. Let's go and see why. Let's look at this video.
Vasodilation of the cerebral circulatory system is induced by excessive cortisol production, which reduces serotonin production and increases blood pressure by activating nitric oxide production. Excessive cortisol production depends on sugar-rich diet in response to glycemic declines and induced inflammation. Vasodilation is also induced by the excessive production of acid waste caused by excess sugar in neurons. Another actor in vessel dilation is the neuropeptide CGRP produced by trigeminal nerve neurons, stimulated by interleukin-1 beta, which is also produced by mast cells during the phenomenon of gut dysbiosis induced by sugar-rich foods. Finally, vasodilation is also induced by the biogenic amine histamine produced by the Th2 immune system, imbalanced by sugar-rich food.
Mr. Panzeroni, as we say here in Rome, round and round, it all depends on these blessed, cursed, let's call them insulin-rich carbohydrates.
I would say more cursed, but the concept is obviously that we always have to imagine pathologies and even localized pathologies as an expression induced by an overall metabolic alteration of our body. This is here the main mistake that dogmatic medicine commits, because the more we go on, the more we have doctors who specialize in solving, let's say, so specific pathologies. However, these doctors, the more they specialize, the more they lose awareness of the holistic system of our body. We should not think that our immune system assists all of our metabolism. So what happens, for example, in the gut with the production of inflammatory cytokines, then these cytokines get into the bloodstream, get carried to all the districts of our body, let's say the matrices and so on. And this leads to a common immune system response. So we can't imagine that there is a Th1 type imbalance in the gut, and then on the hands or in the brain we have Th2, because obviously these cytokines then go to specialize an immune response, which then are why we eat some carbohydrates and our head hurts or our knee hurts, which instead, obviously, according to medicine, is not correlated. So if you have a knee problem, you go to the orthopedist. If you have a head problem, you go to the center, obviously, of migraines. And then in the end, you don't solve the problem, because what today's medicine does is to stop, as Orlando said, basically to turn off these alarm bells that are sort of the sirens of a house on fire, hoping that by turning off that siren, obviously the house will not finish burning. Instead, exactly the opposite happens. We have to leave the bell on, and that has to give us the opportunity to understand that we are obviously pursuing a wrong diet. And then by changing the diet, the normal consequence will be to bring our metabolism back into a stasis phase, in this case of the immune system. And this literally pushes the symptomatic phenomena, such as those of headaches, which is a neuronal inflammation, is a vascular inflammation, which then, by the way, as has also been mentioned before, over time it has been shown that those who suffer from migraines or headaches of various kinds then become more prone to the occurrence of degenerative brain diseases, such as obviously Alzheimer's, but also senile dementia, which is due precisely to a vascular alteration of our brain. We must always remember that as much as we have been told for years that our brains go on sugar, which is true because the only nutrient other than ketone bodies that can energize our neurons is glucose. but that does not mean that we have to flood our brains with tsunamis of sugar. Otherwise, the argument would also apply that since water is the basis of life, we can drown a person in the hope that he or she will not die.
This example is fitting. I with you, however, Mr. Panzironi, I also wanted to say quickly, let's say 2 figures that the previous video gave us that said that 3 million people suffer from chronic migraine with a loss of 12 million work days and a social cost of 6 billion euros a year. I add, because we obviously have an addition to the Istituto Superiore di Sanità, it tells us that in Italy over 7 million people suffer from headaches, which is one of the most common forms of pain in the population. I would like a comment, because you talked, of course, yes, about the medical part, but here we are also talking about the economic part.
It must be said that when a pathology is so extensive and so present, we can no longer speak of a randomness or an issue that somehow affects a few people. Instead, on the contrary, when a pathology is so present, it is clear that human beings are not made to eat certain foods. Otherwise, we would have much more sporadic cases. So the equation you eat carbohydrates and you get headaches applies. It is clear that with this mode, the only way to avoid this disaster is economically, but also obviously on human health. Because we must always remember that diseases are also human suffering. How many people, besides not working, it is not that they stay home on vacation. When they are at home, maybe they have to be locked up in a room and they close the shutters so they don't see the light. Because anything that interacts like that, even if it is light, if it is noise, gives a lot of discomfort to migraine sufferers. It is a life that is almost not worth living for, especially since there are some headaches that are also those of suicide. These are people who decide to kill themselves precisely so that they don't continue to suffer in this way. So clearly, it is a serious problem that cannot be addressed by symptomatic medicine, but by medicine that looks at the cause. And unfortunately, this dogmatic medicine does not look at the causes, but only looks at the effects.
Dr. Orlando, nutrition and supplementation can be important both at the preventive level and, of course, hoping that it never serves, however, at the curative level.
Well, certainly, as we said, is the basis of everything. So a proper diet ensures that we do not trigger those inflammatory processes that then lead precisely to the various diseases. So from that starts everything, because our body is what we eat essentially. So we do not eat inflammatory foods and inflammation is not created. I have several patients precisely who have suffered for years from migraine and see this pain disappear, this symptomatology within a month. They put their body back in optimal condition. So then they also start with a proper supplementation of antioxidants, of certainly vitamin C, vitamin D, in which precisely we put our immune system back on track. And we go, thanks to the antioxidants, to remove and eliminate these free radicals that accumulate inside our cells. And then this detoxification makes precisely that. We return to an overall balance, because then the body as a whole precisely cannot be seen in watertight compartments. This is the fundamental thing.
Delle nostre cellule, e quindi questa disintossicazione fa sì che appunto si ritorni in un equilibrio generale, perché poi l'organismo è un tutt'uno, appunto non può essere visto a scompartimenti stagni, questa è la cosa fondamentale.
Thank you, Dr. Orlando. I wanted to talk about headaches, obviously headaches, and AP lifestyle with Adriano Panzironi, because the results obtained. Then we also have a book that is Living to 120. The healings, the results obtained with AP lifestyle are really very important, and so many testimonies that we had both with the Health Seeker as well as with Life 120 stories, as well as when you did the dinners around Italy. But the results are also quantifiable, because you made this book, The Healings, which is a real scientific research, and you got some results with important numbers. Can you tell us something about that?
Before I talk about the results, I want to make a comment on this testimony, because this person had been suffering from headaches for 48 years. So he must have seen many doctors, used many medications, and this thing never resolved it. It only took 4 months to change his life. I can say that it also took a long time, because in fact, not surprisingly, the lady made a point. She said that she had not started very precisely because she was abusing with fruit. Actually, if one changes the diet and does it from the beginning, very precisely. We have seen people with migraines that they had been suffering from for 30 years go away in 10 days. As soon as there was a substantial reduction in carbohydrates, taken away, the inflammation, the headaches would not come back, the migraines would not come back. So it also depends very much on how one decides to approach this lifestyle. The more precisely one does it, the more its effectiveness increases, its ability to give us results in a much more optimal way. Obviously, in the book, The Healings We Remember was an information gathering work done in 2018, where I met more than 5,000 people. We selected 1,000. They had many pathologies, and obviously headaches was one of those pathologies on which we decided to have this focus. In fact, in this book, as far as migraine is concerned, there are 299 people who were suffering from it. Of these, then we asked both if they were taking medication, if they had improved after starting AP Life. 91% of these people stated that they were totally cured. This means that the people who were following lifestyle had no more episodes. Only in 9% they had an improvement, which is the part of those people maybe not doing AP Life perfectly still got an improvement, which they had not been able to get with traditional medicines. Obviously, if we talk about medication, 92% are no longer using medication, obviously also being cured. 5% have reduced medication. 3 people, on the other hand, have not changed the administration, but still got an improvement. As far as cervical GI is concerned, which on the other hand is a type of tension-type headache, the 397 suffered from it. It is a type of headache that is more frequent and also very much due to stress, to cortisol, that precisely leads to this stringing of these muscles at the base of the neck. And this then leads to the emergence of the headache that starts precisely from the pain in the neck and then eventually gets to involve a part of the head or even all of it. It depends on the cases. 69% of these people got totally cured, 27% improved, and 4% had no improvement. The drugs after starting AP Life, 89%, so this is the totality, no longer use them. 5% have reduced, 6% have changed the administration. Why is there a slightly lower figure on this? Because while in migraine, the main reason is obviously the carbohydrate diet, taking those away solves the problem. In neck pain, on the other hand, there is a problem of stress as well. So it is more difficult that even taking away the foods and not perhaps supplementing the stress killer or otherwise avoiding exposure to stresses, this can lead in a larger percentage to still have a maintenance of the condition, but still in a much smaller percentage, and certainly 69% have solved it anyway.
So thank you to Mr. Panzeroni.
Welcome to Life 120 Stories. Welcome also to Monica Casagrande of Biella. 51 years old, you are a homemaker, married with 2 children. Follow AP Life by 3.5 months. So let's say since early November 2018. So I might titular your story, the one that you're about to tell us, Monica, in this way. And so I'll let you speak. A story of diabetes with a happy ending. Is that correct as a title? Let's start then from the beginning.
Let's talk 10 years ago, joking with a friend one day, my head was spinning. He said, come on, I'll measure your blood sugar. He was diabetic, by the way. He was a gentleman who had his leg amputated just because of diabetes.
He measures my blood sugar. Basically, you were 40
years old, yes, perfectly. He measures me this blood sugar after I ate. I had 180, and he says, look, what a symptom of diabetes anyway. I'll measure it again tomorrow morning, laughing. The next morning, he measures me again, fasting, and I had 135. And he says, look, that a little high. You better go get some tests. I go to get some tests. They find diabetes. Basically, I had glycate, which was 7 and 0.9. And they told me basically I should start taking the little pill and follow a diet.
Wait, first the Chronicle I like very much, and you also do it very well. When you were told at 40 you are diabetic, what did you think?
Panic, total panic, because I am a gluttonous person. A person who loves to eat dry pasta, loves to cook, especially these things here. And then I was very scared of the consequences of diabetes in the long run, maybe retinopathy, kidneys, amputation, having a friend who was an amputee, these things. So a little bit I felt invalidated really at that time. However, I am also a person who quite managed to react. I went ahead and not thinking that I had diabetes. I went ahead these things here. I shelved it actually. I didn't have diabetes. No, that's an escape as being a little bit vigorous. At that point, I preferred after some symptoms that I didn't feel well. I was feeling dizzy. These things, I go to do blood tests. I was eating normally. I was not eating. I was the one in the morning eating 2 donuts.
Not only had you shelved it in your head, you ate whatever you wanted.
There was carbonara. I mean, just for me, diabetes was a disease like that, like it was a cut over there. At some point, it started to come a little bit of symptoms that I wasn't doing so well. I said, let's do some tests. Let's do the tests. And they found this glycated at 7.9. From that moment, they gave me a pill. That's when I got scared. Why? I got scared because at that point I said, if I already have to take a pill, it means it's not just something I can fix with nutrition. This is already an advanced disease at this point. At this point, I said I'm going on a diet. I managed to lose at that time 22 kilos. Diet how? Diet, as I tell you, I initially had eliminated the first week, as the good Adriano taught. I eliminated the carbohydrates. Then slowly I said, whatever, 50 grams of rye bread I can eat. They let me eat eventually the diabetic
So you had followed the
these
typical
things
protocol.
here. And I was quiet and went on for a while. Until this year, for my husband's work reasons, we decided from Turin to return to Biella to live. Biella is the town where I was born. Moreover, so one should feel welcomed. I had a depressive breakdown. That is, I felt lost, used to the big city, used to everything that is Turin. What did this do? It gave me blood sugar surges in a scary way.
A very, very strong emotional
Stressful,
influence.
of stress, these things here, I felt like this. Until one day, I was measuring it because, you know, they give you the smears like this. In the morning anyway, it was always 155, 160. Until one night I was with my husband. I feel faint. I try to measure it. It was at 400. At 400 at this point, you take me to the emergency room. We go to the emergency room. The response of the great doctors was drink water that goes down.
What did you think?
Did I tell him how he drinks water? There is nothing to throw away. I saw a whole movie by myself that not even knowing the pathology that, well, drink water effectively. Drinking water dropped to 200, 205. They sent me home, told me, you from tomorrow continue to eat like don't do, maybe had some pasta. She gave me explanations, and you feel alone at that time because you say, how do I fight this thing? This threw me down even more. So I had these glycemic swings going from 89, came to 350. How could it go down?
And you couldn't even find a counterpart.
I couldn't even find a comparison. A doctor would
who
tell
would
me.
not only reassure you, but tell you it's this way,
Do this, do
way.
this, do this.
So
Like
abandoned in the
I
middle
felt
of the desert,
alone.
basically.
Until at one point I go to diabetology again for the umpteenth time. They said, look, ma'am, at this point, since you have these spikes, the Diamacron, which is the medicine I was taking, is not enough anymore. If yet another test gives glycated again in this way, we read insulin. The world collapsed on me.
That is, it opened wide.
A chasm inside me, a will to die, a will not to live, a will to cry. Still I get tears now because I felt I was dying at that moment. I said, no, I cannot live on insulin.
What image did you have of someone living on insulin? I mean, getting shots in the belly directly?
But not the fear of the sting, I tell you, as debilitating that is, being a person with disabilities, that is not being able to face life anymore. I have always been a person who faced everything with grit. At that moment, I felt debilitated.
Can I say one thing?
Yes.
You at the time had shrugged off the problem. Now it was back with interest, and also with a cruelty and a severity that seemed almost like, compared to before, I'm going to make you pay with interest.
Important. I'll make you pay. I'll make you pay.
Did you think this at that time, and did you think about changing your attitude in confronting the disease? Let's call it sickness.
At that moment, I swear to you, I didn't know who to appeal to.
Well, your family was there,
I was
though.
fortunate enough to have a wonderful husband who he still supports me. He tells me, you're great, you've always made it, you've overcome endless other obstacles, so I would make it this time too. Then also the fact that I don't work. You're used to being a real estate agent, so finding my houses by myself, I mean with television. At that point, I started flipping, zapping, until one day I came to Channel 11. I see myself Adriano. Excuse me for calling him Adriano. He's my best friend to me now. I see Adriano, and he was talking about diabetes. Here's yet another one telling you the diabetes fairy tale. At that point, I said, yeah, whatever, bye, and turn around. Fate wills I go to Channel 61, and there was you talking to a lady who had diabetes, Adine. And I said, Madonna, you pursue me on diabetes. It's a message you couldn't ignore.
It is a message you could not ignore, in short.
I left it a little bit like that, though. In the end, I tell you, though, I was interested in hearing him speak because he was a person who has a charisma that overwhelms you.
Bottom line, you, as it were, are being persuaded, let's use this word, by the, as it were, depression probably induced by your condition.
Or finding an outlet.
Right. That is, it was like AP Life found fertile ground in you because you were like predisposed given the situation you were in. So you decide to start.
There has been with small mistakes.
That's fine, but still, though, let's say you had taken a direction. That was it. So what happened? Walking in that direction.
Was that I was reborn. It gave me the will to live.
So at what time and in what manner?
At the first month, it was a little bit of a dance because you have to get used to it again at the psychological level. In fact, in the morning, you don't do the sweet sandwich anymore. But the more, and as I saw...
Sorry, forgive one key thing which I didn't say. You then were told you had to take insulin. What did you answer?
I told him no.
So you never took insulin. Perfect.
No, I said no, absolutely. I was given another tablet in compensation.
Okay, so that one you were hiring? Perfect. So you were saying, so a little month, the first little month, a little bit of settling in, a little bit problematic then?
After that, I started to step on the scale and see that I was losing weight. And it was satisfying for me as a woman. I measured my blood sugar in the morning, 90.
Here, this interests me as much as...
90. I would remeasure it 3 times because I would say this is not possible. I would measure it after I ate. I would get to 125. They said here, a miracle. I must make a monument, this person.
When did you take the pill off?
So I'll explain. I took it off the pill. The first pill I took off basically after a month and a half. I went to my doctor and I said to me, can me? Because then this pill was taking me into hypoglycemia.
Obvious, sure, diametrically opposite, sure.
But he told me I had already taken it off for a week. However, I'm not a doctor and I can't decide. And he goes, you did well to take it off. He goes, keep the evening one for the time being. I still kept the evening one until the time came that I had to do the analysis again. I went for my analysis. From 8, I went down to 6.5. I planted a scream there that it is not possible, which then was not very high, more than many. However, for me, it was already a great success. In 2 months it happened, and they issued me the evening tablet because they told me that theoretically. Now, at this point, I had the evening pill, and for 10 days, I still continue to take it. But I decided to talk to my doctor, who is a little bit more understanding than the diabetologist, to take it off because I noticed that I go in the evening at 70, 75.
So we can say that after a few months,
3.5 months,
after all 3 months something, you are in a position to say goodbye to the pill and therefore to be able to say, I solved diabetes.
I solved the diabetes.
To AP Life. We end with our 4 questions. So the first one, since then, these ups and downs, these peaks, you don't believe, then you believe too much, then like punished. I want to understand today what you do to spread AP Life.
So I consider myself, maybe it's not a presumption, an apostle of Adriano Panzironi. In the sense, I talk about it with everybody, from the bus, from the subway, from the garden, with anybody, with my friends, with my family. Even if they all come against me, it doesn't matter, because everybody, my family, I have all against me.
So here, since just paradoxically, the closest people should be the ones who agree the most, not the opposite. So the people so, let's say, incredulous, what do you feel like saying? Them and everybody else.
I'm his living example that this, let's say, lifestyle, because it's not a diet, it's a lifestyle, it works. And I can prove it with facts, prove it how I live happily, and prove it especially with analysis. I prove it to you with facts. It's like what I also told my diabetologist the last few days.
Third question, Monica. What is the best moment?
When I went to the diabetologist, I showed him the 6.5, which he told me I would never succeed. That was the most beautiful moment. So much would go back up.
Let's just gloss over. I'm not asking for comments in this regard because they would not be kind and, let's say, polite. A message just for Adriano Panzironi. We conclude that precisely. We said it, he thought it out. He set up his AP lifestyle.
I think I will thank him for life, Adriano, because in my opinion, he is a wonderful person. He helps us to live happily. He gave us, let's say the ugly word, a weapon in our hand to be able to change our life. And I don't change this way of life anymore because he really gave me a world right now. I am getting emotional because I believe so much.
Well, they are tears of joy, of course, especially because you are coming.
I cried with Adriano on the phone when he called me. I cried because, except I thought it was a joke because they were making fun of me, so I cried on the phone.
Good. No, but again, commotion is not something to be ashamed of. In fact, it could be the key, a tool for other people in approaching and following an example of a person who, like you, was starting from a big problem, maybe even a little bit challenged, and maybe like say, there is no such thing, I pretend it doesn't exist. Actually, there is. You paid for it, but now you had a chance to come back and do well.
And the most beautiful thing is the most beautiful dream outside this, of the resolution, certainly of the resolution, and shake Adriano's hand and say thank you.
Very well. In the meantime, I deign to push yours. I thank you very much, Monica, for your presence. Thank you. Have a good life. May I say that? But definitely, your testimony was very beautiful and warm and participatory. Thank you to you as well. See you soon with a new installment of our Life 120 Stories. Welcome to Life 120 Stories. Welcome Sergio Pedruzzi, 65 years old, from Rio Marina, formerly in the province of Livorno. However, we know it is a beautiful location on the island of Elba. And not surprisingly, you are a fisherman. You're married with 2 children. You've been following AP Life since November 2018. So I'm most fascinated by the fact that you are a fisherman, or rather you resumed, Sergio, being a fisherman because unfortunately, because of your health, you had to stop me. Give a picture, let's say, of this situation. Why had you interrupted your beautiful craft?
Reluctantly, I had to stop because there were 2 or 3 episodes in the sea alone, and I kind of fainted at least 2 or 3 times.
There, what had happened exactly? Dizziness.
Dizziness, sort of fainting, and on one occasion I was in danger of going overboard, and so from there I had to reluctantly quit precisely because of these health problems.
Here, these health problems have a name?
Yes, diabetes.
Diabetes, that's right, diabetes that you've been fighting since 2004. So, I mean, it's been 15 years more or less. And by the way, like, you're at a fairly young age. How did diabetes debut for you in 2004?
So I noticed it by accident because I didn't have any symptoms by making a visit for work. And I was treated with metformin and...
When did you have blood sugar, let's say?
When I noticed it, I had it on the 200.
Fasting?
Yes, however, in October this year of 2018, I ended up at the diabetes center with diabetes at 466.
These are very large numbers.
Plus, I had an ulcer on the big toe of my foot.
already he was heading toward diabetic foot? Jeez.
Yes, and so...
And you started, as it were, in terms of therapy, the procedure, I guess, classic diabetic protocols. So what were you doing? What were you eating?
Meanwhile, they had given me 4 insulins to do a day and then a diet for diabetics that I later found out didn't. It suited me so well here.
Perché?
Because it was a diet rich in sugars. So rusks, jam, pasta, bread, which I later found out are those things that I absolutely cannot eat. Thanks to Adriano Panzironi.
That's it. However, still at that time you didn't know. Meaning?
No, I knew this because my wife basically put me in front of the television and forced me to watch.
Let me understand.
The Health Seeker. From there I began to understand.
You have begun to realize, but why, like, did she force you? It was like you were reticent, you didn't want to, you didn't care.
No, I was pretty skeptical. Then I said, but now I'm done with insulin and I'm not going to go out there again.
From a moral point of view, what was life like for you as a diabetic, and especially compared to your job, which is a job, let's say, certainly not a desk job. I mean, someone who is a fisherman, who is a tourism center, I mean, necessary dynamism, etc. How were you living this individual condition?
Lately, very badly, because precisely I realized that I could not do what I wanted to do. So,
you were still following the protocols, taking your insulin?
No, I basically started taking insulin since October 2018.
So very recently?
Very recently.
Because previous therapies were no longer enough?
I mean, I was prescribed it in November 2018. However, I only injected it for 10 days because I could see that I wasn't getting results. It was always high.
You were not getting the results. So despite the insulin, your values were always, let's say, upward. Yeah. And then shortly after that, so you cross, let's say your wife forces you to meet the Health Seeker.
And in fact, thanks to her and Adriano Panzironi especially, I started to follow this. Nutrition, and basically I mean, you approached it, as it were, with a little bit of sufficiency of skepticism of saying, whatever, let's try this one too, because one more, one less, nothing changes. That's right, I reasoned that way there. But after a week, I started to see that basically my insulin was getting too low as well. And so I on my own initiative, started to reduce the insulin.
Without consulting the doctor?
No, without consulting.
Because, so I'm asking this out of curiosity. That is, of your own mind, you decided to.
Because I asked myself, by eating in this way, my insulin is lowered too much. That is, my blood sugar is lowered too much. And if I keep injecting insulin, I will...
To lower it further.
It turns out that then...
So you made an argument of logic, basically, which
yes,
is very
it is logic
supportable.
reasoning, yes.
So you have, by you, reduced, eliminated insulin. You have, I guess, with discipline, followed AP life.
And then I got tested after 3 months, sure. Because I went to the diabetes center with my glycate at 14, which is a scary thing.
A very high figure.
I took my blood work back to the diabetes center after 3 months with my glycate at 6.5.
Congratulations.
6.12,
after how
3
long,
months.
you said? Speaking for themselves, these data, in short.
And when I later took these tests to the diabetes center, I didn't tell them. I didn't tell them that I wasn't getting insulin because I didn't want to upset them. What didn't you tell them?
You kind of mocked them a little bit.
I mean, I respect them because they respected me and treated me and basically took me in, treated my foot. However, their treatment didn't work.
Now that they see you on TV saying this, they will recognize you.
But I will obviously go next time with my hat in my hand. However, I am fine in this world. I don't take insulin and I have diabetes between 80 and 110.
That's it, but that's what I was going to ask him. Your blood sugar in the morning is between 80 and 110 fasting, and you're still observant. You are enough. Don't go wrong at the table. Follow the AP Life diet
I don't eat
correctly.
something wrong. Also because I tried a couple of times right away.
Right
If
away?
I go for a pizza, I get my deputy up. And so I'm very, very disciplined.
Was it difficult to set out on the AP Life food and lifestyle?
But look for me, no, because since I saw the results right away and nothing I can do, I realized that I can make plans. And so I willingly give up all the things that are bad for me to be well.
You resumed, I guess, your fishing activities today.
Yes.
I guess you're going to be, how should I say, with your tourism center in a big way, especially for the season ahead. You expected to be able to go back, I guess, even with more energy than you once had, to your old job?
No, until 3 months ago, absolutely not. Now I also feel better mentally. That is, I feel like doing, and so I am happy.
Sergio, what is a short-term project you want to accomplish? Personal?
And to start going out to sea again.
Ah, so you have not yet resumed 100%?
Not yet, yes.
Because it's winter.
Yes, yes,
Whatever.
yes.
Anyway,
Even
let's
before-
say in a
even
couple of
before
months
that.
you'll be back in the sea, and you'll be even more loaded than you were a few years ago. How does the Sergio of today compare to the Sergio of 5, 6 years ago in terms of, let's say, physical, moral? How do you see yourself? How do you perceive yourself today?
So I knew 5 or 6 years ago that I had diabetes. However, I basically pretended that I didn't. That is,
Did you also set it aside?
I was acting as if I didn't have it. But then, as the years went by, I realized
He didn't run away. I mean, he was always there. Yes, yes, of course.
no, it had gotten worse.
May I ask why you were doing this operation, let's say removal of the problem? If you don't
I
mind me
basically had
asking.
no symptoms, right? And so unconscious, but then I eventually took a chance because the foot ulcer. Then I also had an experience of my mother.
Who has the same problems with diabetes? How is your foot today?
Very good, perfect. I don't have anything left. I don't have anything left.
Sergio, let's conclude with our classic questions. The first one I ask you clearly is, what do you do to popularize AP Life?
So I try to tell other people. I would like to be useful to other people as well. However, I mean, I try my best. However, I see that many times people are skeptical. There is distrust.
Here, do you have a particular message to these people?
I say try it. Because to try, the only thing is to try on yourself.
Sergio, the best moment I think will be when you return shortly to your boat, to your craft, to fishing. But so far, what has been the best moment? Since when have you been doing AP Life?
When I picked up the analysis last time.
Can you tell me about that? Did you do like
Yes,
poker?
yes,
Did
yes.
you open like that? And what happened? What emotion did it get you?
My greatest satisfaction was to bring the analysis to the diabetic center. Because inside me, that is, they, as I repeat, they treated me, they welcomed me well. However, they put into practice what they taught them.
And so then each person clearly has a different kind of approach. We end with a message for Adriano Panzironi.
So Panzironi, I can only thank him. I thank him infinitely. And I wish him well in holding on, because I know he has a bit of a fit from...
That it's not all sunshine and roses.
That it's not all roses and flowers.
Well, Sergio, thank you very much for your
Thank you
presence.
to you, Francis.
Give my very best regards to the island of Elba.
Thank you,
Have a
gladly.
safe return to that magnificent
Come and
paradise.
visit us, which
Thank
is
you
good.
for being here with us. Thank you also for following us. See you soon with another story from our Life 120 Stories. See you soon.
Headache, in its innumerable expressions, occasionally affects 5 out of 7 people, while 3 to 5% of the population suffers from chronic migraine.
A headache is really an alarm bell that is telling us that there is inflammation within our brain tissue. On this condition, medicine has totally proven its failure. How do you continue to treat a pathology for decades only with symptomatic drugs without doing anything to prevent the cause of the onset of the pathology?
Who had headaches? Migraine, headache before starting AP Life? Turn on the light bulb. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you following the AP Life lifestyle have been cured of these diseases. Turn off the light bulb. Who took medications to treat headaches, migraines and headaches? Turn on the light bulb. Bravo! Good in view like this. Those who following the AP Life lifestyle no longer take drugs for these diseases, turn off the light bulb. Dear friends, welcome back to Let Food Be Your Medicine. We are together with Dr. Gloria Mosconi, Dr. Christian Orlando, and Adriano Panzironi, and we are talking in short about pathologies among the many that there are due to improper nutrition. I would like to open a page on obesity, overweight, obesity and childhood obesity. So in this block, we are going to talk about this. We are introduced to it by the video.
One of the most progressive diseases is undoubtedly obesity, which can rightly be considered a true epidemic. Statistical data tell us today that 33% of the Italian population is reported to be overweight and 9.7% in a state of obesity, and the trend does not seem to be abating. On the contrary, estimates speak of an obesity rate that will reach 43% of the population in 2005, or 20 million obese people. Italy also has the sad record of being the country with the highest obesity in children in the 6 to 9-year-old age group in the European community. For the national health system, obesity-related diseases have reached a record expenditure of 8.7 billion euros, 6.7% of total public spending, an expenditure that will triple in the next 10 years. From a health perspective, obese people have a tenfold increased risk of getting many related diseases such as diabetes, cardiovascular disease, Alzheimer's, cancer, and an average reduction in life expectancy of 20 years.
And this was the introductory video on obesity. And again, we heard some impressive numbers. But first, I want to ask our Adriano Panzironi if he would quickly describe what this disease is.
As once again, we can say that this is another pandemic of the modern era, because yes, it is true that obesity is the tip of the iceberg, so 10% of the population suffering from this excessive presence of fat in the body with an absolutely high fat mass index. The problem is that it is only a tip of the iceberg, because below that we have 40%, if not 60% of the population that is in the overweight stage, and all the people who are overweight today will be the ones who in 10, 15 years will become obese. So all the predictions that they make to us from here to become of what the phenomenon of obesity will be are all underestimates, because let's remember that in Italy we have the highest percentage of obese kids. If we already have obese and overweight kids even under the age of 10, imagine what Italy will be in the next 30 years. I was a frequent visitor to the United States. I was in the United States 4 times. And every time I came back, I would see this population rising like pancakes. I mean, you would see these people using 2 chairs. It was really unbelievable. But the most unbelievable thing is that it had become the normality. And this is the phenomenon that concerns me the most here in Italy. Now, seeing an overweight or even young girl or boy seems almost normal. And even when I go around, they tell me you are too skinny, when in fact the right weight is what I have and what all people who follow the AP Life lifestyle have. So what is obesity? Obesity is the transformation of a population into something that is not natural, that is not genuine, that is not acceptable in the human being. We are not seals. So from a seal, I expect such a round image with an adipose and with a BMI percentage that exceeds 25, 30, 40, 50. And so obesity is perhaps one of the biggest health problems in this country from now to the next few years.
Mr. Panzeroni, before having our two doctors here speak, I want to give an update, because in the research that we did on May 3 of the very recent WHO published this data. Basically, the document shows that 59% of European adults and almost 1 in 3 children is overweight or affected by obesity. So in short, here again, the data is alarming. We were saying in the video that obesity and life expectancy of about 20 years. So again, some news here, not only alarming, but dramatic. Who wants to intervene? Dr. Mosconi, certainly?
Willingly, I too am a great frequenter of the United States. I too have seen this metamorphosis. But the worrying fact is that by now Italy, especially the childhood figure, statistically speaking, is catching up with that of America. Today, we have to worry the moment we have a BMI equal above a BMI of 25. Because already there we are with 1 foot out and 1 foot in at overweight. So the wake-up call has to start right in the presence of overweight, not getting obviously to a BMI that is above 30, where we already start talking about the various degrees of obesity.
So excuse me for that, because you introduced a topic, namely BMI, that is body weight index. Many people who are watching us do not know what this index is. So I am interrupting you because I want to show our viewers what is BMI. So body weight index, then we continue with Dr. Mosconi. Let's look at it together.
Science has established parameters to define whether a person is normal weight, overweight, or obese. You can determine this with a mathematical formula called BMI, body mass index. The calculation is done with the equation kg weight divided by height squared. The result is compared with 6 bands that indicate whether you have a regular weight, are overweight, or obese. Let's take an example. For example, if a person weighs 75 kilograms and is 180 centimeters tall, the equation will be 75 divided by 3.24, or 1.8 squared. The result will be 23.14. Comparing the table, the person is normopeso. In the book Living 120 Years, a formula was developed that takes the concept of BMI but simplifies the assessment on one's weight. Let's look at it together. Starting from the standard weight, derived from height, subtract the value 100. Example, if a person is 170 centimeters tall, we subtract 100. The value that remains is 70. It must be transformed into kilograms. Having established the starting value, it is sufficient for a man to add or subtract the values of 10, 2, or 18 kilograms to estimate his weight. Let us give an example. The person who is 170 centimeters tall, if he weighs 10 kilograms below the reference figure 70, he is to be considered in peso forma. If his weight is 2 kilograms higher, he will be considered at the beginning of the overweight range. If his weight is above 18 kilograms, he is to be considered obese. As for the woman, if her weight is 13 kilograms below the reference figure 70, she will be in the ideal weight range. 1 kilogram above will have to be considered overweight, with 15 kilograms above obese instead.
Before the video, our doctor was talking about BMI. I pray now that everyone knows what it is. We can continue with awareness.
The BMI is the body mass index, and it allows us to actually determine whether one is in a normal weight range, overweight range, or in its various degrees of obesity. In the video, you saw all the calculations through which you can be able to find out your BMI. But today there are obviously much simpler, much faster instruments. So for those who want to, can clearly have fun doing the calculations. But for those who prefer to have a very reliable and much faster data, there are precisely the bioimpedance metries, bioimpedance ometries. are instrumentations, there are different quality ranges, of course, but there is even clinical bioimpedancemetry present precisely in more advanced hospital facilities, which have greater sensitivity with respect to these aspects, obviously, of body mass, therefore of controlling, obviously, body weight. Which allow us precisely to identify not only the fat mass and how much fat mass, but also allow us to identify how much is the lean mass, so the muscle and the skeleton, allow us to identify in short many aspects that then give us a clinical picture of the health of that person, because in any case, we are going to identify the total water, the extracellular, the intracellular. We also evaluate the phase angle, which we will have a way to talk about later. But certainly this here allows us obviously to have over time under control the change in body mass.
And that is important. Just as important, in my opinion, and here I also come back to the point that Dr. Orlando was making earlier. First of all, to know and to understand that once you have entered this bad journey, it is very difficult to come back from it. Dr. Orlando was talking to us earlier that he is also a parent, so he also has had great difficulty with his own children to, let's say so, to give the right guidance on nutrition. This is because surely he must have had difficulties in school canteens, or as he said, also in supermarkets, where everything that can be the cause of obesity is put on display and with stratospheric special offers. What has been your experience? Let's say, first of all, personal, so with his young people and then with his patients.
I would first like to do a little historical background to understand why we got this way today. Let's say it's little talked about, however, around the 1950s, so just before the economic boom, the big American food industries put in huge amounts of advertising money in favor of sugar and in favor of pharmaceutical research directed at exalting foods containing sugar and demonizing foods containing fat. It all starts there. There was the sliding door of medicine whereby the public was led to think that fat is the evil of this world, while products containing carbohydrates and sugars are not. That said, we come to present days when I unfortunately struggle with my 2 children's school lunches, starting even with the daycare center, for which there is a pizza day, but not as a meal, but as a snack. So it starts from there to get to pasta, bread, and whatever else, because then the meal has to be complete, and it's a complete meal that doesn't include pasta. That's all we would need. So when I interface with the teachers or the school, it becomes practically a battle, a war, because then they want a certificate from a doctor that has to certify a medical condition, so they cannot have these carbohydrates. And then it becomes practically almost impossible to find something like that. So it's really a daily battle, and every day, unfortunately, as I said before, what we are faced with, both at the level of advertising, what I watch a lot in television precisely is this. They show us a whole nice array of food products, tarts, whatever, and then they give us possibly a drug for the symptom. I mean, it's something blatant. If we analyze this and eat this, so much so, even if it's a problem, I give you this other one instead of prevention. To me, the issue is one of insanity. So it's really a daily battle even then with my patients to make them understand the importance, because you come from a culture that has been imposed over the years, whereby mamma mia cholesterol, mamma mia fat, when it's actually sugars that lead to weight gain, obesity, visceral fat, and whatnot.
Mamma mia grazie, quando sono invece gli zuccheri che portano all'aumento di peso, all'obesità, insomma al grasso viscerale e quant'altro.
You talked about the battle here among the four of us. In my opinion, the one who has done the most battle on this very topic, and especially the food topic, is Adriano Panzironi here, who I could see pawing while you two outsiders, let's say so, talked. He pawed me because he definitely has additions to make on this topic that is so, let's say, so lacerating as far as the population is concerned.
I think the most unbelievable thing is that modern medicine saw normal dietetics and therefore a science dedicated to making diets that can bring people back to health or to prepare menus in school cafeterias, in hospitals, in nursing homes, still is convinced that the correct diet is one based on carbohydrate with a percentage up to 60%. This is the great scandal that maybe someone will have to one day bring these people who continue to preach this kind of food philosophy before a bar and then put them on trial, because I expect that an ignorant population can eat the wrong food out of ignorance. But if this ignorance is induced by the state that is supposed to do right by the citizens, then I begin to worry, especially when by now there is so much scientific research that I report in my books, in the various studies that I tell about in all the installments that I do every month. I have been talking about this for 10 years now. How many times do we have to say that carbohydrates are the main reason for the occurrence of obesity? And still, we are thinking that fat is fattening and carbohydrate is not fattening, when instead, you just have to see how the metabolism of a human being and of an animal, but of any other living being works. You realize that insulin is the hormone that more than others allows our body to make the excess sugar you eat to be deposited as fat. It's not that we're talking about absolutely innovative, extraordinary, and obviously difficult scientific concepts to understand. Then I don't understand why a doctor, a diabetologist, a dietitian still continues to administer to consider the wrong diet doing even worse harm than the result they want to achieve. Because I see a lot of people telling me that they can't make it lose weight, even maybe starting the AP life path, because maybe they have done in their life 20 diets, and every time they go on a diet, every time you regain the weight, because diets we know are unsuccessful, and so you always regain the weight, you lost plus interest. It becomes more difficult every time to lose weight, because you go to alter the thyroid function as well. So it means that we entrust our health to these people who have studied and from whom we expect them to tell us true things, not induce us to the onset of obesity and all the related diseases.
Panzironi, however, these are things that she says no. Then there are still detractors who say yes, however, Panzironi speaks as if to say he is not so reliable, but we know that everything Panzironi says has behind it. There are very precise scientific researches of very precise studies just for that. We take away the studies, we take away the researches. Let's go to talk about numbers obtained thanks to the observational study that you did with 1,000 real people who followed the AP Life lifestyle, who got real results stated and obviously controllable within the book that you did, The Healings. What kind of results did you get with this research?
We in this research asked each participant to tell us how many kilograms they weighed before and how many then they came to weigh after a certain amount of time. And then we made pie charts that were going to snapshot the situation of the observational sample. And you really saw a transition between the obesity part, which basically the strong one disappeared. You came towards overweight and many people came back to normal weight. I have two important data that, in example, in the severe obesity of women in very few months, here we are talking about people who have been doing this diet from 6 months to 2 years. So it is not that they are people who have been doing this style for 10 years. They lost in 24 months 29 kilos, so 30 kilos, and in men even 40 kilos in 2 years. And this without doing surgical operations, stomach resections, a whole series of operations. The average obesity went for the woman to a loss of 18 kilograms in 24 months, and in the man 24 kilograms. This is the so-called side effect that we are talking about. Those who do AP Life are not doing it to lose weight, but the normal consequence of a proper lifestyle is to lose weight, because you go and regain all that fat mass that you have set aside by eating carbohydrates for years, and then by not eating anymore our body takes back that energy that was set aside in the form of saturated fatty acids, and so we inevitably lose weight.
By doing the AP Life lifestyle with nutrition, we then have a total exclusion, an almost total exclusion of insulin carbohydrates.
Instead, we have normal carbohydrates up to 100 grams a day. So a diet based on a protein breakfast in the morning with egg and bacon and a fruit, which is the only fruit that is allowed in this lifestyle. And then at lunch and dinner, meat and fish with vegetables, obviously not legumes and not potatoes. A diet that is perfectly in line with our biological needs from the point of view of carbohydrates, and that obviously leads us to eat less and not accumulate fat. On the contrary, go to recover and eliminate it.
With the WHO protein guidelines, because let's all remember, the intended diet in the Live lifestyle is not hyperprotein.
You always have to remember, though, for people who are at home, that regardless of the BMI calculation, which is complex, etc., however, it is very easy to tell if you are overweight. You just have to scale from height. So this person is 5 feet tall, 5, he has to take off 10 kilograms. So his ideal weight is 65 kilos. He weighs 95 and he still has to drop 30 kilograms. In the woman, the calculation is done with 13 kilograms less. That is the ideal weight of people. Everything extra is always something that is unwelcome and needs to be eliminated in terms of weight.
Before we move on with the next topic, I wanted to close with Dr. Mosconi, because we talked, of course, about childhood obesity, that it is crucial anyway for our young people to maintain an ideal weight. And this is not only because to stay healthy, because we understood that. Anyway, obesity leads to so many other serious diseases, but also to solve a problem that can be psychological, because a young person who is overweight, who is in obesity, goes to then incur a whole series of psychological issues that our doctor, I know, has studied, and we would like to make a conclusion with this situation, because it is also important that our young people grow up healthy and aware of what good nutrition is.
So yes, the sad reality that was then, highlighted strongly during the closure from COVID was definitely a problem related to the eating disorder and un problema correlato al disturbo del comportamento alimentare. It was then later seen that this issue is evident to this day, especially in overweight boys. Si evince ad oggi soprattutto nei ragazzi in sovrappeso who are then marginalized and sometimes even bullied by peers, tend to experience this there. It becomes a real handicap in an isolated way. And so here are the psychological implications as well with respect to being overweight and obese in adolescence or during puberty. Una situazione di sovrappeso ed obesità in età adolescenziale oppure durante la pubertà. So I really invite this, really an invitation that I make to parents to pay attention, also to teachers, to raise awareness, to pay attention, to observe certain behaviors, or however also certain structures that have to be, as I repeat, caught in the bud to avoid then that they can degenerate into pathology and then have organ damage. Here, so it is an invitation precisely to raise awareness on this aspect.
And here we come back to the talk of the important family of the school.
I would also say another thing, that while it is true that it is difficult to change one's diet, I am very intransigent on both animals and children, because both animals and children eat what mommy decides and daddy decides. So it is a real responsibility, and therefore a criminal responsibility, if you lead your child to be obese from childhood, because you are predisposing the pathologies, the psychological and physical suffering of your child.
Life, if you love yourself.
If you love him, you have to do his good. And so in the case of animals, don't give him kibble, but give him raw meat to the dog, because you decide the dog what you have to eat. And the same the children, they can't decide who is in charge at home. I remember in my house, if I didn't eat, it was scolding. I mean, you have to have the courage to explain to kids what is the correct lifestyle, because it is unacceptable that a 10-year-old child starts to be overweight beyond the psychological discourse that will then bring personal management damage throughout his life.
but you predispose a metabolism to gain weight every time that person will drink a glass of water, because that is the problem, that when in a child you alter the insulin system, whatever you eat in excess will immediately accumulate. Then in fact you lose the feeling. So that's kind of what happens to adults up to 30, 40 years. You eat whatever you don't get fat from. When you start getting fat, it becomes a war to maintain weight. And if we make our children live this war directly at 10 years old, we are directly guilty being parents. We are harming them, and whatever we can do will never be enough to repay the harm we are doing to these children.
In conclusion, Dr. Orlando wanted to add one thing.
Yes, exactly. This I wanted to emphasize absolutely. The role of the family and parents from this point of view. Children imitate us. Apart from the fact that we decide what they eat, but really they imitate what we do because they take in us their example as children. So we are the ones who also decide, in quotes, their future health by putting healthy foods on the table that do not inflame the body.
It is time to thank my guests, so I thank Dr. Gloria Mosconi for being here and accepting our invitation. I thank Dr. Christian Orlando for being with us today. And of course, I thank our own Adriano Panzironi for always being precise and timely in his answers.
He has to do this first, then he has to do that, then he must do.
Chef, what is it? Health recipes.
Then I will explain.
And this is the health recipe block. We have Chef Bartolo with us. So why was he telling me this?
Here it is. It's the duck.
Then?
The duck goes like this, and then goes like this, more or less.
Chef Cucini, that you are what you do best.
Have patience. I was saying the duck, let's make the duck. How do we make it? In salt. Tonight we do salt cooking, so we are going to do duck breast in salt.
It's good. It's good to the salted duck breast. So I first of all remember that these recipes that we obviously give every week are within the book, Living to 120 Le Recettes. All the recipes approved by our Adriano Panzironi, and that's exactly why I'm going to ask Adriano Panzironi about salt cooking.
Basically, you cover foods with a tab amount of salt, and this allows you to create a kind of protective shell that prevents heat sources from directly reaching the foods that are brought to the oven.
Senta Panzironi salt cooking is compared a lot to steaming, which maintains all the healthiness of the food.
In fact, it is a better cooking because with steaming anyway, there is a tendency to evaporate also part of the liquids inside the food, while with salt cooking, this protective shell, precisely made with salt, prevents that there is an excessive evaporation precisely of the liquids inside the food.
In fact, then, however, salt cooking keeps the food very soft, unlike steaming.
Yes, that's true. We simply have to look after we have steamed the food, and we realize that the liquid used to produce heat, and then steam is filled with nutrients. Instead, this does not happen when we do salt cooking.
Here, then, I already see that you are sprinkling salt.
I am spreading salt, and the salt I made a mixture, fine salt and coarse salt. I made 3 parts coarse salt and 1 part fine salt, and inside I also put egg whites because it forms even more of a crust, so we don't let anything spill out. So a layer of salt, we put the duck breast on and go and cover it with salt. The important thing is to go and put it evenly so that the liquids don't leak out. Otherwise, then there's no point in cooking a real shell. So as you said before, the product will remain very soft, because duck breast tends to be a little tough, a little stodgy. We also do some drawing like this. We pick up the skin of the outside of the duck a little bit. The artist's touch, Dali with a mustache, is always needed. We bake it for an hour in a 150-degree oven.
The artist's touch. An hour in the oven at 150 degrees. So
then we accompany it with a little red onion in the saucepan. We put a little balsamic vinegar.
So some onion, some balsamic vinegar.
Mamma mia, the smell of onion, how
it's so
good it is.
In fact, I was saying that
and
myself.
Let's put a little honey to sweeten it, to be
Why
a
do you
contrast.
put honey?
because balsamic vinegar has a strong flavor, an important flavor. So instead of using sugar, we use honey. We let it go on a very low flame. Mind you, it should not cook, but it should simmer, because there is liquid inside.
So let's simmer.
We simmer, and it has to stay more or less an hour. Yes, same here. As for the onions, then we have two opportunities. Either we put them like this, and possibly there should still be some liquid. We drain them, then put them as a side dish. The duck, of course, we slice it. Or we can make a puree. So we blend it all together, and we have a red onion puree.
So really very good. One thing, Mr. Panzeroni, I know you cook, so have you cooked anything ever salted like this?
I prefer fish, of course. I don't venture on duck, but I often cook fish this way.
So I would say at this point to name this dish.
I have to tell you the truth. I couldn't find any names. It is too difficult.
Then can we open a contest?
Yes, good. I like this. Naming this dish, yes.
Yes. So let's open a contest with our viewers in the hope of finding our Chef Bartolo again next week, because Chef, she misses me with the names.
I know, but too many names, then it starts to be difficult.
And here I am with Juicy in the AP Life Corner to talk about a very important topic.
Sure, Benedetto. Today we are talking about Adriano Panzeroni's AP Life lifestyle, which more than 700,000 Italians have already chosen, achieving great benefits for their health. A revolutionary lifestyle promoted by science popularizer Adriano Panzeroni, thanks to his best-selling book, Living to 120, a book author whom you have had the opportunity to interview many times.
You are right, Juicy. The book Living to 120 has exceeded 500,000 copies sold, probably the best-selling science book of all time in Italy. Its success is due to the important information it contains for our health, and there is an unmissable offer.
That's right. It can be yours for $19.90 and $10 for shipping and handling, and arrive at your door in less than 7 days.
But now, Juicy, let's talk about supplementation. Because the AP Life lifestyle, created by Adriano Panzeroni, is not only eating right, but also doing conscious supplementation. And certainly the product most recommended by Adriano Panzeroni are the Spice.
The Spice are tablets produced with an innovative technology. We are talking about turmeric, cinnamon, cloves, oregano, ginger, and black pepper. Benedetto, you know the characteristics of these spices?
Of course, Juicy. I take the Spice. Just think that spices are the food with the highest antioxidant capacity in the world. So the recommended daily ration of spices contains as much as 6 times the antioxidants contained in the normal modern diet. It therefore means counteracting the formation of free radicals and reducing their harmful action on our body.
And what about turmeric, on which they have carried out more than 30,000 scientific studies confirming its effectiveness on liver function, joint function, and improvement of menstrual cycle disorders?
Another reason to take this product is its effectiveness in regulating cardiovascular function and normal blood circulation. And what about cloves, which help regularize gastrointestinal motility?
That's right. How many of you do not feel bloated after eating or suffer from bowel disorders such as impaired digestive function? Well, the Spice can be a valuable aid to digestive function and gas elimination, thus having a balsamic effect for our intestines.
And where do we find the Spice?
The Spice, you can order them at the call center and on our website, but thanks to this offer, you can get them for $49.90 and $10 for shipping and handling.
Surely this is a very advantageous offer, but what if you wanted to buy 2?
Even better, if you buy 2 bottles, you save on shipping costs, plus you get our bestseller, Living to 120, for free.
Then I'll tell you what, Juicy, I'm going to go order them right now.
Bravo. AP Life, 120% well-being.
I wanted to tell you that in the AP Life line of supplements, the only ones authorized by Adriano Panzeroni, you find the vitamin C, the vitamin D, the omega-3, the melatonin, the Spice, the multivitamin, the Serenity Pro, the Life Pro. To learn more, come to www.aplife.net or call the number on the screen.
Life 120 Stories also welcomes Michelle Mancini of Turin. You're around 50 years old and a blue-collar worker. You're married and you've been following AP Life since March 2019, practically a couple of hours. So I have a little bit of pleasant embarrassment with you because I have a very long list that I'm going to read now of your problems that from March 4 to today, let's say it's been a month and a half, basically all of them are gone. So now I'm going to list them as a good own listener. So anxiety, panic attacks, restless legs, gastritis, reflux, joint problems in arms and elbows, psoriasis, insomnia, dysentery, apnea, vision problems. So we don't have, unfortunately, Michelle, 2 hours. However, we have plenty of time to see each of these problems solved and how is it possible that you have solved them in 6 weeks. Because today we can say it, we are at the end of April. And you, moreover, also lost how many kilos? 6 kilos, 6 kilos.
In a month and a half.
So let's start with what was the most important problem for you of all these?
So, regardless, it all started from a month and a half ago that I basically got a facial trigeminal and got scared. My wife rightly had already started following AP Life from a short time, and I intrigued. I started watching the show too, and then rightly wanted to follow it because I had all these problems that you listed just now. And so many, and rightly one
so many,
also
however
tries,
many and annoying
given
ones.
one's age, to be able to prepare for an older age, at least to live healthier, right? Compare perhaps to so many others who neglect themselves. And so I thought of following AP Life. So my first immediately improvement that I found was basically seeing the weight. I dropped weight immediately, but within 2 days.
Because you started AP Life in a very disciplined, just strict way without
rigorous.
Eating wrong foods and so on. The weight, as we always say, is a pleasant side effect. AP Life is not a diet. That has to be said, but however, it also leads to these benefits.
Because definitely my weight was due to sugars, too much sugars.
You see, you deflate, you get lighter, the scale takes numbers off. And that's the first thing, though, with all this, let's say.
Then I noticed right away that I was getting up without that tiredness anymore, that, like to say, I didn't sleep. Because I was having problems at night, I was having apneas. Just when before I fell asleep, these loud sighs would come and I basically couldn't fall asleep. I would turn from side to side and I couldn't sleep. I would always get up tired, but tired. Then rightly discovering this AP Life, this lifestyle, let's call it that, sure, which in my opinion is a grace anyway. I started to wake up in the morning, be much more rested, be again what maybe I was 15 years ago.
Tell me how the panic attacks manifested and how often they came to you.
I used to get panic attacks mostly after dinner, when maybe I was on the couch, quiet.
Look how strange.
At you, with a full belly. After maybe a plate of pasta
like this.
After the classic treat, after coffee.
After dessert.
And how you
see yourself, because panic attacks are a very serious problem. How they manifested in your case?
Like deep breathing,
Tremor.
exactly, like which I would call it like apnea basically, only the one thing takes you harder.
Would agitate you, would quicken your pulse, would give you a choking feeling of fear.
Exactly, it gave me these senses of not knowing what to do, in a lurch.
Instead, arms and elbows, you said.
So, arms and elbows, I was explaining basically. I do mountain biking as a hobby. I ride a bike. No, and because that mountain biking is a different sport maybe from road biking, because you do bumpy trails where you move your arms and everything, I always had numb fingers of the hands. Of the hands, the sleeping fingers, the elbows always hurting. Already during the week, normally they were hurting. Also because of the work I was doing, shoulder pain.
Because you told me earlier that you're a warehouse
I do the heavy
worker,
work.
so you have to deal with heavy loads, but it's not a desk
right.
job.
No, that's right. It's a little bit more work, say eventful and weighted, much more intense, sure. And anyway, I realized right away, even these pains, that when I was riding my bike practically, but this is after 10 days, because I go every Sunday, I realized the pain that I didn't have anymore.
How long had you had these joint pains for?
But it will be 10 years. 10 years. Yes, 10 years. Look, I'm someone who doesn't take medicine. It's not that I take medicine, I only really take it if I have pain.
In case of extreme necessity, but I mean instead gastritis reflux, how long it had been going on?
Gastritis and reflux. Look, I've been carrying it since I was born, maybe.
As a kid, did you have the classic sleep with the pillow in the back? Sleep what little you slept in short?
No, what little I could sleep. Because honestly, I didn't, like I told you before, I couldn't sleep. I began to dream. I started to dream. For me to start dreaming again means to sleep.
Of course, necessarily, psoriasis. 80% psoriasis. I resolved it. What do you want is a month and a half? Yes, but in fact, this is really a how to say a record, because in my opinion, one thing, you have a list of unbelievable things. Dysentery, because he was going to the bathroom in a non-critical way.
And I was also suffering from, I was doing a lot of air, a lot of gas, that's right. That's it, and that too, let's say.
A lot of gas, in short, you get meteorism.
I'm not saying I solved it at 50, but at 90.
Gee, I repeat, we are talking about 6-7 weeks is an impressive thing.
I can tell you really.
But you, for all this corollary of problems you had, you say, I'm not against medication, okay? You had seen doctors, you had seen, because then these were problems that pertain to so many different specialties and specialists.
I had a gastroscopy. I did every blood test possible and imaginable. They would mark me maybe of the antibiotic. Take the antibiotic, which will pass. I took boxes of antibiotics. As I told you before, since the last flu I had, that got my trigeminal nerve, which is something I wouldn't wish on anybody. No, it's terrible that it takes you from here until it blocks your whole face. And from there, I decided I don't take anything anymore. It didn't do anything to me. 2 boxes of antibiotics.
You have had a tradition with doctors long, especially with drugs, basically. What was it that convinced you to do AP Life?
And as I told you, I saw the change because my wife had psoriasis for 40 years.
She had
so much so of dead skin on her hands. She started only a month before me. She has nothing more.
And all these results surprised you because you thought maybe they were slower, had a different progression.
No, I never doubted about, say, this kind of feeding of AP Life. No, I didn't want to doubt. When I saw it on television, watching my wife, it was not doubting about AP Life.
It was about the speed of the results.
It was on the speed of the results, because I saw interviews of people who had vision problems and improved. People who were not walking, who I also met in person, by the way, at the Cuneo dinner, who had serious problems. Healing is like that, of a certain age.
Your eyesight from how to how
So
past.
my eyesight, I have been wearing glasses since I was 2 years old. I repeat, 50 years old, basically my vision was always getting worse. I am myopic, astigmatic, and presbyopic. I lack nothing if we want to add something else to it. I now at night, when I take off my glasses, which are in bed, before I used to see things shaded. I still see them shaded, but I can get them in focus a little bit. I mean, for me, it's an improvement beyond normal. In a month and a half, I'm not saying maybe tomorrow. I'm not saying no. I'm saying maybe it may be that I'm going to throw out my glasses, maybe.
Or still face a big expense because you will have to lower the intensity of the lenses, that one look.
But that look, every 2 years I have to do that. And then also the hair. I used to lose my hair. Now, it's not that I'm saying it's growing back, but I'm not losing it. I don't lose it anymore.
And by the way, you are still in a phase being only 7 weeks of improvement on other little big problems like varicose veins, for example. You are also working on that.
Look, all the pains are gone from me.
Now, mountain biking, as you do that, is your hands are no longer numb.
Absolutely. And I can tell you something else too. I've noticed, because I use the heart rate monitor, I've also noticed that by always doing the same routes, one knows more or less the beats by doing a certain climb. I had, in the climbs under stress, I would get to 173, 175 beats. I went the last time, last Sunday, I got to a maximum of 161 doing the same route. So I saw myself improving both minimum and maximum beats.
So you're actually training, and because of that, also your heart rate is no longer a peak, but it's high, but it's still consistent with the effort you're doing some...
Exactly, it is consistent.
I would like, before we say goodbye, to ask our 4, let's say, ritual questions. The first one is, then you should be at this point a standard bearer among the absolute millions with these results. What do you do to popularize AP Life?
Look, I talk to everybody about it, even to people who maybe are around that I know. And maybe after a while, we talk, we chat, because I'm quite chatty. So maybe we talk about health, because so much nowadays we talk about of health. When people say, there's this other, then they get to a certain age. The more years go by, people rightly want to know based on the diseases. Then the talk comes out, I divulge AP Life, I say, to also rightly watch the Panzironi's broadcast, to come to know more.
Your closest relatives, apart from your wife, who I think were aware of the many and many wizards you had, what did they say seeing you thus transformed for the better?
But you're losing too much weight.
Because they only saw this?
Yes, because they are of a certain age. They see, as they say, parents of a certain age. You're sick. They think you're sick. I say, no, look,
Fat
I'm
son
fine.
is better than
that's
skinny
right.
son. So listen to Michelle instead, to those who don't believe what you feel like saying.
I feel sorry for them.
Exclamatic point.
Period. I also wrote it in the paper.
It's okay, we believe you. Of course, your best moment, what has been since you've been doing AP Life?
Look, my most beautiful moment was...
You have more than
in the
one,
sexual
I guess.
intercourse. That is the most beautiful
Sorry,
relationship.
the question is too much in detail.
It has improved. No, it improved. I tell you, it has improved. Not that I had problems, but it has improved so much.
Sorry to get into your business. Do you have more
I have
desire?
more desire. Yes, more desire is, as they say, it is more pleasant in the act. Yes.
So also really a benefit.
Yes.
This is the first person to go into private so much. I thank you, because nobody says that.
Because nobody says
No,
it.
it's fine. Understood,
No,
having
whatever,
a benefit
I get
also at the sexual level is something that is quite frequent. However, nobody wants to say it on television. I thank you very much for that. Listen to a message for Adriano Panzironi.
So Adriano Panzironi, I tell him, apart from the common thank you for having put back into, let's say knowledge of everybody, a discovery of a diet that was used in the, let's say, Paleolithic era, and for having the courage every day to popularize it as he is doing now. And I wish him with all my heart, both to them and to those who undertake this diet, to have all the good things that I have had. And I will say thank you.
Well, certainly then you are an outstanding example of how this works, and carry it on as much as you can. I will do the Michelle Mancini. Thank you very much. Many best wishes for everything. I also bid you farewell to those who followed us from home by giving the appointment to the next in our Life 120 Stories next meeting. See you soon. Welcome to Life 120 Stories. Welcome also to Vyosa Shkurtai from Buciano, Benevento Province, 63 years old, housewife, married with 2 children. You have been following AP Life since January 7, 2019, so very little time. So, Vyosa, I would start by saying this. You have always suffered from an overall inflammatory problem to your person, to your body. Unfortunately, this inflammatory state in 2016 led you to a rather heavy disease
carcinoma
that we can tell you was an endometrial carcinoma, endometrial, that you fortunately and how to say successfully cured, but then afterwards you understood, you learned that it was actually just typical of an inflammatory excess due to diet. Is that correct?
Yes, that is very correct. I think this thing, when I heard Adriano Panzironi's TV show, I realized that the key to this whole thing was inflammation. So I concentrated to know more. And I learned that dysbiosis plays a very important role in our body.
Sure.
It is the cause of all the inflammation in our body.
Did you have gut dysbiosis?
I had dysbiosis because I had a very bloated abdomen, which I don't weigh that much. I'm thin. It was a scary thing.
Yes. You had this belly, like, say...
I had this belly and also stomach, not only that. Another thing, the stomach, many years ago, maybe more than 15 years ago, I had stomach pain and went for gastroscopy, and they found out that he had 2 ulcers. One was active and one was passive.
Which means active and passive?
That one was active.
Meaning that you had it in short, however you had pain, you had...
Stomach pain so strong?
A strong stomach. And passive means it was there, but not giving you signals, not yet exact. So you say all this inflammatory picture produced these problems for you, and unfortunately also the endometrial one, correct? So that was
definitely yes.
Then
just
you,
because
since
I
you
was
had
suffering
this
from
overall
allergies,
inflammation in your eyes as well, did you
so
have any
much
consequences?
that
What
I
problems
felt
did you have in
strange.
your eyes?
But so many people I was seeing,
allergies?
I couldn't go on field trips because my eyes were crying, sneezing, then stuffy nose. That the whole year I had a stuffy nose that my husband even made fun of me because I was talking through my nose.
Nasal type, Viosa, but how long have you been carrying around these problems? How many years?
Allergies I haven't had since I came to Italy.
How many years ago?
I did 27 years living in Italy.
Listen, I'm curious about one thing. Before you came, you are from Tirana. I mean, you were born in Tirana in Albania. Before you came to Italy, how was your diet and how did it then change?
Then in Albania, it is southern diet. It is part of the countries that have southern diet. However, it is more exaggerated in Italy. You eat more pasta.
So you in Albania, what did you eat?
Pasta I did not eat. Bread I ate, but al poco no, I ate because I liked it. But I used to eat beans a lot though. I used to like beans a lot. I used to like potatoes. I used to like all the ones that are bad for you, that contain the sugars.
But anyway, overall, now I don't want to claim that before, like say after you came to Italy, an increase of carbohydrate created this problem, these problems for you, because this is not, I can't say this, sure.
It runs in the family, this thing.
But however, certainly you came to live in a country that certainly consumes more than Albania carbohydrates, insulin carbohydrates. So probably hypothetically a relation with your problems there can be also because you, when you were in Tirana, you were not well, quite well anyway, in short.
Yes, because I was younger, because as I understood from the speech that Mr. Panzironi makes, this is not that the problems are piling up. Maybe there came a time when they had to exclude everybody this thing, I think so.
Among these problems that exploded, there were also others like, I don't know, hiatal hernia.
Hiatal hernia, because as I learned, when there is acid reflux, there is also hiatal hernia. There are both.
Insomnia.
Insomnia.
Tell me a little bit, how was your sleep?
Then I would sleep 3 hours, yes, and then I would get up, always.
Did you get up tired?
And definitely, yes, I was not focused, my legs were hurting a lot. That he could not stand. Summer always became sad because the fact was that he could not stand. That made me suffer. He would see people walking hours and hours. I would look where I was sitting. because I was always working sitting. So when I got married, that I came here, I was sitting a long time, standing. I used to work in a department where they checked the fine cloth factories.
But it's a job like, say, sitting,
I would check the material coming from the machines.
Listen, Vyosa, then you also had a problem, let's say cystitis or else.
Cystitis? Yes, cystitis. One day he had severe cystitis at the end of 2018. I called the doctor, I called the doctor, I said, cystitis. Doctor said, you have to do immediately, come here. Then I went to the doctor, he gave me a very mild treatment because he didn't want me to take medication. Because he knew he had been through. After a month,
Vyosa,
he showed up again.
Damn.
So I started, sorry, I interrupted you. I started to do AP Life. So since I started AP Life,
immediately for 2 weeks, I went without going to write prescription to the doctor. I did analysis, came out that from 122, that was an infection, which is called...
What the ESR? No, was leukocytes from 122 had dropped to 80.
Leukocytes in short.
Then I realized that really that...
Without medicine, without anything?
Only with supplements.
So I want to ask you this before we get to AP Life, Vyosa. Yes. How was the quality of your life in general in recent years? It seems to me that you were suffering all these problems. You were like you were kind of tired of being sick as well.
Very much depressed, suffered from depression, yes, and anxiety.
How did you see your life ahead? What did you imagine?
And nothing, that's it. Bad, I was seeing bad. Bad, there was nothing happened that your eyes still...
No, thinking back to that time, they expressed sadness.
No, I right away, if we have to start, then I start crying right away. No, I'm
but
kidding.
We don't have to cry. No, but I don't want her to cry. Unless they are tears of joy, that is. But it makes me happy when you smile, and especially it makes me happy because you have been taking smiles again, making smiles since AP Life came in. It's a very recent entry. What have you been waiting for? Why did you wait so long?
True. And I was waiting that I found the key. I got the key by hand, and I had to use this key, and I hope everybody notices and use this key.
How did you use it?
How I used it.
Tell me about the early successes you had with AP Life.
What has happened is that I no longer get up at night to urinate as little and as often as I used to, yes.
Cystitis in short.
And then I started to sleep more. To dream as well. Even though I dreamed all the time.
Okay. All the other problems, so the cystitis we said, the hiatal hernia problems, the reflux, they are all put in place, these problems now. Yes. In how much time?
So allergy, this brings me immense joy because allergy, I couldn't live anymore. This period, I had to, I don't know, you couldn't stay outside. It wasn't a life. It became just hell, my life. Instead, now I am happy because they were telling us, we have another apartment by the sea. Let's go. Let's move to the sea. I can't stay here because there are a lot of parotary, which is what I saw
so the
all
allergies
year.
Were killing you.
They were killing me. I was sick.
Vyosa, we conclude with our 4 questions. The first is, what are you doing today to spread AP Life? Do you talk to anyone about it?
But I talk so much that you laugh if you know, because it doesn't end. It's not that I say once and it ends there. I keep saying another time until I get to where I want.
And what's your point?
I want everyone to get involved with this adventure.
In this lifestyle developed by Adriano Panzeroni, instead with the people who don't believe in it.
They don't believe. I get a little bit with nervousness, kidding, nothing. I don't want to. In my opinion, it's not that they don't want to believe. They have difficulty to stop eating pasta and bread.
And to start in short, Vyosa, what has been the best moment since doing AP Life for you? Is there really a specific moment, something you want to tell me about?
No, because a great passion was born, and I always connected with this thing. And every day I think about how I have to cook, what I have to do, how I have to organize life.
But is there a good moment for you since you've been doing AP Life? Has there been a good moment?
I'm happier.
Are you happier in general?
I'm happier. I talk a lot. Before, it's not like I talk too much.
And now you
laughing, a lot joking as well.
Well, we conclude.
I am more focused.
Are you more present to yourself? I mean...
Yes, I don't forget, because even I forget, because not sleeping at night, you start to forget something. And I used to feel bad when I forget something which is happening. It's not that I get Alzheimer's.
Also because you are...
And I'm young.
We end with a message just to Adriano Panzironi. What do you want to say to him publicly?
I want to say that I have an extremely positive person. I realized as soon as I saw of a great bright intelligence, and I wish well nothing else that comes from the depth of my soul, with all my heart, deserves I don't cry.
Vios Ascortai, thank you very much
Thanks
for
to
your
you.
testimony. I wish you all the best. I thank you for being our host of our Life
Thank you,
120 Stories, coming back soon.
And best wishes in your work.
To our work, and also especially to your path to wellness. See you soon, always here with our Life 120 Stories. Please be comfortable. Thank you. Thank you.
And here I am with Juicy in the AP Life Corner to talk about a very important topic.
Sure, Benedetto. Today we are talking about Adriano Panzironi's AP Life lifestyle, which more than 700,000 Italians have already chosen, achieving great benefits for their health. A revolutionary lifestyle promoted by science popularizer Adriano Panzironi, thanks to his best-selling book, Living to 120, a book author whom you have had the opportunity to interview many times.
You are right, Juicy. The book Living to 120 has exceeded 500,000 copies sold, probably the best-selling science book of all time in Italy. Its success is due to the important information it contains for our health, and there is an unmissable offer.
That's right. It can be yours for $19.90 and $10 for shipping and handling, and arrive at your door in less than 7 days.
But now, Juicy, let's talk about supplementation. Because the AP Life lifestyle, created by Adriano Panzironi, is not only eating right, but also doing conscious supplementation. And certainly the product most recommended by Adriano Panzironi are the Spice.
The Spice are tablets produced with an innovative technology. We are talking about turmeric, cinnamon, cloves, oregano, ginger, and black pepper. Benedetto, you know the characteristics of these spices?
Of course, Juicy. I take the Spice. Just think that spices are the food with the highest antioxidant capacity in the world. So the recommended daily ration of spices contains as much as 6 times the antioxidants contained in the normal modern diet. It therefore means counteracting the formation of free radicals and reducing their harmful action on our body.
And what about turmeric, on which they have carried out more than 30,000 scientific studies confirming its effectiveness on liver function, joint function, and improvement of menstrual cycle disorders?
Another reason to take this product is its effectiveness in regulating cardiovascular function and normal blood circulation. And what about cloves, which help regularize gastrointestinal motility?
That's right. How many of you do not feel bloated after eating or suffer from bowel disorders such as impaired digestive function? Well, the Spice can be a valuable aid to digestive function and gas elimination, thus having a balsamic effect for our intestines.
And where do we find the Spice?
The Spice, you can order them at the call center and on our website, but thanks to this offer, you can get them for $49.90 and $10 for shipping and handling.
Surely this is a very advantageous offer, but what if you wanted to buy 2?
Even better, if you buy 2 bottles, you save on shipping costs, plus you get our bestseller, Living to 120, for free.
Then I'll tell you what, Juicy, I'm going to go order them right now.
Bravo, a P-Life 120% well-being.
I wanted to tell you that in the AP Life line of supplements, the only ones authorized by Adriano Panzironi, you find the vitamin C, the vitamin D, the omega-3, the melatonin, the Spice, the multivitamin, the Serenity Pro, the Life Pro. To learn more, come to www.aplife.net or call the number on the screen.
Welcome to Life 120 Stories. Welcome also to Massimiliano Gigantino of Messina. You are 44 years old, you are a teacher, you are single, you have been following AP Life since February 2019, which is nothing, which is very little time. On the other hand, your story with which you are going to tell us today is nothing, because it is a story that starts from very far away, and I will let you introduce it.
Let's say I was born like all normal children with a healthy big appetite. However, mine was an unusual appetite. As long as I was fed milk, lots of milk, my father used to tell me these things that I drank so much milk.
This happened after weaning,
yes,
so certainly milk
yes,
is milk.
The initial phase is milk. Then, of course, it turns into weaning right after the age of 3, which in any case my parents got us used to and weaned us after the age of 3, also on the advice of doctors. And from there, though, considering the fact that the indoctrination was that is bread, pasta, pizza, and whatever else, they started to get me used to eating bread, especially pasta with legumes, any kind of pasta enriched with lots of legumes. Let's say the basic news that we were always taught is that legumes are very good for our health. They make us grow, they give us calcium, they give us all the protein.
So you, in short, grew up with these poisons, let's say, like many of us, by the way?
Our parents, although my parents nowadays, many pathologies that my parents have or had or however many people have, now I understand that they are very much related to the use and abuse of insulin carbohydrates.
However, in your case, you were not a child, let's say, very much like the others, because you had a particular voracity,
a particular
more than
voracity,
the average child.
Yes, an appetite that was out of the norm, so much so that my daily servings of pasta were higher than average, but also my parents told me that I ate sandwiches, lots and lots of sandwiches. I was never full. I was always this constant hunger.
You were eating at all hours, like you were eating huge amounts of food.
Yes, so much so that my father even had me checked and it was all right. It was just then I realized, to this day, I understand that it was just a hormonal imbalance that was never compensated, never leveled.
So this introduction, let's say, of food in these huge amounts,
yes,
what did
clearly
they result
growing up
in?
with this very strong dependence on insulin carbohydrates, I was obviously bloating out of proportion. Of course, by swelling out of proportion, I was obviously reaching extra large sizes as a child. I was always abnormal in size, growing, increasing in height, but I was getting larger. And one particular thing that I remember is that when I was a child, I was already clumsy in my movements, and especially because of my excess weight. I already had bowed legs. Already from that, you could see that there was something wrong, but just before I was 3 years old,
This at what age?
I was a weight overload. Yes, I was walking
so already
a
so
little
small.
bit.
The overload of the
My
weight on
grandparents
the
who took me
joints
for walks,
arched the...
And my father told me that I already had this loaded
Darn.
heaviness.
But how did you feel? Now then, maybe a little bit more as an adult. How did you feel psychologically? I mean, you ate a lot, but it's not like you were fulfilled by all this.
That is, the fulfillment was quick, sudden, immediate, momentary, but very
momentary,
ephemeral.
certainly partial.
So immediately afterwards, in fact, this state of emptiness, this state of anxiety, this state of lack of something that at that moment the drug, in this case the single carbohydrate he gave me, momentarily satisfied me. Dissatisfied me. However, it did not give me the possibility anyway to really satiate myself.
In front of your peers during childhood, in short, the confrontation with the peer group is
dramatic.
crucial. What reactions did you have towards them and they towards you? That is, were you an integrated child or not?
I have always been very integrated because of my sociable nature, of course. However, I have suffered a lot. When you are a child, you are also a bit more naughty than normal because, of course, there is no malice. You are without a filter. So sometimes the offenses go gratuitously.
There is some cruelty in children.
Cruelty is normal, even justified, because still there is no filter
So what
of
happened
malice.
to you in that
there is no
sense?
filter even of nastiness. In Messina, we are very fond of rice made all'arancina.
certainly
I
not.
don't know if you have ever heard of arancini. That is, as a result, I was always taunted with a little nickname, it is called, of arancino with feet, as they say. That is a particular shape, pointed, let's say.
Then it's certainly
it was
not a
not at
compliment.
all a compliment, in short. And when sports activities were done, I was always discarded because, anyway, I didn't have that stamina and those athletic gifts that normal children of that age had.
Let's say one thing, let's get a little bit further in time. What was your peak weight and at what age?
It was always a continuous crescendo, and then with false alternations of joys and sorrows, as they say, depressions to maximum peaks. By the way, it's true that I often didn't go out, didn't leave the house, was ashamed to relate to girls, seeing and considering that fashion always gave us stereotypes that didn't fit my psyche, that didn't fit my body as well. That is, I didn't respecify myself, and as a result, this in tandem grew my bulimia and also grew my depression and grew my isolation. So I could no longer relate to the world as it was right and it was normal as it should be. My peak came at the time when I was called to the conscription service to be able to do all the relevant tests.
The conscription service?
In short, to be seen if we were fit for service is clear. That from there, it is clear that my psychological stress was when in a dormitory we were almost all half naked because anyway they had to examine us in everything. So at the draft, an Air Force officer puffed that we were all a series of obese, big obese, in short, overabundant in size. And he, with this sarcasm and with this cynicism, said, "Mamma mia, but how can you reduce yourself like that? How disgusting." From there,
Words that remain chiseled inside.
I was
because
ashamed
you
of
weighed
myself
100,
about
can you say?
120 pounds. In short,
Then I don't know whether because of that person or however that military person or however for other reasons you decide to turn your condition around. However,
let's say I couldn't.
I anticipate you because we are going a little bit faster. However, this way of reversing the trend was a very insane way. What did you do to lose weight in good substance?
I couldn't counteract this strong hunger that I had. I couldn't counteract psychologically that anyway. It was said to be a psychological disorder, but I realized, thanks to reading Adriano Panzironi's books, that it wasn't really just a psychological disorder, it was really a hormonal imbalance that needs to be rewarded and compensated. In an unhealthy way, caught up in the moment watching a show. I don't quite remember Maurizio Costanzo's show where they were talking about bulimia and whatnot, and where rightly there were doctors and whatnot. In an unhealthy way that evening, ate as usual so much with this hunger that I had and this satiety that obviously couldn't reach, and as a result my stomach hurt so much that I felt the need in that I couldn't even breathe anymore. My stomach had swollen so much from how much I had eaten. Obviously the stomach dilates and it was going to compress on the diaphragm and the lungs, so I also had difficulty breathing. So I made the unhealthy decision that you wouldn't wish on anybody to recover, to start vomiting, because I was really sick.
And that's where you got into the
From
classic
there, I
vicious
realized
cycle.
that
Exactly.
an unhealthy, vicious circuit of my mind entered. So I was eating and vomiting.
You were eating and putting back on, eating and putting back on, and eventually you managed to lose so many pounds because you came.
Also doing a lot of physical activity.
So you were able in all this also to do physical activity.
I raped myself to such an extent that I was able to reduce my weight to a great extent, and I also achieved very good results with these results by losing more than 55 pounds.
then reaching a minimum peak of, say, 60 pounds, so you pretty much halved your body.
Over the years.
Clear though from 120 to 60, however, the problem is that these 60 came in a really unhealthy way.
Consuming also lean mass melted fat, but consuming also a lot
Then
of
the
mass.
trend, like, instead, thankfully stops negative. You start to have a dietary and also mental discipline at this point, and I'm asking you to tell me about AP Life, how it came about and what happened then.
Yes, let's say out of despair, because bulimia, like anorexia and like so many old pathologies that they pass off to us as psychological, that maybe they are in part. However, a large part of our psyche is conditioned by our hormonal balance. It's true when the ancients say healthy mind and a healthy body is a perfect combination. Now, when there is an imbalance induced by what we eat, we are and represent, and this despair, because I couldn't free myself from this bondage anymore.
You freed yourself now, though?
Yes, because I have freed myself. Thanks to your program, I used to follow it because I like this very contradictory character according to some people, but according to me, instead, there was something of truth.
It prompted you to undertake AP Life, and it taught you a discipline precisely to nurture in some way.
I first followed your testimonies, including this one, and I said, is it possible ever that these people are telling the false that they are all sold out? No. And so I got it into my head to buy the book. I did my research at the same time I was reading the book and watching your stories and all the interviews, and then I said I self-disciplined myself, and I did a test on the 22nd of February, always the day before. I had always had another bulimic attack. Then I couldn't take it anymore. I said eventually, in my somewhat maladjusted and perverted mind, and I said, well, after all, I try. Let's start at the limit. I vomit everything I eat. I had an unhealthy way out that evening of
and instead
the 23rd of February 2019. I can never forget it. I bought out of curiosity, if I have to be honest, because it was the first time I adopted this style. I bought 300 grams of boiled ham, simply 200 grams of vegetables. I ate them, and I began to feel full already at the first package of boiled ham. And already I began not to feel, however, that heaviness, that stress, and above all, that full but unhealthy stomach that hurt.
Sure. So let's say I ask you, we have to be a little bit faster, Maximilian, so it starts a circle, finally virtuous.
I didn't vomit that day. I stopped vomiting.
And thank God it's no longer, this thing hasn't happened anymore.
No.
Exactly. And you have in a fairly short time also, I understand, because a few months compared to what you were coming from is a great achievement. And you, in a few months, you have disciplined your body not to vomit anymore, to take.
I don't eat those huge amounts anymore. I used to eat snacks all the time, snacks.
Most importantly, you have detoxified yourself from a way of acting, of eating that was really unhealthy, the vomiting and whatnot that we all know is like insanity as far as the
with some serious cardiovascular repercussions
progressive
as well.
and sure. So you go
you
down this road.
You also risk heart attack. The muscle, the heart is a muscle that resizes.
How much do you weigh today?
I currently weigh 67 pounds.
Perfect. With a pretty high lean mass, so I guess, so you really put all the pieces back together somehow.
Yes, I assume so.
I leave you with our 4 famous questions. The first is, what do you do to publicize AP Life?
When I hear from my peers or even older people or younger people who have different pathologies, and what impresses me is that there are many more young people who are starting to have many pathologies. I spread this lifestyle by explaining to them that actually I am better, I am fine, I have a recovery even physically of strength that is not indifferent. Despite my 44 years old, I invite them to follow this lifestyle. Always with tongs, because with people you have to tread softly.
In front of those who slightly twist their mouths instead, what do you say?
I do not insist more. You have to try to believe. There is nothing more true than to try only in this way you can, because man needs scorching realities. He needs anyway to have excellent immediate results, and this you can only do with this way of life.
The best moment you experienced because of AP Life, what was it?
My liberation from bulimic bondage. This is the best
seed.
moment that I will remember for the rest of my life. And since then, I don't want to see the bathroom anymore except for
other things. All right, let's end with a message for Adriano Panzironi, who, as you know, has sunk AP Life.
Things, let's say the example is David against Goliath. Adriano Panzironi is David who stood against Goliath. Goliath is a whole system, obviously, of very powerful food and pharmaceutical industries.
What is a message to him, though, to hang in there?
To continue to fight, and especially like me, there are many other people who have different diseases, and to spread as much as possible. This style, in my opinion, is the most beneficial and the most optimal style for man himself, for our salvation and well-being.
Massimiliano Gigantino, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Have a good time, be comfortable. Thank you for coming here. Thank you back home as well. See you soon with a new installment of Life 120 Stories. Thank you.
Let food be your medicine. Yes, we have to repeat it like a mantra because it is really very important. And so we talk about it again with Adriano Panzironi and Dr. Cristian Orlando. We're going to launch the topic of this block, the intestinal disorders. Let's look together the introductory video.
Intestinal disorders affect almost 8 out of 10 Italians and manifest themselves with various symptoms, all of which can be traced to intestinal dysbiosis. In fact, 28% suffer from bloating and meteorism, 32% from abdominal pain and tightness, 25% from digestive difficulties, 25% from constipation, and 27% from diarrhea. The most commonly used treatment is pharmacological, with symptomatic medicines that tend to chronicize the condition by acting on the symptoms and not the causes. In addition to pharmacological abuse is the indiscriminate use of probiotics, which very often are useless if not harmful. Added to this is the lack of preparation of the medical profession, which often lacks adequate knowledge of the latest research on the microbiota.
8 out of 10 Italians have intestinal problems of any kind. We have seen it. The video specified it to us. Let's go and ask our Dr. Orlando, what are the types of problems?
Regarding inflammatory bowel diseases, the most common ones are ischemic colitis, lymphocytic colitis, Crohn's disease, and ulcerative colitis. These are all due to an attack by our immune system against the cells of the intestinal walls, which protracted in a constant and continuous manner gives rise to chronic inflammation. As far as these intestinal diseases are concerned, this chronic attack by the immune system then leads to a modification, alteration of the anatomy of the intestinal varieties, and also to faulty function. Regarding anatomy, intestinal permeability is very important. We know that the cells of intestines, called enterocytes, are joined together by junctions, which are the desmosomes, and they are covered with a layer of mucus that serves as protection. At the time when there is such a strong and major attack by the immune system, we have a decrease in the amount of mucus, their protection. We have these junctions, these meshes that widen, and then the macronutrients go through them and go into the bloodstream, going to activate then our immune system, mainly the thyroid lymphocytes, leading to food allergies and intolerances. In addition, we know that the other very important issue is about gut dysbiosis. The gut microbiota consists of billions of microorganisms that have outstanding functions for the body, so protecting us from bacteria, improve digestion, improve as far as assimilation then of nutrients, and also enter into the part of biosynthesis of certain vitamins, including mainly vitamin B12. So this dysbiosis alters all these processes, And not only that, it also increases quite exponentially the amount of proteolytic germs within our intestines, which are the cause mainly of an abundant amount of biogenic amine production in the intestines. As a result of protein putrefaction, so among the main ones, we have cadaverine, putrescine, histamine, which not only go to cause local inflammation at the level of the intestinal immune system, but they go through the gut cells going into the bloodstream, so they give rise to systemic inflammation within our whole body. In addition, one very important thing is that the gut microbiota also has a direct connection with our brain via the intestinal nervous system, the so-called brain-gut axis. And so, in fact, it has been seen that at least 20% of those who have gut problems of dysbiosis also have problems with, for example, depression, insomnia. So all problems related to the psychic sphere as well.
Then I can say in such a way, maybe even a little bit quickly, that we can all trace it back to dysbiosis, that is this imbalance of the microbiota.
Of course we do, because obviously eubiosis is a system imbalance, dysbiosis is a system in disequilibrium. And what is it that we bring into disequilibrium? Just the bacterial flora that we have in our gut. This 1.5 kilograms of bacteria that is distributed in this huge surface area, the size of a soccer field, that the moment we allow classes of bacteria that don't conform to our gut to multiply, it's obvious that they will bring an alteration in the relationship between them, and consequently also in activating our immune system. And so it's critical what we eat, unlike what we are told by many gastroenterologists who know nothing about the relationship between food and obviously the gut, because obviously what we eat is actually also being eaten by our bacteria before us. So when we ask ourselves what we bring to the table, we also think about what we are bringing to the table of these bacteria, which is most of the food that is used by acidophilic type bacteria are sugars. So when we eat bread, pasta, pizza, potatoes, rice and legumes, we digest them in the stomach. They end up as such in our intestines. Then we have pancreatic amylase that breaks down these complex carbohydrates into glucose molecules, and there we find bacteria ready to feed on them. And so when there is a food present in an excessive way, this inevitably leads to the multiplication of these bacteria, and this leads to an overall dysbiosis and consequently to all the pathologies of our intestines. So it is clear that if you have an excessive amount of bacteria, then you have to keep it under control with an immune system that has to be hyperactivated. And when we think of the classic diarrhea of people who are listening to us right now, if they don't do AP Life, don't occasionally suffer either from constipation or diarrhea, we tend to think of it as a normal consequence of a gut that disturbs us, the so-called irritable colon, but in fact it is a very serious condition because our intestines induce diarrhea when they are so inflamed that they cannot retain the nutrients that we have introduced. And so to prevent further inflammation, all they do is make us very violently eliminate the food that we have introduced. So this should not be underestimated as a symptom, because it is precisely the reason that should somehow alert us that we are eating foods that are not good for our intestines.
Just to confirm what you just said, Mr. Panzironi, I want to show you this video with the relationship between sugar and dysbiosis. Let's watch it together.
Carbohydrates are the food most likely to alter our gut microbiota, but also to damage our digestive system. First, sugar interacts with the gastric juices, preventing the proper digestion of proteins and fats. Then, in the duodenum, sugars are attacked by bacteria, inducing acidification of the food bolus, which will induce ineffectiveness of the amylase enzymes necessary for protein digestion. Finally, acidification of the food bolus induces disruption of the protective mucus present on the endothelium of the intestine. In addition, the excess of sugars selects a homofermentative bacterial population, which will result in the elimination of the heterofermentative population necessary for the digestion of soluble fibers, the metabolites of which are precisely propionic acid, acetic acid, and butyric acid, substances necessary for the nutrition of enterocyte cells in the intestine.
It was very explanatory, this video. I was watching it very carefully because at one point I also had a reflection. Then we can say that not only gut issues depend on dysbiosis, but virtually all of our health.
That's right. Yes, absolutely. As we have seen, the moment we have an alteration of the gut microbiota that leads to an alteration of our immune system, both local and systemic, this then leads to a whole series of cascading reactions. We have also seen previously today other inflammation-related diseases due to poor nutrition, such as even hypertension, which, although it is not involved in the immune system, however, is involved in a whole other set of substances that are activated at the time when chronic inflammation comes up, but still chronic inflammation due to what we eat.
That we eat. So it's all traceable. This chronic inflammation is all traceable by everything we eat. And then by this state of dysbiosis, that is, our gut microbiota is no longer in balance.
That's right, exactly. As we have seen, it resides not only there, but the gut-brain axis. Then we have other pathologies at the neuronal level that invalidate everything in our life as well. Parkinson's, Alzheimer's. We have to look at our body 360 degrees, not compartmentalize it, because if we compartmentalize it, we no longer understand where the main problem is coming from.
Here you are saying, Dr. Orlando, something that I want to remind our Adriano Pansironi, because during the episodes of The Health Seeker, we had several doctors who came to see us, and among the various, let's say, things that they said was this very fact that you, Mr. Panzeroni, had a holistic view. You had a complete view of the body and short of everything to our biochemistry, even of our organism, precisely because you could look at 360 degrees everything that was related to our health.
This is a totally different paradigm from a dogmatic medicine that tends more and more to arrive at specialization, whereby the orthopedist deals only with the knee or things like that, the gastroenterologist only with the stomach and intestines, as if we were a kind of robot where each district is totally independent, like a car. You puncture a tire, change the tire, you break the carburetor, change the carburetor. But it's not like that because we are a complex biological system. We have a cytokine communication system, so factors communicating, cells communicating with each other, cells saying certain things to each other, and that these messengers can be interrupted or they can be overexpressed. So we should not think that the skin tissue is so far away from the gut tissue. Since part of the immune system we find both in the gut and on the skin. We have districts a little bit everywhere. We have bacteria a little bit everywhere. If we think about the microbiota of the mouth, obviously of the dermis, our surface, if we think about the microbiota of the gut, it's all correlated. So to think of treating pathologies as if each one is divorced from the others makes absolutely no sense, because most pathologies are interconnected and always have a constant etiology, which is the overconsumption of insulin carbohydrates that by various routes, whether it's insulin access, whether it's cortisol access, always and in any case induces biological alterations that lead to the appearance of all pathologies as we know them. So to imagine a medicine that if you have a knee problem, you get knee surgery. If you have a problem with your intestines, they cut off a piece of your intestines because by now your intestines don't work anymore. If you have a problem with your heart or some vein, they put a stent. That is, theirs is a medicine aimed only at treating the symptom and a little bit like an apple that is kissed. They go and remove only the kissed part, not taking into consideration that the whole organism has to be kept healthy. And if we keep our organism healthy, it will be the same organism, the same body of ours that will bring us back to health, because it will restore the biological functions and repair itself of the damage caused by the bad diet.
Let's go back to the diseases, let's say. So related to the intestine, so intestinal diseases, if for other diseases, it is difficult to think that what we eat then goes to create that kind of pathology for this kind of pathology. It seems to me that it is quite clear to understand that it is what we eat that creates it for us, and so we keep the diet. As far as supplementation, on the other hand.
With regard to supplementation, certainly a supplement such as the spice is the prince of supplementation in the moment that these spices act at the antibacterial, antifungal, and antifungal levels and go to rebalance precisely everything about the gut microbiota. Regarding then also the Life Pro, an antioxidant that goes to clean up the tissue cells a little bit from the various metabolic wastes that have accumulated, so they make them work more appropriately. Then we always have cortisol, this little devil that we have on our shoulder that unfortunately every day affects more, and so it affects at the nervous level, at the gastric and intestinal tension level. We said that the axis through the intestinal nervous system, so brain and gut, are related.
And we go back to these testimonies that we have, thanks to the book Living to 120, The Healings. So we have collected 1,000 testimonies, 1,000 people who have stated what benefits they have gained as a result of the AP Life lifestyle. On these pathologies, what can you tell us?
Of these 10 people, we had abdominal bloating, 46% had it, and 88% said they were cured. Constipation, 30%, or 304 people, 70% said they were cured. I am going fast because there are many conditions that we verified through this observational research because they involve various things. Diarrhea, 20% had it, and 92% stated that they no longer had symptoms of diarrhea. Irritable bowel, 136 and 83% have resolved it. Hemorrhoids, 232 people suffer from hemorrhoids. This very disabling pathology of the system, obviously the end part of the digestive system. Out of the 23% of people who suffer, 82% have reported that they have been cured as far as medication is concerned. Again, for hemorrhoids, we are talking about 97% of people who have reported that they are no longer taking medication. Only 3% have reduced the dosage. So basically, we are talking about the totality. Obviously, when we are talking about such high numbers, both from the point of view of people suffering from pathologies, and we can no longer talk about pathologies that are somehow the risk for people, for human beings, but they are pathologies that are the normal consequence of poor nutrition. So we have to, in my opinion, start thinking about pathologies as something that affects us occasionally, that affects us because we are unlucky. But we have to understand that what we eat creates as a direct consequence the pathologies that we are going to suffer from in the future. And pathologies that get to 50-60% risk are no longer a risk, but they are the certainty of getting sick if you follow the incorrect diet. So certainly it is important that this book demonstrates the effectiveness of the AP Life lifestyle with numbers, with statistics, so they cannot be refuted by anyone except for someone who wants to come and see this data presented at our offices with all the phone records to try to prove that we are telling the falsehood. But I mean, there are 1,000 people ready to declare with medical records in hand the results they have achieved. And I think this should be the beginning of a new medicine that takes into consideration man from a holistic point of view, speaking precisely first of his nutrition and then possibly of possible drugs to be given where the correct nutrition is not able to bring you back to proper health and does not heal the diseases from which man suffers. Laddove la corretta alimentazione non è in grado di riportarti una corretta salute e non ti faccia guarire dalle patologie di cui uno soffre.
Panzironi said a new medicine that has to go back a little bit to the ancient, because make food be your medicine. It was said by Hippocrates more than 2,000 years ago. So I think it is necessary, this kind of reflection of each of us, to repeat it every day like a mantra, make food be your medicine. So I have concluded my time. I thank once again the molecular biologist expert in sports nutrition and supplementation, Dr. Christian Orlando, who has been here with us. Thank you once again. And I thank our Adriano Panzironi, writer and science popularizer. The author of the bestseller, Living to 120, The Truth That No One Wants to Tell You, Adriano Panzironi.
Good evening, everyone.
So, Adriano Panzeroni, good evening, welcome, is ready to reveal another one of the hidden truths.
Oh yes, tonight we are going to unveil the truths about, let's say, the inability of official medicine to treat one of the most devastating human diseases affecting even more than 5 million people.
Which is diabetes. So let's watch this video and then of course start our episode on diabetes.
Diabetes represents the disease that most reflects the opulence of modern civilization. Virtually unknown until the early 19th century, today it represents a true epidemic and is increasing exponentially, especially in populations with Western lifestyles. In 1980, about 100 million people were diabetic. In 1995, we increased to 135 million. In 2005 to 217 million. In 2010 to 285 million. And as of today, there are 422 million sufferers. With this trend in 2030, there will be about 800 million diabetics in the world. To these completely out of control numbers, we must also add as many people who instead live with hyperglycemia, thus an undiagnosed pre-diabetic phase that is still capable of damaging our bodies, exposing them to diseases such as cardiovascular disease, cancer, Alzheimer's, and capable of reducing life expectancy by more than 10 years.
So, Mr. Panzeroni, the introductory video was very explanatory. Can we safely say without denial that we are facing a real epidemic?
Yes, certainly we are talking about over 400 million sufferers, and consider that 4 million a year of these die from complications of diabetes. But what we are seeing today is nothing compared to what we will see in the near future.
Look, diabetes, in addition to being a health problem, is definitely an economic problem given the very high cost of treatment. Where will we go from here?
Well, we will get to even more dramatic situations, much more than we can imagine. On the other hand, all the statistics or all the statistical predictions that have been made in the last 30 years have always been wrong, because in reality then the data were absolutely more alarming than what had been predicted instead.
Look, we have done so many interviews. I remember in one of our old interviews where you were saying that basically let's say the life expectancy would go down a lot for people with diabetes, and the ISTAT this year just confirmed it. But then is it possible that scientists can't keep this disease under control?
But you see, the statistics of predictions are always made in a linear way. Actually, we don't have to make them exponentially, because today's diabetics are basically our elderly, so our parents and grandparents, who for 70% of their life anyway ate less carbohydrates and moved more. The diabetics of tomorrow, on the other hand, will be our children, who have already started their diet by eating practically only carbohydrates, and the more they do not move. This means that we will get to the onset of diabetes not at the age of 60, 70, as it is today, but under 40. And so if we relate it to the statistics, we are talking about 40% of the population in the future will be a diabetic.
So the situation that you are saying is certainly unbelievable, but also apocalyptic from what you are saying. But in order to give our viewers a good understanding of what diabetes is, we have asked one of our doctors, Dr. Maria Immacolata Costanzo, who in this video explains the differences between the two types of diabetes. Let's look at it for a moment.
Diabetes mellitus is a degenerative disease characterized by excessive blood glucose caused by an absolute or partial deficiency of insulin in the human body. Diabetes is divided into two categories: type I diabetes, which has an autoimmune pathogenesis, and type 2 diabetes, which has a pathogenesis related to lifestyle, diet. Also, very often, to how the person walks, moves, is very important. Type I diabetes occurs at a young age, and type 2 diabetes normally arises with advancing age. Type 2 diabetes mellitus accounts for 90% of all cases of diabetes, has a clinical course that almost always begins with insulin resistance of the target tissues, so liver, muscle, adipose tissue. Initially, there is an increase in blood glucose, both fasting and postprandial, despite an increase in insulin production. Finally, in those with type 2 diabetes, there is destruction of beta cells, which also then induces an associated form eventually of type Y diabetes.
There you have it, Panzeroni. The doctor explained the two differences between type 1 and type 2, so juvenile and senile.
Yes, actually medicine has classified these two types of different diabetes, precisely juvenile because type 1 appears in children because it is an autoimmune disease, and then type 2 instead appeared in elderly people. Actually, this distinction today is much more difficult to make because type 2 diabetes cannot be called senile anymore because today it appears even under the age of 50, so it is definitely an old description.
But is type 1 diabetes more dangerous?
Type 1 diabetes can induce a person's death in 48 hours if they eat the wrong things. For type 2 diabetes, we clearly have more time to also do prevention and then try to solve the disease. Unfortunately, however, we are witnessing an even more dramatic phenomenon, that is, sufferers of type 2 diabetes then see that type 1 diabetes also becomes diagnosed because unfortunately our body tries to compensate for the insulin resistance that precisely is typical of type 2 diabetes by making them produce more insulin. And this leads to the accelerated death of pancreatic beta cells and thus the appearance of type 1 diabetes in people already suffering from type 2 diabetes.
Here, but Panzeroni, with all the medicines that we have, is it possible that we can't support people with type 2 diabetes such that they then manage to have type 1 as well?
Medications are certainly a great weapon at the disposal of official medicine, which, by the way, we are not talking about a cure. We simply slow down or rather decrease what is the effect of blood sugar. However, I must tell you that the worst ally of official medicine is precisely those dietary indications that are given to people with diabetes.
Here, about dietary indications, normally physicians do not give dietary indications because that is not in their competence. There are dietitians for that. However, diabetologists have in their protocol precisely nutrition.
That's what I'm referring to. It's precisely the advice that the diabetologist gives to diabetic patients. It's the main reason why patients who could be somehow saved instead see progression from their disease, to then the consequences we know.
Look, so what he's obviously telling you usually doesn't go very lightly with the official medicine. However, we will have maybe the whole episode to be able to explain it better. At this point, I wanted to show a tutorial, as we call it. However, it is a video in which it is explained what are the collateral harms to diabetes, because we are seeing that we are no longer dying from diabetes, but from a whole series of related diseases that come. No, for those who are diabetic. Let's watch this video and then comment together. You're welcome, Director.
Every year, 27,000 Italian citizens die of diabetes. But even more serious is the increased risk of certain diseases in people with diabetes. In fact, 80% of diabetics die from cardiovascular diseases. In addition, 10% of people with diabetes suffer from ischemic heart disease, 32% from neuropathy, 34% from retinopathy that induces blindness, and 30–40% develop kidney failure that can lead to dialysis. In fact, excess sugar induces damage to the arteries and can cause conditions such as diabetic foot and poor repairability of skin lesions. In addition, many scientific studies have found an increased risk of getting cancer of up to 300% more than a person with normal blood sugar. On the other hand, for those who have already been diagnosed with cancer, the increased risk of metastasis is 400% in the first year, and an increased mortality of 500% in the first 5 years.
Panzeroni, from this video, then we can understand that the problem in the end is not diabetes, but all the diseases related to it.
Of course, because diabetes is a disease that simply indicates an excess presence of sugar in our blood, in our arteries. So it is this excess that then causes all the degenerative diseases that we know, such as precisely cardiovascular diseases, cancer, Alzheimer's, and whatnot.
Look, though, one question that surely hovers here in the studio, but also to our viewers from home who are watching us live, is how come glucose is so harmful to our health?
Of course, this should be known, especially by doctors, because precisely the excess of glucose in the blood leads, as medicine later confirms, to all the pathologies we have mentioned. Well, the problem is that excess glucose comes into contact with the proteins on the surface of our circulatory system, so the arteries and veins, and has a glycation effect. What is glycation? It is a kind of caramelization of these proteins that then induces this tissue to be thicker, induces it to stiffness, and induces the formation of certain formations that are called ages. And these ages are real antennae that start producing free radicals. And this induces systemic inflammation of our whole cardiovascular system. And since every cell in our body, somewhat like all organs, are assisted and are reached precisely to maintain them by oxygen and food, precisely by this huge network that we have of capillaries, this malfunction also induces then a malfunction of the connected organs.
Look, the video also said about an increased risk of cancer.
Oh yes, medicine now fortunately has confirmed that sugar is one of the main reasons for the occurrence of cancer, because cancer cells use sugar. So it is clear that you get sicker with more blood sugar, but even if you are sick, there is an increased risk of the occurrence of metastasis.
Here, you were saying that the problem is also high blood glucose, so even hyperglycemia, perhaps not yet diagnosed as diabetes, can be harmful.
Certainly the problem is that we tend to underestimate this aspect. In fact, a person who has hyperglycemia runs the same risks as the diabetic, clearly in a milder form, but in any case, he or she will see degenerative diseases like those we described earlier appear.
So what we have understood, we need to know right away to understand whether we have diabetes or not. So prevention in this case is important. We have this video that explains how to find out whether you have diabetes or not. Let's see it and comment on it.
Nowadays, it is very easy to find out if you have a problem with diabetes or high blood sugar. It is enough to go to a testing laboratory or a simple pharmacy, and with a drop of blood glucose can be determined. The parameters for arriving at a diagnosis of impaired glucose are as follows. If fasting blood glucose remains in the 70-100 milligrams per deciliter range, the blood glucose is called normal. Between 100 and 124 milligrams per deciliter, if it is in the pre-diabetic stage, and above 125 milligrams per deciliter, we are in the presence of diabetes. The measurement should also be taken 2 hours after the meal, and if it is detected within 140 milligrams per deciliter, we are in the normal range. On the other hand, if it is in the 140 to 200 range, we are in the pre-diabetic phase. Over 200, we are in diabetes. There is also another test called glycated hemoglobin, which assesses blood glucose over the past 3 months by evaluating the oxidation of red blood cells. The values to refer to are as follows. From value 4 to 5.9%, normal blood glucose. From 6 to 6.5%, this is called pre-diabetes, and above 6.5%, diabetes.
So, the video was very explanatory. With a simple drop of blood, we can tell whether we are diabetic or not.
Yes, you say, well, it is enough to take a drop of blood, but unfortunately in Italy I don't know why people don't go for this simple test. Even more than 30% of diabetics are without knowing they are.
Look, obviously finding out whether you are diabetic or not is certainly very important, but can these types of tests also tell if we are pre-diabetic?
Well, sure, it tells us the blood sugar, and so that allows us to do a prevention and decide maybe to change the diet. The problem, though, is that I know so many people who have problems with high blood sugar or even diabetes. They prefer to take pills or get insulin but not change their diet. So it's as if they are delegating to these portentous medicines the solution to their problems when they themselves should be finding it.
Look, I have a little bit of a feeling, though, that there is no real prevention being done on diabetes, or is there?
You're completely right, but the problem is that medicine passes this notion that you just need to take a pill or get insulin, that everything is fine, and so people continue to eat whatever they want, because by taking the pill anyway, their blood sugar goes back to normal. But the problem is that when we take these pills, we are not curing diabetes, but we are simply lowering blood sugar. So it means that a person who has hyperglycemia within 10 years anyway will become diabetic.
So it is a little bit to think, no, that taking the pill helps us. However, a little bit like putting the dust under the carpet, sooner or later it comes out.
Let's say, as I usually say, it's like being an ostrich and putting your head in the sand. But the blame for this, in my opinion, is only on the medical class who should be doing proper prevention. That is when they have a new patient, they should say, I give you the pill, I give you insulin, but know that this is not only a palliative, but it will still induce in the next 10 years to get diabetes seriously, and then run the risk that all diabetics run. So the problem is precisely to have dialysis, limb amputation, the fact that you risk going blind. In short, these are things that the patient should know very well. This would be a proper prevention.
Look, so we have seen that. Anyway, figuring out whether we are diabetic or not is very simple. So you just go to a laboratory or write directly to the pharmacy and get pricked like that. But instead, we have made with the editorial staff a very nice service to make it clear. If you are pre-diabetic, if you are willing, of course, to this kind of disease, by doing a small and quick calculation that everybody, even at home, can do. Let's see it and then comment on it, because it's really very interesting to be able to do that. Let's look at it.
It is possible to determine with relative accuracy whether we are in hyperglycemia, i.e. pre-diabetes, by simply using the fingers on our hands and answering 5 simple questions. Based on your age, we count 1 finger if you are 40 to 50 years old, 2 fingers if you are 50 to 60, 3 fingers if you are over 60. Based on your weight, if you're slightly overweight, we count 1 finger. If you are overweight, we count 2 fingers. If you are obese, we count 3 fingers. Based on blood pressure, if it is high, we count 1 finger. Based on physical activity, if you don't do any, we count 1 finger. If you have a family member with diabetes, another finger. If you are a man, another finger. If at the end of the count we have opened 5 fingers or more, we are almost certainly in pre-diabetes. Let's take an example. Mario is 50 years old, so let's count 2 fingers. He is overweight, let's put 2 fingers. He doesn't exercise, let's put 1 finger. He is a man, 1 finger. Total fingers raised 6. The response is that Mario is almost certainly in hyperglycemia, that is, in the pre-diabetic phase.
So, Mr. Panzironi, to me it really seems like a very simple test and very easy to do at home as well.
Yes, it's an interesting test because it allows people, as you say, from home, to ask themselves 4 or 5 questions and figure out whether you actually are at risk of hyperglycemia or diabetes. So maybe these people will be convinced the next morning to go to a pharmacy to get this simple drop of blood drawn.
I wanted to tell Mr. Panzironi just that of course we are talking about prevention, and so prevention of diabetes is very important, but especially prevention through nutrition. So I'm going to show you a video of what can be considered the style, the advice from current modern diabetology. Let's see it and then we'll certainly have some to comment on. Let's see the video together. E poi sicuramente ne avremo da commentare. Vediamo il video insieme.
The treatment on the one hand has to try to get these sugars that come in away, and this in a physiological way with regular physical activity. On the other hand, the diet is important because it allows only that amount of sugars or carbohydrates that are needed to come in without going into surplus. Then there is no problem with the intake of the first category, meat, fish and eggs. Dairy derivatives are not there, no problem. There are no problems for vegetables, for legumes. There are problems, so they have to be somehow included in a calculated diet. Starches, sweets, carbohydrates, simple sugars, and fruit that basically contains simple sugars. So the special attention, as well as fractionating in the day of meals, is to make sure that in the meals there is not an excess of starches, of simple sugars. If anything, instead an increase in those substances that slow down the absorption of carbohydrates. So give preference to whole grains over non-whole grains. Still introduce legumes. Make moderate use of fruit, and if possible at meals, do not introduce fruit, or at least not large amounts, reserving it in snacks.
So what we have seen is Professor Giacinto Abele-Migiano from the Policlinico Gemelli in Rome, who was giving the guidance on the kind of diet that a person with diabetes should follow.
Yes, let's say it's the same old thing. They recommend a diet based on 50% of the calories we introduce in the form of carbohydrates distributed in the famous 5 meals. In short, this diet, I don't even recommend it to a healthy person. Think of the diabetic who has problems digesting sugars.
In fact, he was just saying about the right amount of carbohydrates, possibly whole grain type.
But yes, but then in the end, we are always talking about 250, 300 grams of sugars in people who have difficulty managing a blood sugar that is normally 4 grams for our body every hour.
Look, it is still, in fact, the classic Mediterranean diet, only they recommend eating whole foods so that, let's say, they are higher in fiber and reduce glucose stimulation.
Yes, because official medicine always thinks about solving the symptoms, never the cause of the problems. It is evident that by eating a whole food, we will still have a distribution of sugar, let's say, in more hours. However, in any case, our body will have to produce insulin because it is also distributed in several hours. And when we talk about 250 grams of sugar, it is evident that without insulin, which is what our body produces endogenously, we will not survive.
Certainly, however, modern diabetology is always very careful in avoiding glycemic spikes in type 2 diabetes patients so that they can, shall we say, contain glycemic control.
Yes, that's what I was telling you. Official medicine thinks about reducing the small glycemic, but in this case, our body produces insulin as a percentage to the sugar that we introduce with food throughout the day, and we have a ratio of 10 to 1, so it means that we will have a peak, let's say, so glycemic low. But if the amount of sugar is the same, it is obvious that our cells will still have to produce that amount of insulin, and this may then even induce the phenomenon of insulin resistance or even accelerated cell death, thus the appearance of pancreatic beta cells and the appearance of type 1 diabetes.
The doctor was also talking about fruit, which according to him and according to obviously the indications, the protocol should be eaten in the mid-morning, mid-afternoon snacks instead. Unlike you who says instead it should be eaten during the main meals, so during lunch or dinner.
Yes, actually, I don't agree with this dietary advice for the simple fact that fruit as a food contains very little protein and 0 fat. So it means that it is a food that we assimilate very quickly, and the sugars present in a fruit, we talk about that on average, a fruit weighs 200 grams, so we are talking about 30 grams of sugars, also wanting to calculate that half of it is fructose, and that does not raise our blood sugar, but those 15 grams in any case will induce a rise in blood sugar, and therefore our body will have to produce insulin in any case to lower blood sugar.
So you say it's better to eat it during the meal, so that then by eating also, of course, some protein, the digestion is much longer, and then let's say the glucose is, let's say, spread throughout the digestion, there's less spike.
Certainly for the simple fact that if we have a lunch of protein and fat, it means at least a digestion that goes from 4 to 5 hours. So those 15 grams of sugars are below the best consumption of our own sugars, which is calculated to be around 5 grams per hour, and therefore does not require the activation of insulin.
So, Mr. Panzeroni, let's clarify for a moment. The person with diabetes has to be careful about how many carbohydrates to eat, but especially about the sugar content of these foods, and that's precisely why a glycemic index was created, which keeps track of course, the, let's say, the degree to which a certain food raises blood sugar. In this regard, we have a video that talks to us about the glycemic index, just so that all of our people understand it. From...
Of the glycemic load. No, of the glycemic index, you are right, I am sorry.
Excuse me, this is the lineup, otherwise they would kill us in the director's office. At this point, I would say let's watch the glycemic index video.
The glycemic index is able to assess the rise in insulin after eating a particular food. It actually compares the rise in blood glucose that occurs after ingesting 50 grams of glucose with the rise in blood glucose after ingesting other foods with the same amount of sugar. This index thus allows us to evaluate the foods that are most likely to raise blood glucose, considering their composition more or less conducive to this phenomenon. Foods are divided into three ranges: low glycemic index, or 0 to 35, medium glycemic index, or 35 to 50, and high glycemic index, or 55 to 110. So there are foods that have higher amounts of sugar, but they raise blood sugar more slowly. For example, if we take durum wheat pasta such as spaghetti and compare it with boiled potatoes, although spaghetti has 80% sugar, it raises blood sugar less than potatoes, which have only 17% sugar. In fact, the glycemic index of spaghetti is 40 and boiled potatoes 95.
Then we have seen how different types of foods are able to raise blood sugar differently.
Because we might have foods that have a higher amount of sugars, but because these sugars are related to protein and fiber, our body takes longer to assimilate them, and maybe have a food that has more sugars but has a lower glycemic index because precisely they are harder to be assimilated.
But we always have to be very clear and simple. With our viewers, though, that's kind of a promise that we made. So we have a card, by the way, so that people understand exactly how the foods are broken down. Here, we're seeing it in the studio as well. They're definitely seeing it from home right now.
As we can see in the medium-low index part, we have average vegetables and some fruits, while in the higher part of the medium-high index, we find what are the staples of the Mediterranean diet, so pasta, bread, rice, corn.
So we understood one thing, that bread, pasta, rice are not useful for diabetes prevention. I can't see where meat, fish are.
They are not there for the simple fact that these foods do not contain sugars, so they are not on this famous glycemic index, and this should make us understand very well that the foods so extolled by official medicine as being healthy even in the diabetic in reality could not be eaten by normal people, let alone diabetic ones.
So we have seen that the glycemic index allows us to understand and evaluate how important it is, let's say, for blood sugar. But there is another very important thing, though, which is the overall amount of sugars within a product. So that's why it was, and how much it affects, obviously, for raising blood sugar. That's why the glycemic load that we were talking about earlier was created. So at this point, we're going to explain it for our viewers with this video, and then obviously we're going to comment on it.
The glycemic load is undoubtedly the most correct method of evaluating foods, also from the point of view of the amount of sugars present, and therefore allows an overall evaluation of one's meal. 4 ranges have been identified: low glycemic load from 0 to 10, medium glycemic load from 11 to 19, and high glycemic load from 20 to 30, and very high glycemic load from 30 and up. To calculate it, we need to know the glycemic index of the food and then multiply it with the percentage of carbohydrates in the food divided by 100. Let's take an example. Pumpkin has a glycemic index of 75 and a percentage of sugars of 3.5%. So the formula will be 75 times 3.5 divided by 100 equals glycemic load 2.62. So although it has a high glycemic index, it is nonetheless one of the lowest glycemic load foods. The foods that belong to the low glycemic load range are basically vegetables and some fruits. The foods that belong to the higher range are all starchy foods, including whole grains.
Then Panzeroni, we have seen how important is, in short, the glycemic load, which is more specific to the content, obviously, of sugars in foods.
Yes, actually, it is more correct, because actually we always have to think about the sugar to insulin ratio. The glycemic load gives us the opportunity to understand within 100 grams of product how many sugars there are, and therefore how much insulin we are actually going to produce to lower our blood sugar after we eat them.
Then again, to make sure that our viewers understand well, we have created another sheet to show as far as the glycemic load and the division into the 4 ranges. Here it is, I see it. Here it is.
Yes, the low glycemic load one, we find a lot of vegetables such as carrots or some fruits such as apple, while we have to find that the legumes that had been included in the low glycemic index, now we find it in a medium glycemic load. And this also example for semolina pasta that could be made to think. In short, to be an interesting element precisely because it was present in the low glycemic index range. Instead, we find it at very high glycemic load. This is because in 100 grams of product, there are 80 grams of sugar, so we will still have a major rise in blood sugar.
From what you're saying, I can understand that practically all the products, most of the products of the foods recommended with the Mediterranean diet are out of the protective bands to prevent diabetes.
But not only are they out of those ranges, we should eat only exclusively of the low glycemic load range and the meat and fish and aged cheese and eggs, because precisely from the glycemic load, we immediately sense that we are eating a flood of sugars if we start using pasta, bread, rice, etc., etc. It is no coincidence that the glycemic load also gives us the opportunity to assess the overall load of sugars that we introduce with a meal, because actually we don't just eat 100 grams of product per meal, but maybe we eat 150 grams of pasta, then we accompany it with 1 or 2 slices of bread, then we eat a fruit anyway, we eat vegetables. In the morning, maybe we have a breakfast with cornflakes, and then in short, during the day, we have a significant overall load.
And then we can, let's say, so actually calculate how much sugar we are introducing into our body. In this regard, we have another sheet, if I'm not mistaken. Here it is, I see it on our wide wall, that explains a little bit about the total glycemic load.
Here we have the, let's say, average meal of an Italian who uses the tira mia and the frogs. And well, we go from the 150 grams of pasta, which has a glycemic load of 96, the bread, which has 33 and 20. The fruit, we arrive at a total load of 149. And if instead we see the meal provided by what was the basic diet of man in the second card, if the director wants to put it here, we talk about the meat, which has a glycemic load of 0, and the pumpkin equal to 20. So the total is 20. So there is a huge difference between the glycemic load of a diet based on, let's say, life 120, or what is intended for our DNA, and instead what is predicted for the Mediterranean diet.
But so what they recommend with the diet, let's say, that official medicine recommends we get to 149, here we get to 20.
Yes, we are talking about 7-8 times glycemic load, so an unbelievable amount of sugar is why we get diseases like diabetes.
I wanted to show you this clip because modern diabetology obviously does not agree very much with Mr. Panzeroni. We see it, and then together with him, obviously, we comment on it. Let's see the video.
The first mistake that all people with diabetes make is really about nutrition, but dramatic mistakes. The first thing is I completely cut out bread and pasta. Now I don't eat bread or pasta. Sweets, I've never had very few. It's really information that is passed down, that is believed, that may be correct, but instead is absolutely wrong. Actually, those who have diabetes in general simply have a valid reason to eat a healthy diet, a healthy and correct Mediterranean diet, of which there is now really very high evidence that they are able in the long run also to prevent as well as cure, but also to prevent diabetes. Simple Mediterranean diet, lots of vegetables, pasta and bread, the right amount. It depends on the individual person, but the average 800 grams per meal between bread and pasta are allowable even in those who have diabetes. More than dieting and trying to follow an eating regimen, simply trying to love yourself more. In the diet we also give jam. It's clear that you can't eat 4 tablespoons of jam, but 2 rusks with a layer of jam on top. Very good, especially if the jam is good.
Mr. Panzeroni, I could see you pouring during the video, let's say, so you certainly don't agree much with what this Dr. Andrea Giaccari was saying.
Let's say it's business as usual to see such an important professor say that precisely even patients who realize that they don't have to eat sugars makes them go back to eating sugars. Look, it really leaves me speechless.
I can tell you one thing, that I was really very surprised to hear these statements, because it seems really strange to me that they give obviously foods that have sugar to people who can't handle, whose own body, obviously sick with diabetes, can't handle just sugar.
But this will always be the case as long as medicine continues to say that we need 50% of the calories we take in every day in the form of carbohydrates, so they also recommend them to diabetics. While the main problem is that official medicine is training more and more doctors who specialize but then forget about the basic functioning of our body.
Listen, however, exactly what are you referring to?
We have 5 liters of blood, only 4 grams of sugar, so someone has to wonder what it means to introduce 100 grams of sugar into a body that normally has 4. It is obvious that we will have a huge insulin activation, and then we are advised the 2 toasts in the morning or the 100 grams of pasta per meal at dinner, and we are talking about 250 grams of sugar per day. It is normal that then this can lead to a problem of diabetes or even using insulin when unfortunately our beta cells are no longer functioning.
Look, though, I don't want to contradict you, but they keep telling us that our body goes to sugar, and therefore it is wrong for diabetics not to eat these foods.
Well, they keep saying that precisely, that we have to introduce 50% sugar, but actually the only cells in our body that use sugar are the neurons in the brain and the cells and red blood cells in the blood. And well, these even have receptors that are not stimulated by insulin.
Here is insulin. Exactly where does it go to act to clear the glucose in our blood?
It goes to act in the muscle fiber cells in the adipocytes. So this it does through the GLUT4, which are protein gates that are precisely stimulated by insulin and allow more access of sugar into the cells. But actually the insulin has to get rid of the excess glucose, and it goes to deposit it in these cells. So we don't really need this sugar. Simply insulin saves our lives every time we eat a plate of pasta, and it does that by throwing the sugar into our cells.
Look, you mentioned GLUT, so we always have to be very specific and understandable. Let's look at this tutorial, this video on GLUTs, and then of course comment together and see it together.
GLUTs are a family of membrane proteins that allow glucose to enter cells. They are real gates that regulate the access of glucose into different cells. There are 5 different types of GLUT. GLUT1 has a low affinity for glucose and is found in the cells found in the tissues of our body and has the function of letting in only the glucose necessary to trigger cellular respiration. GLUT2 has a high affinity for glucose and is found in hepatocytes, the cells of the liver, and so in the case of excess glucose in the blood, it increases transport to the liver. GLUT3 has a low affinity for glucose and is found in neurons. It is responsible for transporting basal glucose for our brain. GLUT4 is the only one sensitive to insulin and is found only in muscle fiber cells, including those of the heart and adipocytes, the fat cells. GLUT5 is found in the enterocyte cells of the intestine and have a higher affinity toward fructose.
So we've seen that there are different types of GLUT, which are kind of gates that let glucose into the cell, right?
Yes. When we talk about diabetes, we are talking about the malfunctioning of only the GLUT4. And so we eat a nice plate of pasta, and insulin can no longer stimulate these GLUT4s to get the sugar in. And so we have hyperglycemia that can even lead to death.
But then, is it true that you earlier said insulin is a lifesaver? Every time we eat a plate of pasta, it saves our lives?
Certainly, insulin is a lifesaver and acts precisely on muscle fiber cells, inducing the release of these GLUTs that we usually find a kind of cistern inside the cells, and then these GLUTs end up the cell cytosol and by cell membrane, and then this action then induces the entry of sugar inside the cell. When this phenomenon is no longer affected precisely by insulin, it is called insulin resistance.
So given the importance of this hormone, I think we need an in-depth study. So I would say to the director to send the video that talks about insulin so that we can then better understand everything that we will talk about later. Let's look at it.
Insulin is a hormone produced by the beta cells of the pancreas, and its main purpose is to regulate blood glucose in the bloodstream. Its action is directed toward those cells that have GLUT4, inducing its release into the cell cytosol and thus its adhesion on the cell membrane. The target cells are muscle fiber cells, including those of the heart and adipocytes. Insulin then raises the reserves of sugars called glycogen in our muscles and stimulates adipose cells to take up glucose from the blood and turn it into fat. When our muscles can no longer take up sugar because they are saturated, insulin acts on the HMG enzyme in the liver, promoting the production of LDL cholesterol, thus allowing the liver to assimilate more glucose. Finally, insulin acts on the hormone aldosterone, causing the accumulation of salt that will cause the cells of our body, which are not normally sensitive to insulin, to take up glucose.
Del nostro corpo normalmente non sensibili all'insulina ad incamerarne glucosio.
Then insulin doesn't, let's say, it doesn't just use the action with GLUT4, but it has different pathways to be able to clear glucose from the blood.
It also acts on the HMG enzyme in the liver, and that's why it produces the famous bad cholesterol, and then it acts on the kidneys by making aldosterone release and retaining salt. Here we have the problem of water retention, because through this phenomenon, it manages to force the cells in our body to use sugar, even though they normally use fat.
But we're going to look at these cells that are insulin sensitive, and so the ones that have precisely GLUT4, and those are the muscle fiber cells. So our muscles go to sugar.
Let's say that our muscles use sugar, however, not all muscles, because anyway, each muscle band is composed of 3 different fibers, which are precisely the red fiber, the intermediate fiber, and the white fiber. Only the white one uses sugar, while the red and the intermediate one uses fat. So when we want to do a fast run and we do an explosive speed movement, we activate the white cell fibers and therefore the sugar.
And on the other hand, when we do a much lighter activity, for example, a walk or household chores,
in that case, we activate the red and intermediate cell fibers, which instead use fat, so we leave our sugar stores where they are.
Look, though, you were saying that muscles can still take in glucose even without insulin activation, of course.
Of course, this is why we are told that people with diabetes should do physical activity, because precisely this release of gluts from these cisterns in the cells that then end up in the cytosol and then adhere to the membranes letting in sugar, this phenomenon is induced both by insulin but also by physical activity, because when our muscle remains in sugar deficiency on its own, without precisely the need for the hormone insulin, it lets in sugar in this way.
But then why do we produce all this insulin?
We produce it simply because we like pasta, we like bread, we like rice. So when we eat these foods, we hyperactivate this hormone, and this induces to push sugar into the muscle cell fibers and adipocytes, which is why men gain weight in the abdomen and women in the buttocks and legs.
So basically, insulin is the storage hormone. We would therefore need to produce much less.
Certainly we don't need to produce all this insulin, and nature just didn't foresee for us an excessive amount precisely of production. Not coincidentally, then leads this excessive production to the disease of diabetes. So actually we should use much less of insulin that we produce ourselves.
Look, though, science tells us that blood sugar is kept constant by the action of 2 types of hormones that are opposed to each other, insulin on the one hand and glucagon on the other hand.
Yes, this is another huge mistake that medicine makes precisely. It tells us that our blood sugar stays constant because of this glucagon that raises blood sugar when it's low and insulin that lowers it when it's high. Actually, that's not the case, because we have different hormones that are able to raise blood sugar, and they do it very efficiently, while we only have the hormone to lower it, and it does it really inefficiently because it causes us to drop blood sugar.
Can I ask you to be a little more specific?
Back then, primitive man ate meat, fish, vegetables, and occasionally some fruit. So nature had foreseen for primitive man the need to raise blood sugar, and therefore made available to our body a series of hormones that are just necessary for this. Whenever primitive man was fighting a beast from the Paleolithic era, in fact, cortisol would raise, blood sugar would give more strength and more speed, and then when this event ended, blood sugar would return to normal. So there was a very calm regulation of blood sugar for primitive man that only had to be raised for certain events.
And so what did insulin serve the primitive man?
It could have happened that primitive man ate too much fruit, so it prevented death from diabetic coma for primitive man as well. However, from here we see that it is inefficient precisely because nature did not provide for this utilization at every meal as we do today by following the Mediterranean diet.
Look, however, you always say that nature is always perfect. Then why did you predict a negative thing, i.e. the glycemic drop by insulin?
Because as I told you, it didn't really envision us using this insulin, so it's obvious that we go from a protein and fat diet to a carbohydrate diet, so nature would never have envisioned this huge amount of sugar, and so its hyperactivation then leads to hypoglycemia, which is the classic postprandial sleep after we've eaten a big plate of pasta.
You are stating that we do not need all the sugar that the normal Mediterranean diet provides. In this regard, we made a video just to understand what all this sugar that we then ingest is for. We see it, and then immediately afterwards, we also comment on it in a very practical way here in the studio. Let's see it.
Our body's energy consumption is estimated to be 700 calories for humans, taking out the protein portion that our metabolism uses for plastic purposes instead. But how do we consume this energy? About 480 calories are used by our brain, which uses about 20% of the total energy produced. Well, we are talking about the consumption of 5 grams of glucose every hour, but neurons are not insulin sensitive. Red blood cells also use glucose in small amounts and do not need insulin to do so. All the cells that make up our tissues use a basal amount of glucose, but they produce energy using fat. Muscle fibrocells are the only ones, along with fat cells, that are affected by insulin, but they can both also use fat as an energy source. So the question that would be logical to ask is, how much sugar do we need? Doesn't the Mediterranean diet, based on foods such as pasta, bread, pizza, rice, legumes and potatoes, provide too much sugar for our bodies?
So here we are. I ask you right away. The video was very explanatory. It basically summarized for us which organs then use the sugar in our body.
Yes, actually, we only need about 150 grams a day of sugars. Half of these we self-produce by a process called gluconeogenesis, which is precisely when our liver produces sugars from proteins, from amino acids that we use for plastic purposes, and from a molecule that is present in fatty acids, precisely glycerol. So actually we will not need only about 80 grams of sugars that we can safely take from the vegetables and the little fruits that we should eat every day.
So, Mr. Panzironi, you as usual want to make all our viewers better understand and comprehend what we are talking about. You have this table prepared with a series of foods, Do you want to explain it to us?
Yes, this table is divided practically in half. Here on the left, we have the diet of primitive man, the one that we recommend in the book Living to 120. On the right instead is the classic Mediterranean diet as taught to us by various nutritionists and also by diabetologists. Now we go back to the left and we see that by having breakfast here with the egg and the banana, we only have this amount of sugar that we introduce with our breakfast. Then we will have maybe a breakfast with a steak and a cauliflower, and this is the amount of lunch. And then again we will have maybe fish, again with cauliflower, and we will be a little repetitive, but I mean, it was just to make the point. Okay, while on this other side, we have the typical day of the Mediterranean diet. So we start in the morning with 100 grams of cornflakes that contain this amount of sugar. After that, surely at 11 o'clock, we will be hungry again, because we know very well that by eating 100 grams of cornflakes, then hunger will attack us around 11 o'clock. So maybe we eat some cookies. These cookies have this amount of sugar. Then we will get to lunchtime. Maybe we will eat, let's say, 150 grams of pasta. And this is the sugar present in 150 grams of pasta.
Practically 80%, we know that.
80%. And then let's say we've always done with vegetables, and this is the amount of sugar we find in the vegetables. Then at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, if we don't eat, we feel sick, so we'll have maybe a crush. And this is the sugar present in a crush, about 80% of its weight. And then
I don't want to stop for a minute, though I also eat a fruit for lunch.
If she also eats a fruit, we have to add that amount as well. Okay, then we arrive at dinner time hungry again, because precisely with the glycemic drop induced by the type of diet, including the crush eaten a few hours before, we maybe have a nice risotto. And so this is the sugar that we find in the risotto. We always talk about 80% sugar. Maybe we always eat this blessed cauliflower or beans, and in fact we have a nice rice with beans, and
we eat us some bread.
We also eat a little bit of bread, because clearly the Italian likes to scarpetta. In short, there are people who even eat pasta with bread, so I think it's quite normal. And then the classic fruit, because precisely they tell us that we have to eat at least 3 times a day of fruit. Well, we introduced this amount of sugar, which is more than 500 grams of sugar in a typical day of Mediterranean cuisine. And this is the sugar that we introduced instead in a primitive or recommended diet from my book, Living to 120. Well, considering that we consume about 5 grams per hour, we will not raise our blood sugar at all. Now we are going to look at something even more interesting, because clearly there is a ratio, as we were saying before, of 1 to 10. So if we introduce 500 grams of sugar, remove the famous 60 grams of sugar used that we have in the 12 hours, well, we get to produce this insulin.
Which may seem little, however, I think produced by the...
If we think that we have very few beta cells, and these have to produce this amount of insulin every day, while in the other case we would have no insulin production at all. And so I would say that it is almost strange that we don't become diabetic after very few years that we start doing this diet that is so wrong and so shifted to carbohydrates.
First of all, I see bashful faces here in our studio audience. However, we asked the question at the beginning, and it is also written on our monitor. Can you get well from diabetes?
Well, there are people who, after they have, let's say, changed their diets, even reintroducing simple sugars, their blood sugar anyway has settled back down. But in any case, the question is more, right, but if we don't eat these foods, do we have the need to produce this insulin? In fact, we may even be considered sick by official medicine, but if we don't need it to produce this insulin, the fact that we are, let's say, not in the ability to do so because we have precisely also a type 1 diabetes would not change anything, because we could easily eat our meal with meat and vegetables and not have the need for insulin, nor even that which is made endogenously. So in theory, we are cured, even though for official medicine, this is not possible.
And I can only thank Adriano Panzironi, the author of the bestseller, Living to 120, The Truths No One Wants to Tell You. And here I am with Juicy in the AP Life Corner to talk about a very important topic.
Sure, Benedetto. Today we are talking about Adriano Panzironi's AP Life lifestyle, which more than 700,000 Italians have already chosen, achieving great benefits for their health. A revolutionary lifestyle promoted by science popularizer Adriano Panzironi, thanks to his best-selling book, Living to 120, a book author whom you have had the opportunity to interview many times.
You are right, Juicy. The book Living to 120 has exceeded 500,000 copies sold, probably the best-selling science book of all time in Italy. Its success is due to the important information it contains for our health, and there is an unmissable offer.
That's right. It can be yours for $19.90 and $10 for shipping and handling, and arrive at your door in less than 7 days.
But now, Juicy, let's talk about supplementation, because the AP Life lifestyle created by Adriano Panzironi is not only eating right, but also doing conscious supplementation. And certainly the product most recommended by Adriano Panzironi are the Spice.
The Spice are tablets produced with an innovative technology. We are talking about turmeric, cinnamon, cloves, oregano, ginger, and black pepper. Benedetto, you know the characteristics of these spices?
Of course, Juicy. I take the Spice. Just think that spices are the food with the highest antioxidant capacity in the world. So the recommended daily ration of spices contains as much as 6 times the antioxidants contained in the normal modern diet. It therefore means counteracting the formation of free radicals and reducing their harmful action on our body.
And what about turmeric, on which they have carried out more than 30,000 scientific studies confirming its effectiveness on liver function, joint function, and improvement of menstrual cycle disorders?
Another reason to take this product is its effectiveness in regulating cardiovascular function and normal blood circulation. And what about cloves, which help regularize gastrointestinal motility?
That's right. How many of you do not feel bloated after eating or suffer from bowel disorders, such as impaired digestive function? Well, the spice can be a valuable aid to digestive function and gas elimination, thus having a balsamic effect for our intestines.
And where do we find the spice?
The spice, you can order them at the call center and on our website, but thanks to this offer, you can get them for $49.90 and $10 for shipping and handling.
Surely this is a very advantageous offer, but what if you wanted to buy 2?
Even better, if you buy 2 bottles, you save on shipping costs, plus you get our bestseller, Living to 120, for free.
Then I'll tell you what, Juicy, I'm going to go order them right now.
Bravo, a P-Life 120% well-being.
I wanted to tell you that in the AP Life line of supplements, the only ones authorized by Adriano Panzironi, you find the vitamin C, the vitamin D, the omega-3, the melatonin, the spice, the multivitamin, the Serenity Pro, the Life Pro. To learn more, come to www.aplife.net or call the number on the screen. We are here for a new appointment with Let Food Be Your Medicine. It's a, let's say so, a very important block of our broadcast where we go to talk about food-related diseases. And I do it every time with our Adriano Panzironi, who I greet welcome. And with our Dr. Christian Orlando. So I would say right away, let's go to the introductory video of this block. Let's watch it together.
According to the latest statistics, 8 out of 10 Italians suffer from stress, and in particular, 87% of women and 76% of men. The situation has worsened in recent years, partly due to the economic crisis. In fact, according to an Istat survey, 58% of respondents say that stress has increased due to economic reasons, 46% due to work problems, and also due to traffic and the political situation. This state of mind also affects sleep. In fact, about 1/3 of the population has difficulty sleeping, and daily performance is also affected by this. But this chronic stress can be attributed only to psychological aspects or to different roots, as it seems to involve virtually the entire population.
The topic of Make Food Be Your Medicine is stress. And so we are going to address it with our experts. And I immediately ask Dr. Orlando, what is stress?
So, stress can be defined as the response of an organism that is subjected to excessive physical or mental challenges. The first reaction you have is called GAS, General Adaptation Syndrome, which is what our organism puts in place. You have a first active reaction when we are subjected just as a first impact to stress, which is as a fight or flight reaction, which is what our hunter ancestors were used to when faced with danger. Then when the stress lingers, we instead have a passive reaction with immobility or depression. Stress rightly then leads to the synthesis of certain hormones. So in the active reaction, mainly adrenaline and norepinephrine are expressed, while as for the passive reaction, you then have long-term stress. You basically have the synthesis of corticosteroid hormones and then cortisol, which is called precisely the stress hormone that is synthesized at the level of the adrenal gland as a result of a stimulus from the pituitary hormone ACTH, which in turn is stimulated by the hormone of the hypothalamus, which is CRH. This stress, this cortisol, then leads to various problems, increases cardiac output, increases ventricular fibrillation, increases blood glucose as it induces hepatic gluconeogenesis, and also promotes protein catabolism, then the conversion of protein to glucose, and lowers immune defenses.
So this stress, practically precursor then to so many other pathologies, carries with it a stroll of very, very serious pathologies. I wanted to ask a curiosity because talking about stress, the life that you lead, Mr. Panzeroni certainly is a very stressful life. And you know that you during the day are caught up in so many activities. How do you combat stress on a, let's say, even personal level? This is a curiosity, so come at the moment.
I supplement products that have the ability to reduce the production of cortisol. This obviously falls within our society's line of supplements, and it shows this supplementation to have the ability to inhibit or modulate the production of cortisol. Then obviously also a different mental approach to life or to the things that happen to you certainly can make a difference, but unfortunately today's society is forced to have this overexpression of cortisol because we still come from a lifestyle that was hunter-gatherer where cortisol acted sporadically. Obviously you had the time when, as Dr. Orlando said, there was fighting or running away from a certain danger, and therefore a whole chain of hormones including cortisol had to be activated just to preserve our life and therefore allow us to be more efficient at the most critical time. And also because cortisol is always the ability during the day to depress the immune system to prevent us from having excessive inflammation that can damage our tissues and our metabolism. All of this is absolutely perfect. It's totally studied precisely to perfection by nature, which, as I always say, always does things right. I have to say that, however, having changed, you must have gone from the role of hunter and gatherer to being people, citizens within homes with constant and continuous daily problems, with absolutely critical and very often conflicting human interactions, and then all the economic problems and all the various problems of the modern age induces a constant and continuous activation of this stress, which then precisely the response is the production of cortisol. So you can't get out of it unless you really change the lifestyle totally, or decide to approach obviously life with a totally different philosophical way, but especially with proper supplementation and nutrition. And now I guess we'll talk about that because nutrition also plays a role in cortisol stimulation, and so changing even nutrition can really make a difference.
Mr. Panzeroni, we have talked so many times about this infamous stress hormone cortisol, but then what is cortisol? We asked, and this is the video that explains it to us.
Cortisol is a steroid-type hormone that is derived from cholesterol and is produced by the adrenal glands. The production of cortisol, also called stress hormone, occurs upon stimulation of adrenocorticotropic hormone, ACTH, secreted by the pituitary gland, which in turn is stimulated by CRH, corticotropin-releasing hormone, produced by the hypothalamus. Cortisol released into the bloodstream interacts with hormones such as GH, testosterone, and thyroid hormones. Cortisol production has a defined circadian cadence, that is, with peak production at 6 a.m. and a steady decrease during the day until nearly zero at night.
This is the infamous stress hormone cortisol. The video explained it to us. So at this point, I want to say this is a hormone that, being a hormone, can also be kept at bay. Like all the hormones in our body.
Our body reacts with the environment, and therefore everything that happens has hormonal responses inside. And consequently, as we were saying before, changing lifestyle but also making a different diet induces changes in this cortisol production. Because, by the way, what is found today in people of a certain age, so over 50 years old, who have been following the Mediterranean diet for a long time and live a convulsive lifestyle, results in a flattening of this graph that we saw earlier. We should have high cortisol in the morning because that's what gives us the strength, the rise in blood sugar. And so we get up with a certain energy capacity also to face the day. Then cortisol tends to go down after lunch until it almost disappears after dinner, because obviously you have the production of melatonin. So melatonin predisposes us to sleep, and it has to turn off cortisol. Otherwise, we won't be able to sleep. That's why then one of the problems of those who have an overexpression of cortisol is insomnia. Because if there is an excess of cortisol in the blood, during the night. This then leads to insomnia, but it also leads to a whole series of other problems. If we think about immune diseases, when the immune system is strong just to try to fight inflammation and whatnot, this happens more at night. When we fight the immune system also at night, then so many autoimmune diseases tend to be more present, by the way. So the cortisol in these people who have this alteration is no longer recognized by peaks and troughs, but simply by an average straight line higher than the median. And this leads to a constant and continuous production of cortisol to no longer have the peak. So you get up tired in the morning because precisely you don't have this morning start, and at night you don't sleep because the cortisol doesn't go off.
So my understanding is that as with insulin or other hormones, they are all very important to our body. The thing is to keep them in balance. So overexpression of any of these hormones can be very harmful. We right now are talking about cortisol. So let's look at what are the harms of cortisol.
Cortisol can be considered a priority hormone, so it inhibits the production of other hormones, interferes with the production of neurotransmitters, and alters metabolic functions. Specifically, cortisol is able to inhibit the production of neurotransmitters such as GABA, dopamine, and serotonin. It induces metabolic alterations such as elevated blood glucose, increased blood pressure, and increased cardiac output. Cortisol induces increased protein catabolization and interferes with thyroid hormones. Finally, cortisol interferes with immune defenses by selectively destroying the class of lymphocytes known as Th1.
So the cortisol cascade causes obviously this state of stress of our body, of our organism to create and cascade, leads to a whole series of pathologies. We described them. You want to add some other pathology that maybe wasn't described more or less. There were all those that cortisol, the overexpression of cortisol, so stress causes to our body.
Actually, cortisol is a cofactor of all pathologies because by acting on inflammation, then on the immune system, by acting on blood sugar, by acting on insulin, by acting on the thyroid, basically it's a cofactor a little bit for everything. So if certainly the pathology most related to excess cortisol is insomnia, which is a pathology, but everything else comes to cortisol, it's clear that you're going to have all the metabolic pathologies. If you have, obviously, in the woman, the Hashimoto's thyroid problem, in short, it means osteoporosis. There are so many pathologies related to the alteration of the immune system, of which causes precisely the overexpression of cortisol.
So Dr. Orlando, what can we do with nutrition to balance cortisol? Keep it under control.
Certainly with nutrition, by always going to eliminate those foods that are inflammatory to the body, so that they go to stress the body itself, because we must not imagine stress only externally, but we must imagine also an internal stress within the body due to what we eat, and therefore going to eliminate, I repeat, those foods that stress because they inflame the cells. So they also directly or indirectly induce an increased synthesis of cortisol, of expression. As we have seen, then cascading goes to deregulate all the other hormones. Let's then go and remove these inflammatory foods. As I said, let's then go and make sure that cortisol is normal expressed and not overexpressed. So we always see them, the carbohydrates that then turn the body into sugars. It's those foods that create this inflammation and then internally stress precisely our body, thus activating cortisol itself.
However, you want to add something, Mr. Panzironi.
There are two phenomena that induce the overexpression of cortisol when we eat an excess of carbohydrates. The first is that when carbohydrates activate an inflammatory response, automatically our body tends to produce cortisol to extinguish this inflammation. So it's a bit of a dog biting its own tail. The more we raise the inflammation, the more we raise cortisol if we don't block the immune stimulation. Obviously, inevitably, we can't block the demand for cortisol production by our cells. The second aspect is hypoglycemia. We think that when we eat, in short, we are able to manage our blood sugar regularly through a hormone called precisely insulin. Actually, it does so in a totally disproportionate way. So the more we eat carbohydrates, the more at the postprandial glycemic peak. We see a postprandial glycemic drop. This leads us somewhat to the classic postprandial drowsiness. What happens when we feel the need to sleep after eating? Basically, we have a glycemic drop, and then our body tries to turn off the cells that somehow consume more sugar, glucose in the blood, to prevent us precisely from going into a severe hypoglycemia that would obviously lead us into a glycemic coma. How does our body solve this problem? It activates cortisol. That is, cortisol is the hormone that whenever we have a glycemic drop leads with neoglucogenesis by the liver, the spillover of glucose by the liver through glucagon, and then raises the blood sugar again. So whenever we go into hypoglycemia because of a carbohydrate meal, we are stimulating cortisol.
I go back to Dr. Orlando because you, Dr. Orlando, usually says no, 50% is done by nutrition, 50% is done by supplementation. In this case, as far as cortisol is concerned, and as far as, so consequently, everything cascades to the various pathologies. How can we balance cortisol through supplementation help, maybe?
Of course, we have a Prince supplement, if you will, for example, in AP Life, the Serenity Pro, which is the one that just goes to regulate the level of cortisol in the bloodstream. So that's the supplement that reigns a little bit overall. Then, as we said, vitamin C, vitamin D, because then they are related to an overexpression of cortisol to restore the proper immune system, because cortisol is even used, and this must make us think, as immunosuppressive therapies in patients who are newly transplanted. So this makes us think how much he can lower, almost zero out our immune system if it's used in this way. So the important thing, again, apart from this, the Serenity Pro, vitamin C, vitamin D, so everything we need as a booster to rebalance it. And then I always talk about the antioxidant because it is the one that restores us, rebalances us a little bit, all the intracellular functions.
Thank you, Mr. Orlando. I always see Mr. Panzironi, who has the book Living to 120, The Healings with Him. The book that contains practically all the scientific research that Mr. Panzironi did by going and examining a sample of 1,000 people who were following the AP Life lifestyle, and then the results that they got because of this lifestyle regarding stress and regarding, of course, cortisol. What kind of results did we get?
So I want to point out one thing about supplementation. One thing that needs to be said, that a great supplement for reducing cortisol is melatonin. Why is that? Because, of course, melatonin goes to regulate the circadian cycle. And the circadian cycle is a correlation. It's a relationship between daytime cortisol and nighttime melatonin. So if we really want to turn off cortisol at night, we have to take melatonin before we go to sleep. And of course, people who do this AP Life lifestyle are used to supplementing melatonin to improve sleep, because melatonin is known to improve sleep. But very often, the biological function of reducing the stimulation of the adrenal glands is not really explained. And so this switch that is made from cortisol shutting down and melatonin starting, I think, is absolutely critical. They are two opposing hormones. So if we have cortisol, they are two antagonists. So if cortisol is high, melatonin doesn't start, and vice versa. If you raise melatonin with an endogenous melatonin, you can partly shut down cortisol production. So it is absolutely critical. We asked everybody a little bit, because everybody suffers in some way from a form of insomnia or otherwise has difficulty falling asleep. This, we are talking about people who are over 50 years old, because let's remember that most people who follow this lifestyle are people who are from 50 to 100 years old. And so obviously in people up in age, the problem of insomnia or excess cortisol is absolutely a problem that everybody is over 50 years old.
Because there is this reduction in melatonin production by the pineal gland.
In the pineal gland, there is oxidation of the pineal gland on the one hand, and on the other hand, so many decades of overexpression of cortisol undoubtedly lead to its alteration, and therefore all people over the age of 50 easily have a metabolic alteration of the circadian clock, including precisely cortisol and low melatonin. So we asked this group of 1,000 people a question about their sleep quality, which is absolutely critical. And we said, give a grade from 10 to 0. Obviously, 10 is the highest, is 0 at the lowest. and we then asked them to rate before they started doing this lifestyle and then compare the improvement in precisely sleep. The average among these 1,000 people was 4.4, the grade before starting this lifestyle. So we are talking totally insufficient. It even went to 9. That is almost excellent. So it means that people went from a stage of sleep deprivation and insomnia to a stage even almost excellent, as if they were children going back to dreaming.
Are there any other results you can tell us?
There is the quality of life, obviously going from 4 and 9 to 8 and 6. Obviously, it is a bit more general question because it is the one that also basically grants a whole series of improvements, even pathological improvements, because obviously when it is that you live better is when you suffer less. And therefore, by following this lifestyle, there is also a doubling of the perception of the quality of life.
So on this book, there is Living to 120. The healings, there is the observational study that obviously confirms the success of the AP Life lifestyle. So I thank obviously once again our Adriano Panzironi and Dr. Christian Orlando for being here to make food be your medicine. Let food be your medicine, and that's exactly what we are talking about today with some really special guests, because we have with us Dr. Gloria Mosconi, Dr. Christian Orlando, and the popularizer of science, Adriano Panzironi, whom you know well as a journalist and also as a writer, thanks to his book Living to 120, The Truth That No One Wants to Tell You, one of several books by our Adriano Panzironi. We've turned the page, and now it's time to talk about a topic that, let's say so, is a little bit in getting into a minefield, a field where anything said maybe with a different nuance could be misunderstood or understood in a, let's say so, inaccurate way. So at this point, I launched the topic with this video. Let's see it together.
Cancer represents the second leading cause of death for humans after cardiovascular disease. There are 3 million sufferers in Italy today, and about 1,000 new cases of cancer are added to this army every day. People who will have to begin a course of treatment that is among the most difficult in medicine, a path made of chemotherapy, radiation therapy, surgery, monoclonal antibody therapies. Medicine has been engaged in the treatment of cancers for decades, but there are hundreds of types, and for each one, a specific treatment must be found. The state invests significant sums in its budget. In fact, we speak of an average cost, for example, for a cycle of chemotherapy of about 5,000 euros, while for a treatment with radiotherapy, the cost is about 20,000 euros. The total expenditure, just for cancer treatment, reaches the figure of 18 billion euros per year in Italy.
And so here we are talking about cancer. I think already there is a bit of taboo in saying this word. Many called it dark evil because there is really a taboo, because this is one of the most, let's say so, as the video said, there are hundreds of types. So for each one there has to be, let's say so, a targeted resolution for that type there. Since we have the pleasure of having with us Dr. Mosconi, who is specialized precisely in diet and nutrition of the cancer patient, I want to ask her first of all if she can explain to us what is cancer. Paziente oncologico, voglio chiederle innanzitutto se può spiegarci che cosa è il tumore.
As Benedetto anticipated, we should no longer be afraid to say this word, because from the data we have seen, it is a disease that is now an aspect of living together almost, because I challenge anyone not to have a person in their family who is not sick with cancer. So we deal with it respectfully and clearly by saying those things that come out of my own personal training that has obviously led me to delve into the subject and then become a little bit of an expert in the subject. Tumor is a genetic mutation related to a cellular own genetic lesion that occurs, and this phase, as soon as it starts, clearly represents the primary phase.
Ad una lesione genetica proprio cellulare che si verifica e questa fase appena inizia rappresenta chiaramente la fase primaria.
And then you go on. Unfortunately, this mutation, it continues to copy this DNA that unfortunately has changed its arrangement. So you copy the DNA and the cells, in a nutshell, proliferate with the wrong DNA. And so here we are in a condition of cell proliferation of cancer cells, and we are then in this phase here in a secondary prevention until we get to the diagnosis of overt disease.
In una prevenzione secondaria fino ad arrivare alla diagnosi di malattia conclamata.
So we have these three phases. A primary phase, a secondary phase where there is the proliferation of the genetic lesion that occurred in the first phase, and finally to the diagnosis of cancer. Nutrition and supplementation in cancer is a real science, and so you have to be an expert in the subject, but certainly, I don't say this, but it is said by countless studies that have been conducted worldwide for so many years now, how nutrition, both in the primary phase, in secondary prevention, and in an overt disease phase, can and should contribute to an improvement in the evolution of the disease.
E sia in una fase di malattia conclamata può contribuire e deve contribuire ad un miglioramento della evoluzione della patologia.
Having said that, what happens? I'll tie in the sugar aspect for a moment. Then anabolic foods, insulin-dependent foods to the development of cancer.
Dipendenti allo sviluppo di cancro.
In the cancer cell, sugar is not converted into pyruvate and then transported to the mitochondria so that it can then proceed in its metabolic action, but is unfortunately converted into lactate.
Ma viene purtroppo trasformato in lattato.
Now, lactate inside the cell cannot coexist. Of the cell, obviously already in the disease stage, it is shot outwards, so we find it in the extracellular matrix.
Lo troviamo nella matrice extracellulare.
In the extracellular matrix, lactate, unfortunately, results in an acidic pH, and an acidic pH cannot coexist in the presence of disease. Already it should not coexist in the presence of health because we are born with a slightly alkaline pH. So nature has predicted that human beings are born with a slightly alkaline pH. This acidic pH, unfortunately, is a cause of metastatic stimulation. Not only that, during the presence of disease, other proteolytic enzymes are also activated. For example, metalloproteinases that go to, unfortunately, digest collagen, elastase, and so many other components, obviously, of organs and tissues that become the target, obviously, of cancer cells, and consequently, the drugs act much less. So what is the goal? The goal is, first of all, not to see cancer as a diseased organ, but cancer is a systemic disease. So it is a disease that, unfortunately, then involves the whole organism. It is clear that there is a target organ that is affected. However, it involves the whole organism. Also, be aware of the fact that proper nutrition allows us to go to certainly bring our pH back to an alkaline pH of acid, which indeed it becomes, to make it oxygenated, because the cancer cell lives in a highly hypoxic environment. It's just its ideal environment, and so going to oxygenate cells that are undergoing oxidative processes because of sugar. An oxygenated cell, of course, is a cell that is also more receptive to the drug. But how do we get to oxygenate cells through nutrition? So I made a speech to return then to the origin of the question.
Then Dr. Mosconi, I thank her because it was really precise and timely. I almost felt like a female Panzeroni. However, did you see that the topic is a bit like walking on coals? I also try not to be, so I want to address. Then I ask a really very difficult question to our Dr. Orlando, because I ask a question that is, this a poor nutrition Can it cause cancer?
Certainly, a bad diet can, on a statistical level, affect an altered cellular metabolism. In fact, there is a branch of medicine called epigenetics that is finally developing, especially in the last few years, food epigenetics, in which it has been seen how much lifestyle and how much diet affects at the level of precisely genetic expression. For example, an experiment was done where homozygotic twins, so same genetic heritage, were separated from birth by having them grow up in different environments and with precisely different food styles, where gene expression varied depending on the situation. So absolutely, yes, what we eat can alter, can indicate correct or incorrect gene expression and therefore cellular mutation, and unfortunately, in short, cancer or any other pathology.
So before I give the floor to Mr. Panzironi, because Mr. Panzironi I know really likes to talk about numbers, I want to show you this video. I also want to show it to our viewers at home so that then we'll have a chance to comment on these numbers that the video poses to us.
The number of cancer patients shows no sign of decreasing, but is increasing exponentially. In fact, in 1977, the risk of getting cancer was 1 in 5. In 2000, the risk rose to 1 in 3. To date, we have reached 1 in 2. Following this progression, in the next 30 years, we will no longer be talking about a risk of getting sick, but a certainty. And so the only uncertainty will be what kind of cancer we will be diagnosed with. Even from the point of view of survival chances, the situation is not the best. In fact, cancers such as lung and pancreatic remain basically with an average survival rate of 16 and 8%. In contrast, cancers that have undergone mass screening have seen marked reductions in mortality. For breast cancer, the risk of death was reduced from 1,992 to 2002, from 63% to 53%. But the number of women screened increased from 10% to 43% of the population. This suggests to us that the reduction in the risk of death may also be distorted by cases of overdiagnosis, that is, diagnosis of cancers that would have remained silent.
So, Mr. Panzironi, the data are these quickly in 1997. The risk was 1 person in 5 of getting cancer in 2000, risk 1 person in 3. Today, the risk 1 person in 30, in the next 30 years, there will not be, let's say, so the risk, but it will be a certainty. We just have to go and figure out what kind of cancer we will be diagnosed with. How do you comment on these numbers?
Obviously, we are facing yet another pandemic that is totally underestimated by dogmatic medicine. It is true, as Dr. Mosconi said, that we should not be afraid of cancer as you were afraid before. But this fear, you can exorcise it if you know what it is and what you are fighting, because unfortunately, especially people who do not have specific knowledge about this tend to think that the appearance of cancer is a random occurrence. So you were touched, you were unlucky, maybe your mother and father suffered from it, and inevitably you will suffer from it. You will be affected by it in the years to follow. Actually, all this is not true for the simple fact that there is an etiology of cancer pathology and there is a degenerative metabolic process of the cell that leads to the appearance of cancer cells. So the tumor is not such a chance occurrence. It is simply the normal progression of a metabolism that is not working in the correct way. And then over time, the cells that are part of that organism begin to accumulate damage to the DNA of the cell, and therefore of the nucleus, and then inevitably made so many variations of this DNA, it will happen that that cell will take advantage, as it does in viruses, of offensive capabilities towards the organism to which it belongs. And then from there begins a tumor process that is also amplified by an inefficiency of the immune system. So we should not imagine that the tumor is an alien that is transplanted to us, but it is an inability of our body to go out and check to find the diseased cancer cell.
and not to have been able to eliminate it in the right time and in the right way. Also because we have hundreds of thousands of cells every day that turn into cancer cells. Our immune system has been precisely predisposed by Mother Nature to recognize those cells that are defined as no longer safe, as if it were a pathogen, and so our immune system recognizes them, kills them, and prevents proliferation. But what is the real reason for the appearance of these hundreds of thousands of cancer cells? It is the energy metabolism of the cell. A normal cell, first of all, has a low glycolytic activity, and on the other hand, it has an aerobic activity, which is the one produced by the mitochondrion. These mitochondria basically have generating sets. We can compare them to generating sets, engines that use pyruvic acid and use fats to produce energy. These energy ATP, however, also produce a small percentage of free radicals that are estimated to be 2 to 3%. When we eat insulin carbohydrates, bread, pasta, pizza, potatoes, rice, and legumes, what happens? The insulin forces our cells to take in carbohydrates, this glucose that carbohydrates then summarize into glucose. And so the cells are forced to use glycolysis, and then using that you damage the mitochondria. There is even a reduction of sirtuins, which are cellular enzymes that lead to recognition by the cell of the damaged mitochondrion. Because we are non-immutable structures, we have energy structures that when they are damaged, they are repaired or replaced. Then this carbohydrate diet leads to an excessive production of free radicals precisely because of mitochondrial dysfunction, and these free radicals that are free to circulate within the cell. Cytosol also go on to damage the protein structures of the DNA and thus begin to induce alterations when these alterations lead to benefiting the cell in capacities that were dormant in primordial cells, because we remember that we are born from single-celled beings. The fact that our body is composed of multi-cells means that these cells are given rules. These rules were necessary to give these rules to our cells, and they are rules that are dormant. However, so when we don't have these cellular capacities that revert back to these basically primordial capacities, the cell no longer recognizes itself as being part of a tissue and begins to duplicate itself in an irregular way. Then if we continue to eat badly, we induce these transformations of the genetics of each cell. And then inevitably, eventually, some cell will no longer be controlled and destroyed by the immune system. It will begin to create a small tumor mass, and from there, the pathway will begin that will lead to the death of the patient.
So to simplify what you said, you are inviting is saying that you have to change the metabolism of the cell and then not have it use glycolysis for its own energy, but the Krebs cycle, then the utilization of fats instead of sugars for its own metabolism.
At the level of prevention, when we are sick, this rule applies even more. Why do cancer cells, why do they use glycolysis and not use mitochondria? Because being cells that duplicate all the time, cell duplication blocks the activity of the mitochondria, because obviously the mitochondrion is one of those structures along with the nucleus that duplicates when the cell duplicates. So what does that mean? That a cancer cell literally shuts down the mitochondria. That cancer cell, by the way, needs a large amount of energy because it is a continuous duplication phase. It is the phase where the cell needs more energy and uses its only fuel that it can use, which is sugars. So if we don't give this fuel, we are going to disadvantage these cancer cells that will become more sensitive to chemotherapy. They will become more sensitive to drugs. They will activate a more effective immune system, and they will be able to destroy because there will be less release of lactic acid within the matrix, and therefore the immune system will be able to more easily reach the site where the tumor mass has presented itself and go and destroy it. This is what has to be done for tumor treatment.
I also saw Dr. Orlando following, carefully nodded, as did Dr. Mosconi. Want to add something to this talk that your colleague Mr. Panzironi made here?
Returning precisely to the issue of nutrition related then to the immune system, precisely that is fundamental. I always say that the immune system never goes on vacation. Often we think of the immune system only precisely for flu, COVID, when in fact, as we said, every day our body unfortunately produces cancer cells, and we have this exceptional weapon of the immune system. Remembering precisely that the immune system is largely located at the intestinal level, so the moment we make a wrong diet, precisely we encounter a dysbiosis and we encounter an alteration, a massive weakening of the immune system, and therefore, unfortunately, the probability of getting sick with this pathology of cancer increases proportionally.
I want to continue to walk Dr. Mosconi over the coals because, again, the question is also very, let's say, so articulate, and it's difficult to answer in the sense I'm talking about supplementation. I'm not talking about preventive supplementation. But I want to ask you with regard to supplementation instead, after the disease, the pathology is concluded. I know this. Surely you can confirm that supplementation has to be targeted based also on the type of tumor that the person has at that time, because it can't be, let's say, so a generic supplementation can give us a much more scientific explanation on this.
Absolutely, yes. So supplementation is also a real science, and therefore it has to be handled in the right way. You cannot generalize. You cannot, let's say, work in a superficial way. As Dr. Orlando Christian said, the first step in a patient already in the presence of
il primo step in un paziente già in presenza di malattia.
Disease is precisely to get the bowel in order, that is, the bowel in an inflammaging condition, which is precisely what exists in the presence of neoplasia. We have precisely a condition of true major inflammation. The first approach is the bowel. A gut that is in a phase of dysbiosis, it obviously has to be rearranged. The gut microbiota has to be put back in place. It has to be made to start functional and function in the correct way. So everything starts from there. It is useless to do an anti-radical therapy, as Adriano also said precisely, with specific supplements that go against the presence of the free radical, because he went back compared to what I said. He made a much more complete overview, Adriano, because the whole thing starts from a presence of free radicals that is above what is naturally expected in our organism, and that therefore our organism itself is able to counteract, because we have the tools to be able to counteract free radicals. When this presence of free radicals is so important, it is so obvious that the tools that the organism has at its disposal to be able to counteract free radicals are not sufficient. It is those that the free radical prevails and obviously begins to attack and modify a cell in its nucleus, then in its DNA, which then replicates, etc., etc.
Una cellula nel suo nucleo, quindi nel suo DNA, che poi si replica, eccetera, eccetera.
Now, anti-radical has its why, okay, of course it has its why, but I mean it is given at a stage when the organism is already in order. Okay, so you give it at a stage where the organism is in order, so you reset the pH of the organism, the gut, and then you go ahead and go on with reoxygenating the cells. Give anti-radical action just for a discourse of oxygen recovery for the cell, which then obviously then transports throughout our body. So the cell has to be reoxygenated in a condition of neoplasia.
So basically, in the overt disease, the supplementation must be targeted, therefore done by an expert.
Of course, he knows and identifies the initial condition of the person.
So, Mr. Panzinoni, I want you to maybe conclude this block that is so difficult and so delicate to deal with.
Dr. Mosconi is right, because in case of chemotherapy, you have to avoid taking example supplements that have antioxidants, because obviously what does it do? Most chemotherapies go to oxidize and create excessive free radicals inside the cancer cell and induce it to apoptosis. So taking supplements that are antioxidants instead could counteract the effect of chemotherapy. But regardless of when one is being treated, a minimal supplementation that needs to be done, and all the scientific studies tell us about the tumor discourse and therefore the immune system is certainly vitamin C supplementation, because vitamin C is a supplement that leads to hyperactivity of the immune system. Vitamin D, which is the basis of modulation, of course, of immune cells, lactoferrin, lysozyme, astaxanthin, acetylcysteine, are all molecules that I explained and introduced in the book Living Beyond COVID, which, by the way, is a supplement related to improving immune system performance. Remember that the Th1 system, the one in viruses, is the same system that has the ability to block pathogenic cells, so obviously the tumor. So if one has a lowering of the immune system, very often one has both viral diseases but also the appearance of tumor. That's the first thing. Another thing that I think is important to say and should be recommended in people, these are studies that have really shown to have curative capacity, fasting straddling chemotherapy cycles. There are scientific studies that tell us that if on the day you have chemotherapy, 2 days before and 2 days after, you are in a fasting phase and therefore almost totally deprive the body of carbohydrates, the cancer cells are much more sensitive to chemotherapy, and therefore you are able to get great results. One last thing I want to say to make it clear how important nutrition is on a tumor discourse. There are absolutely extraordinary studies that have shown that people who were operated on a primary tumor and therefore were not in the presence of metastasis, the difference from the appearance of metastasis was made by nutrition. That is, who after being operated on, so theoretically the cure is achieved after 5 years, so you are waiting to see if there are any neoplastic cells that are left within the subject. At that time, a low-carb diet can really make the difference between death and survival, because these studies tell us that a Mediterranean diet leads, as opposed to a low-carb diet, to a 500% increased risk of metastasis, and then to talk about 5 times the risk of the appearance of metastasis. I think it is really important.
Really important to follow that indication. Then it's time to thank my guests. I thank Dr. Gloria Mosconi for being here and accepting our invitation. I thank Dr. Christian Orlando, here he is, for being with us today. And of course, I thank our Adriano Panzironi for being precise and timely in his answers. Ovviamente ringrazio il nostro Adriano Panzironi per essere sempre stato preciso e puntuale nelle sue risposte. Are we ready yet here in the Health Seekers Kitchen, making chef?
And nothing today is the wedding anniversary, and I forgot to go buy flowers and DIY.
Is it pink?
Is a rose, yes.
You are a romantic.
Hey, but
so
of
then
course,
do you announce her? Do you announce her? Who is there now? The recipes of Bob?
Health with Chef Bartolo and the flour. The flour.
Health recipes with that romantic Chef Bartolo, who is doing something else right now, though. No longer the rose.
Yes, always with the artichoke. No. I'm cleaning the artichoke because I have to cut it into wedges to put it to cook, because tonight's recipe is vacuum cooked octopus with artichokes and small salad. Tonight it's a thing. It's a tasty
fish
thing,
with
isn't
artichoke. So first of all, let's go and mention that you can find these recipes in the book, Living to 120. The recipes are all recipes approved by Adriano Panzironi, who is here and to whom I'm going to go right away and ask one thing. Under vacuum, what technique is it?
It is a type of cooking that has a range of 50 to 70 degrees. The food is not immersed in water, but inside a plastic bag. This allows, on the one hand, to improve the cooking, on the other hand, to prevent the release of those liquids that are present in the food that are then dispersed differently instead in the cooking liquid.
Really very interesting. So do you know any curiosities, obviously, about this type of cooking on this technique?
This cooking was invented by a Frenchman, a chef, who was looking for a gentle cooking method because he wanted precisely to cook foie gras, and then it was imported, and now it has been unused by so many chefs.
Listen, but from the point of view of nutritional values, what kind of strengths does this technique have?
We have to remember that cooking always causes the proteins to denature, recombine them, and can also lead to the stiffening of collagen fibers. On the other hand, cooking done in this way, even under vacuum, prevents excessive denaturation and therefore simply makes this food more easily digestible and keeps all those active ingredients intact within the product.
Very well. When you can combine haute cuisine with wellness, with health, with wholesomeness, I am really very happy.
Of course, it's important. It's important. Then the process is very, very simple.
Please.
We use these bags that are just for cooking. Obviously, it's not plastic. It's a food product. So it can also go in the oven and whatever else. I wanted to point out one thing, however, that we use vacuum technique, but this is not the vacuum bag. The technique, however, the same, because the bag, we will close it, then we will see, and we will cook it in the oven precisely at 70 degrees, as Adriano said. So we put the octopus inside, which then, moreover, this cooking gives us a softness of the product which is impressive. So the octopus, which, however, is also difficult to cook, using this cooking makes our job so much easier. So we also put the artichokes inside. Yes, we put everything
Also the
inside,
artichokes together?
So we don't put salt, absolutely, but we just put a drop of oil. Then obviously the liquid that will release the octopus will remain inside the bag. So in this way here we close the bag. See, so we close it with a string. We make a turn to close it tightly, because the important thing, of course, that all the cooking liquids of the octopus don't leak out. Otherwise, then it's no longer vacuum cooking. And this one we cook for 4 hours at 70 degrees. So I always repeat the oven because it gives us a controlled cooking, and then we don't.
We can say for 4 hours at 70 degrees.
To 70 degrees, and we leave them in the oven, and we go do something else. We go grocery shopping, we go buy some things.
With the oven on in the house grocery shopping, I wouldn't recommend it.
But you can't understand so much, and so much the oven is at low temperature.
If you say so, Chef,
it's not,
in the meantime?
Not risky, absolutely. In the meantime, then we make a julienne with, I took some celery, some carrots, there are some capers, some olives, because precisely this dish is a salad. So once we cook the octopus that is nice and soft and whatever else, on the plate we put these raw salads, so the julienne of carrots, then we also put the olives, capers, some parsley, and we put on top the octopus. With artichokes, of course.
Very, 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 very good. Obviously, we can't show it because we have it these 4 hours.
We have to wait a moment.
So let's put back here 4 hours, we are here, no? Let's wait for everything and synchronize the clocks. No, we can't, because we really have very important things for this episode. Then I thank, of course, our chef Bartolo. And here I am with Juicy in the AP Life Corner to talk about a very important topic.
Sure, Benedetto. Today we are talking about Adriano Panzeroni's AP Life lifestyle, which more than 700,000 Italians have already chosen, achieving great benefits for their health. A revolutionary lifestyle promoted by science popularizer Adriano Panzeroni, thanks to his best-selling book, Living to 120, a book author whom you have had the opportunity to interview many times.
You are right, Juicy. The book Living to 120 has exceeded 500,000 copies sold, probably the best-selling science book of all time in Italy. Its success is due to the important information it contains for our health, and there is an unmissable offer.
That's right. It can be yours for $19.90 and $10 for shipping and handling, and arrive at your door in less than 7 days.
But now, Juicy, let's talk about supplementation. Because the AP Life lifestyle, created by Adriano Panzeroni, is not only eating right, but also doing conscious supplementation. And certainly the product most recommended by Adriano Panzeroni are the Spice.
The Spice are tablets produced with an innovative technology. We are talking about turmeric, cinnamon, cloves, oregano, ginger, and black pepper. Benedetto, you know the characteristics of these spices?
Of course, Juicy. I take the Spice. Just think that spices are the food with the highest antioxidant capacity in the world. So the recommended daily ration of spices contains as much as 6 times the antioxidants contained in the normal modern diet. It therefore means counteracting the formation of free radicals and reducing their harmful action on our body.
And what about turmeric, on which they have carried out more than 30,000 scientific studies confirming its effectiveness on liver function, joint function, and improvement of menstrual cycle disorders?
Another reason to take this product is its effectiveness in regulating cardiovascular function and normal blood circulation. And what about cloves, which help regularize gastrointestinal motility?
That's right. How many of you do not feel bloated after eating or suffer from bowel disorders such as impaired digestive function? Well, the Spice can be a valuable aid to digestive function and gas elimination, thus having a balsamic effect for our intestines.
And where do we find the Spice?
The Spice, you can order them at the call center and on our website, but thanks to this offer, you can get them for $49.90 and $10 for shipping and handling.
Surely this is a very advantageous offer, but what if you wanted to buy 2?
Even better, if you buy 2 bottles, you save on shipping costs, plus you get our bestseller, Living to 120, for free.
Then I'll tell you what, Juicy, I'm going to go order them right now.
Bravo, a P-Life 120% well-being.
I wanted to tell you that in the AP Life line of supplements, the only ones authorized by Adriano Panzironi, you find the vitamin C, the vitamin D, the omega-3, the melatonin, the spice, the multivitamin, the Serenity Pro, the Life Pro. To learn more, come to www.aplife.net or call the number on the screen. I am sorry, because right now, as they say, the beauty of live Chef Bartolo is not there, so we could not go on with the health recipes. But Mr. Panzironi, since I have been following Chef Bartolo for so long, I am cooking tonight. So...
No, forget it. I had gone to get 2 oranges, forget it, I'll cook.
Do you cook?
And by necessity.
Then health recipes with Chef Bartolo. Health recipes with Chef Bartolo, here it is, has arrived.
Here we are, missing the oranges because I have to make orange duck tonight. Yes. With the variation, we cook it at a low temperature in oil cooking, so we'll do a low temperature. Because the duck anyway is a little stodgy, a little so. It always turns out a little instead at low temperature. It comes a show, nice and soft to soft.
Here I translate, it comes out a show, nice and soft. So low temperature, I'm very curious because we in this the Health Seeker series of health recipes, we are also talking about cooking methods.
Sure.
And so I'm going to ask our Adriano Panzironi if he can tell us more about low temperature.
Basically, you cook these foods by immersing them in liquids and you bring them to a temperature of 50 to 60 degrees. This obviously allows for gentle cooking that does not go to denature precisely the proteins present within these foods.
Panzironi, a question, why is it that this cooking technique allows us to maintain the nutritional values of the food that we are going to cook?
Of course, we always have to remember that when we cook a food, both fats and proteins undergo a heat shock. Not by chance, in short, proteins can denature, and at first they start to become more soluble, but then new bonds are formed that increase, let's say, the inability to digest that food and also worsen its biological quality.
Look, speaking of quality, we are obviously talking about meat. So normally when we cook meat, the meat changes its appearance. It also changes its texture. However, normally it is said that cooked meat is obviously more digestible than raw meat.
Of course, because initially we say we reduce what are the bonds of the proteins. So it increases their solubility, and therefore it is easier for us to digest them. But then with a higher temperature, new bonds are formed that therefore make the food less digestible and also reduce precisely the biological quality of the proteins that are contained within the food.
Look, Panzironi, you mentioned binding. I go then to Chef Bartolo because he is binding something. What's going on? Can you explain?
We bind. Yes, I'm putting some bacon that's not seasoned very much, and especially the part where there's more meat. Yes, and so I tied it with a string and we put to cook everything together because this will also give us a flavor. You know, I like savory things. So as I was saying, we do in oil cooking. So there's extra virgin olive oil. In this case, obviously, we have to use a very, very good product because merits and demerits within this cooking can be felt. So since it's orange duck, obviously, we're going to put the oranges, the peel of the orange. The important thing here also is to have oranges that have not been treated because we're cooking the peel.
That's why he picked it up here in the Health Seekers orchard.
Bravo.
In Chef
fact,
Bartolo's
in the orchard. So we put orange zest inside. We put a little drop of orange juice. Here we go. We put a clove of poached garlic. I recommend just one. Because the particularity of this cooking, besides giving softness and whatnot, but it also gives off so much of the smells, the scents of all the ingredients we put inside. So we have to go easy. Otherwise, it just tastes like garlic, rosemary. We put just a teeny, tiny little piece like that to make the rosemary taste a little bit as well. We go and cover it completely with extra virgin olive oil. And like we did last time, we bake it in the oven. I repeat, always because we have to have the cooking, let's say, controlled. The controlled temperature is a low temperature, so on the stove we can't do it. Otherwise, we would have to be there all the time with the thermometer and whatnot. And it's
And it is not possible.
And so we put it in the oven, 60, 65 degrees for 4 hours at least.
So 60 or 65 degrees for 4 hours. I want to ask one last thing from our Adriano Panzeroni, but can this kind of low temperature cooking be done only with oil?
It can also be done with other liquids. Not coincidentally, the chef also added juice, various orange juices, so certainly all liquids brought to that temperature are able to cook food.
Perfect. Then also for this evening, we knew something more besides having a delicious recipe then to go and taste, also something how to cook the best. So the appointment with our chef Bartolo, whom I of course always thank very fondly, is for next week.
The disease of hypertension is a true pandemic. In fact, there are 17 million hypertensives in Italy alone, a number that has doubled in the last 40 years.
Hypertension is a condition that involves people over the age of 50 or over 40. We are basically talking about 1 in 2 people over this age threshold. Do you know how official medicine has responded to this unstoppable phenomenon of hypertension? They simply raised the threshold so that if you are 60 years old, you can also have 90/150 blood pressure, which is still okay. How many more years do we have to wait before this tame medicine realizes a biological truth? That is, when we eat sugars, we activate insulin, insulin activates aldosterone, and it raises our blood pressure. So other than the heritage of humanity is this Mediterranean diet, if anything, it is the destroyer of humanity.
Who had before starting AP Life hypertension, so also tachycardia and atrial fibrillation. Turn on the light bulb. Those who following the AP Life lifestyle have recovered from these conditions. Turn off the light bulb. Those who are taking medications for hypertension, tachycardia, and atrial fibrillation, turn on the light bulb. Those who are no longer taking medication for these conditions after AP Life, turn off the light bulb.
Welcome to Life 120 Stories. Welcome also to Francesca Amaretti from Forlì. You are 45 years old. In life, you are a freelancer. You have been following AP Life for a very short time, January 2019, and in a few months, Francesca, you have already had great improvements because I know you have a long string of problems you had, fortunately for you, let's say, solved. But I would start from a very important one that debuted in your life about 5 years ago, maybe a little bit more. So at the threshold of 40 years old, what was this big problem that you suffered from?
It was fibromyalgia.
Fibromyalgia, which we say so many times is a monster because it comes in so many forms as well as very sneaky. How had fibromyalgia appeared to you?
Very debilitating. Let's say I always had problems from a young age. I didn't understand exactly why I had them, but they were part of me. Then all of a sudden, 5 or 6 years ago, I had a general pain breakout, a general pain all over my body. I went to the doctor and said, Doctor, I have pain from the tip of my hair to the tip of my toenail, and I don't know why.
But it came like that from morning to night?
Basically, yes. For me, it was like that.
Can you describe these pains? What kind of impact they had?
It was like from the morning when I woke up, in a manner of speaking, I woke up because I also had so much insomnia afterwards. So when I opened my eyes, it was like someone was infusing pure pain into my whole body with a syringe, everything. It was crazy. I had to get up holding myself up with my hands because my legs just were sore to the max.
This pain clearly prevented you from having a normal life because then he was with you all day long.
All day long? All day long at night, maybe if I moved my legs were like I just did 2 hours of gymnastics. They were always, always, always sore, excruciatingly.
What was the diagnosis? What did the doctors tell you?
my doctor told me, look, from what you're telling me, it's definitely fibromyalgia, because everything you're telling me, including even all the other conditions that then come behind 90 and 9.9%, is that I would then go and do research on my own, and you see that in fact it all coincided, unfortunately. So
what, I guess you, maybe like many people, didn't even know what fibromyalgia was.
no, absolutely.
When you realized what it was, how did you react? What did you think?
Very bad, because I thought, now I work and I do heavy work. Now if I want to go out with friends and have outings, I found myself having to say, maybe I'm there, maybe I'm not. I had to be best man to my friend. I told her, look until the last moment, maybe even look for another best man who can replace me, because who knows if I'm okay that day. I mean, it was such a life, and from day to day you had to live it, and you never knew whether to have an outing afterwards for 3-4 days. I couldn't, because 3-4 days I would be literally sleeping in bed.
And on the strictly, let's say, pain aspect, you had started to take medication. I mean, you were doing something to combat this pain. These pains, you told me before, even that all you had to do was touch your skin.
If someone was like, hello, how are you?
You would go crazy with pain?
An impossible
So here
thing.
is on that side how you did it.
On that side, I did that. I have a very high pain threshold. Less pain, and
Unfortunately,
so no less
or
pain,
to less
I don't
bad,
know,
let's
because
say.
I could save myself from taking rivers of anti-inflammatories and tranquilizers also, because I was told that afterwards even tranquilizers would help me a lot. I mean, I really mentally refused. I said, how is it that at 40 years old I have to live a life like this? No way. So I kept it, and every time I bent over at work because I had to move furniture or things, I would get back up by sticking to the furniture and say, hang in there, go ahead.
Francesca, how do you go through 5 long years with such a big daily problem?
Look, I don't know how to do it. I know I did.
I ask you to try to explain how, if it is possible.
I have done it.
I mean, it takes courage, strength.
Going on saying whatever now it is, maybe who knows, because I remember very well even those days when I was better. I have them all memorized, so were they few?
Also because they were an
few,
exception.
So maybe tomorrow, that day, they come on. Maybe if I get a little more sunshine, if I have a little less thought in me, I'm not better, I don't know. I was putting these ideas in my head, so why so much?
Then, as if it wasn't enough, like it was raining cats and dogs, you didn't have just this problem, which would be enough in itself. You also have a bowel problem of irritable bowel, and not a little joke. What was going on with your colon?
I literally had to, there were times that I literally had to bend in 2 and 3 and 4. I didn't know how many parts to bend into anymore, lay down on the floor, turn over. I didn't know how to put myself, because they were a spear,
So
right,
colic,
stuck here, stuck and spinning inside my colon.
when they say to twist the finger in the wound, in short,
It is
how
an
often did
atrocious
you have
thing.
this
There
colic?
was this almost every day. Every time
Almost
I ate,
every day?
practically every time I ate, I had the twinges. The big problem was that when you were in company, it's not like you can bend over 3-4 times, no, because after that poor thing, what do you do? And so I would pretend like nothing happened, go to the bathroom, bend over in the bathroom, or I would pretend like nothing happened and hold on, hoping it was a little twinge.
That it would soon pass. And you unfortunately began to deal with this problem as a child to a little more.
Let's say, so the baby had frequent tummy pains. Then maybe, you know, babies sometimes have tummy aches, so I started having these things about 12, 13. Then afterwards, just this pain broke out, just with various colonoscopies, etc. On 19, 20, it was concluded a longer, wider bowel, all kinds. So it was obvious that there was also a fantastic irritation there in this colon.
Colon, and then also reflux problems. You unfortunately slept, as many people do, almost sitting with pillows behind your back.
I used to fall asleep with 2-3 pillows. Then in the morning, of course, my neck hurt because I fell asleep like that, in the most wrong position. And even there, it felt like I had like a steel blade going up to my throat, crawling up and right into my throat, this tremendous acid. Whole days, but whole days, that's what I didn't understand. Baking soda, lemon, whole days, and it wouldn't go away. Lately, I was atrocious. It wouldn't go away even with baking soda, with lemon.
Then, especially if you add fibromyalgia to all this, I think it was really a very bad living. I want to ask you this, Francesca. In this picture, it seems almost obvious to me that you then had a mood backlash. So I imagine that your mood in the long run, after years and years of these problems, got pockmarked, degraded, and developed anxiety states, panic attacks, very negative thoughts. That's also what this is. Let's unfortunately add this other load. What has happened on a mood level for you?
That I always had them, these negative thoughts. I have them from childhood. These are 37, 38 years also. From school days, early middle school. Bad thoughts. Now let's not be saying, however, very bad.
Very negative,
very
in short, very
That's
negative.
That's how it went on. That's how it went on. I've always had strength. Good thing I have a strength. I don't know. Despite the bad thoughts, I always have this strength. And I always say, I always get up, always, I don't know how I do it either.
No, especially you held on for all these years with all these problems, so you had to be strong by necessity, because a person less strong than you, I think, would have given up much sooner.
Yes, it would be.
And so to your rescue still came AP Life at this point. Here, I'd like to understand more than how the meeting was. What was the reason that prompted you to take up this lifestyle?
I saw an episode one day when I was zapping. I saw an episode and I said, I already knew it. Inside me, there was something telling me there is something wrong. And also, I don't know what it is. Now I found it. You know, when...
A happy intuition, in short.
You have... No, just feeling it and saying, this is it. There was no rejection saying, but the usual things. No, I realized, I don't know why.
It was a
right
fate
that was my problem. I don't know, that was my problem. I said, okay. And then all these people who are better off, then wait, I do that too. You have nothing.
Tell me about the first steps you took, because then we said earlier in the beginning, and we repeat it now, it's really a handful of weeks, and you in a few weeks now, I would tell me exactly how long this whole mountain of problems started to crumble. Let's start saying then and how long, and let's start with fibromyalgia.
In how long fibromyalgia. So since I heard Hadrian talking about what caused poor nutrition, I knew there was probably something wrong there. And so I said, I'm going to take them out now. Within 7-10 days at the most. One day a friend of mine says, hi, how are you? I didn't hear wrong. I didn't hear wrong.
To you, this was a surprise.
And I started pinching myself. How am I doing now that I could never do that?
I mean, you were jumping from the pain.
I don't feel anything. It's not possible. I was amazed.
In 7-10 days.
7-10 days. I got out of bed one night to go to the bathroom, and it's like I flew up without leaning. And I realized when I was standing, and I said, I am standing without leaning. And when I bend over, I don't feel pain anymore. So much so that when I saw AP Life Gymnastics, I started doing it. I realized that there were muscles that I hadn't been using for years.
Sure.
But now I bend. But really I can do the bends without
feeling?
any pain and come up on my own without sticking finally.
That feeling you had of your legs always being overworked, these sore thighs. So
fibromyalgia is a very ugly beast, as you said, very sneaky. So it's not that I'm cured, that I'll never have it again. The good thing is that I don't have the pain anymore. The soreness at the end of the day can be there, the mild soreness.
But is that
like
bearable?
Every person,
sure.
By the way, I go on with my legs until late in the evening, whereas before, when it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I had to go to bed. So there is a big difference. Now I go on until 10 or 11 o'clock with the legs, walking and doing.
Tell me about the intestines and the reflux.
I can say this. In the first month of life, I no longer had a pain. The moment I ate, I used to get pains, as I told you. I no longer had a pain, a displacement, something. In 1 month, I was fine.
With what joy and surprise did you greet these results? I mean, other than that, really 10 days, even 30 days is nothing compared to that. What you want me to explain it to you as saying?
I explain it because obviously the reason was there. The reason was there.
No, of course there was the
chronic,
reason.
The thing. The moment I understood what I had to do and remove what was wrong, it is obvious that my body reacted well.
From 1 to 10, how happy are you today?
11, 100.
11. And from 0 to 10, how much did you expect to resolve so soon?
Oh no, so soon?
100.
No, 2, 3. Wait, no, right away. So happiness in hand.
Okay, all right. Then we add one thing, Francesca, because you also had other problems. For example, let's go through very quickly a problem with your hands that you solved. What did these hands have?
Yeah. When I was lifting grocery bags or pulling up a shutter, when I was using them with a little bit more force, stronger than normal, I would get clots on my hands, proper thrombi, little balls, even big ones like a phalanx. That would come back all one phalanx, turn green, purple, red. My finger was in terrible
Mamma mia.
pain. until one day I was born on After AP Life. After not even 2 weeks, I think it had passed little with the shopping, and I expected this pain. I expected it to come. It's been 4 months that I take up even the 6-pound bottle.
The famous 9 kilos of water. Yeah,
yes, yes, and nothing happens.
That,
to
by
me.
the way, just the plastic splits
To
the
me, it
fingers
doesn't
in
break
the middle.
anything.
No,
to me,
that's
it doesn't
fine.
break anything.
To you
Now it
special
doesn't.
people, I mean, it's
fine.
Big
Unbelievable.
headache,
I don't have words
gone.
either.
You also had big headaches, right?
Headaches? Yes. They were not very frequent, but those 3-4 times a month when they would get me, they were from darkness and vomiting, from the very sense
Did the
of
negative
vomiting.
thoughts
So
go away?
that was the thing.
In fact,
Maybe
replaced
most
with the
beautiful.
positive ones?
Maybe most beautiful after fibromyalgia, yes. Seeing things in another way, no longer having the desire to end it, is the most beautiful thing in the world.
Well, those are important statements. That is, you had come to caress those kinds of thoughts.
No, I really embraced it. Yes, at certain times in life, I really embraced it.
But because you were too sore,
I was grieving because of circumstances, but even when there were no circumstances, unfortunately, when there were no circumstances, my brain would go there. So
the Francesca with that brain that went there, if you look back compared to today, what do you see? That is, do you recognize yourself in that Francesca?
No, absolutely not. There's another person, no.
Who are you
today? Another person in the sense that I just see the future differently, and when I say to myself, no, sometimes no. When you have these moods that are your lifelong companionship, you say, but almost I miss him. I really thought about this, I almost miss it. Then I say, no, I don't feel like ending it anymore. But look how wonderful it is. I feel like living, I feel like moving on and seeing the future. I mean,
so
I've
we
been
can
so
say,
much...
I didn't think in this way. Welcome back to life, we can say. We end with our 4 questions that we always ask. Francesca, the first one is, what do you do to popularize AP Life, especially given your great results?
First of all, the first thing I did was to talk to my sister and my mom, who also had incredible results. That makes me very happy. I'm overjoyed. And even now, with practically so many people I meet, I talk, I say, I talk. And especially now that I knew I had to come here, I said, look, because you don't have to look at me. You have to listen to what happened, how life changes, the right way of life. Clearly, I'm interested in that.
You must have met some skeptical people, more than one, maybe someone you love, people close to you. What do you feel like telling these skeptical people who don't believe?
That I have my feet on the ground, because I hear that I don't have them on the ground, but I have them on the ground.
Then they see your results mostly.
I have them on the ground, I'm happy, and I would like them to at least try, since there's nothing to lose, nothing to spend, a try to get better. I think it's always worth a try.
The best moment since you've been doing AP Life, what was it, Francesca? For you?
For me, yes. When I got out of bed, I had no pain, and when I was able to...
That famous night?
Wonderful. That's where I knew there was something that was totally changing.
What was your emotional reaction? When exactly did you realize this, that blessed
Stop,
hour at night?
look at the wall and say, it's not possible. No, but wait, it is possible. Because I am studying. Because Adriano's book, I read and study it. So everything is possible. I know it is possible, scientifically speaking. So why think of a miracle? It is my body that is doing the miracle to me, but it is normal for it to be so. So I have been convinced that it is so and so.
A door opened wide that you had inside, and it just had to be opened, rightly so. Then you mentioned Adriano, our Adriano Panzironi, who is the one who set up the AP Life System and Lifestyle A message you want to send to him personally, publicly. What is it?
Surely then the thanks are not so few, but in my opinion it really takes a thankfulness which is just as different as saying thank you. A thankfulness is just different. Doing something because that person there has done so much for you, so you want to reciprocate in some way. So doing something to help others, doing something to spread what he is giving me for free, which to me is the most beautiful thing.
I think you're like doing your part, Francesca, because coming here and talking to so many people who are at home, who believe it, don't believe it, this is almost secondary. But it's a great example of outreach, and I think it's the best way, that the best idea you could have had was to come here and tell your tribulated story, and today finally, let's say, in total resolution. Thank you, Francesca, for your presence. Really, I wish you all the best. I thank you. I also thank those who followed us. See you soon with a new installment of our exciting Life 120 Stories. Welcome to Life 120 Stories. Welcome also to Serena Ferry from Rieti. You are 42 years old. In life, you are a trader. You are separated with a daughter. You have been following AP Life since February 2018. So, Serena, welcome. You said you are 42 years old. Actually, of these 42, 40 maybe even something more, unfortunately. You spent them with a bad traveling companion. What was this companion? Who was he?
It was a terrible headache. Constant migraines, especially from the teenage period onward. There was not a day that I did not have a headache.
How did it come into your life? Do you have any memories as a very young child of when you didn't have headaches? Few?
Yes, a few, in the sense that I grew up fast anyway, so as early as 10, 11 years old, I started to suffer from it. It was always a crescendo in the sense that as a girl, maybe a little less, but I didn't pay attention to it. I would take an aspirin and it would go on. Then, as the years went on...
So it was very manageable as a kid, as a girl.
There were very violent episodes that also affected me at work.
Tell me about a couple of these more, let's say, that traumatized you the most.
Yes, there were days, for example, that I had to stay locked in the house in the dark. I couldn't hear noises. Once I remember, in a moment of extreme pain, I went upstairs to the neighbor and politely said if they could make less noise because I just couldn't relax.
How long were you in this condition? So let's say of total suspension because you were not working. You had no social life, I guess. The smallest noise was a problem. In short, how long were you?
Full days, even a week, yes. Especially for the premenstrual period was what affected me the most, even with nausea, stomach turning,
What did you do in the face of both, let's say, extreme attacks and a permanent condition of migraine? You would stuff yourself with classic medications.
Yes, classic medications, Pauline, okay, these moment I wasn't resolving anything, so I was going a little strong. I also did Toradol because I was going to the doctor and I say, but how come I can't solve? I was so sick. And she was telling me that you have to keep it.
But you also at some point made a, let's say, more in-depth choice because you went to one of these headache centers. When did this happen and what did they tell you?
Happened a few years ago. I think in 2008 I went there. I had a herpes shingles in the back of my neck that was giving me a lot of pain in that case, and I had to treat it with cortisone. Then, fortunately, it went away. Only there, in addition to that, they had also given me a muscle relaxation medication, muscle relaxant, which was supposed to relieve some of this pain for me anyway. I didn't solve anything. Yeah. I did the treatment. I had to fill out a diary. Daily they had given me how the headache was born,
this one?
how it ended. I had to explain everything. It was a waste of time.
So do you regret resorting to this center?
But oh my God, regretful now, yes, because...
Maybe not, however, the results were zero.
Were zero.
You put all the effort you could, all the dedication you could, however, your headache was always there.
I put money into it.
That's right. When we can turn over a new leaf, let's say it. Let's turn the page after 42 years.
Let's turn the page. A turning point, really. Let's turn the page in February 2018. When by chance, through a friend, I discovered the existence of AP Life.
What did you think? It's for me, it's not for me, I try it, I don't believe it. What was your first impression, just by skin?
By skin, I said never, in the sense you will never take away my bread and pizza that were the main meals for me.
I keep my headache.
But instead then, curiosity kind of drove me. I was always going for the channel, always going to hear more. Even on the internet, I would see some episodes there. Until the episode came where it said real causes of headaches. The real causes. That's the problem.
There was talk of this.
Because you get headaches, but you don't. The real causes. So
it was a door that opened wide, let's say.
I told them I'll try. Seriously, I took out everything that was not allowed. Already the first week, beyond the general physical improvement I noticed, because a lot more energy, even in physical activity. But it was the first week where I didn't experience any kind of pain.
So you tell me a week already to have the first improvements on the migraine. It was then a downward parabola for the migraine. That is, it slowly went down and down to disappearing completely. How long did it disappear completely?
Let's say in 15 days, 20 days, it was... I thought, this is a miracle. I thought of something like this because I used to wake up with a headache and go to sleep with it. I used to worry the day I didn't have it. Because it was a thing.
Before AP Life, out of 100 days, how many were headache-free?
Very few.
2, 3, 4? So 95% of your life was with the headache. So I ask you, when you saw that this not headache, this situation was reestablished by 2, 3, 4 days in a row without a headache,
yes.
What were your impressions? How did you feel about living without headaches?
It felt like a surreal thing. Because
surreal, what is the effect?
The effect is fantastic. Because every day I would wake up, I would say, but I'm fine, I have no pain, I have no thought. Because in the beginning it was really a thought. Oh my God, even today. Instead it was really a daily better feelings.
How long did it take you to believe that they were definite results and not simply, how to say, a glimmer?
It took a while because I was
afraid he would come back.
Then I said maybe at the first slip, because in the beginning it can happen, right? That one will follow. But though I say it will be like this forever, it will be a permanent thing. I don't know. But then I forced myself not to make any mistakes. And so I continue on in a big way.
How happy are you? Laugh, I can see it from your eyes that it is very evident. How much did you expect it to be so decisive?
Well, given the interviews, given Adriano Panzironi's words, however they were convincing.
Yes.
Because then I also went afterwards to inform myself, right? Of course, the expectations were high.
Serena, then, let's say AP Life has incredibly, 3 weeks, 2-3 weeks to take away a 40-year problem. It's something that really, I mean, if I didn't have you here, maybe one would find it hard to believe. However, it really is. In P-Life, though, it has also put you right on other things, maybe less invasive, less problematic than migraine, but just as important. For example, you have a Hashimoto's thyroid problem. How long had you been suffering from that, and how soon did you realize that that was also an outdated problem?
Well then, I've been suffering from it since... It's 11 years since I found out that I have this hypothyroidism. And from the tests, of course, you can see the results. Of course. Actually, I always had the thyroid value in the range, only I had high antibodies. So from a range of 0 to 40, I had 730 in 2017.
Though?
In 2018, I retested after 1 month. So in March, I redid the tests after 1 month of AP Life, and they were down to 290. This year, they went down to 92.
In short,
I'm aiming to remove the... Absolutely, because yes, I take the pill. I've been taking it for 11 years, though, even today.
Still today you take the pill?
Still today, because they are still under control until he comes back.
You were taking it even before,
yes,
and those very high values are not the
down.
optimal values. Well, Serena, then here we go a little bit fast. We also have other problems solved, like seborrheic dermatitis, like joint pain. What was that? Right arm and shoulder and right knee?
Yes, I have no more pain, but these right away, I felt them.
Right away. Sinusitis, because you told me earlier that you were walking around with the spray, that is, you were addicted to the spray in your nostrils.
I was spray addicted for breathing. During the day and at night, especially because otherwise I wouldn't sleep. Sure. And I had nasal polyps that I recently had a visit to Turin and they disappeared.
So let's also always remind those watching that everything our testimonials tell us are stories and elements documented by, let's say, medical evidence. So black on white, there is no, let's say, individual reading. It is black on white. Serena, thank you very much. Let's close our interviews with our 4 routine questions. The first one is, what do you do to publicize AP Life?
No, it's a bit difficult because many people are a bit mentally close to this lifestyle because the Mediterranean diet is the one, in short, most popular. However, I talk about it. I talk about it with anyone, even in my business, with my clients or sports. So I try to...
Of course, you have a store, we can say, of bicycles.
Yes.
Clearly, it's an audience, let's say, that might be very interested. What reactions
That's right,
do you get
yes.
when you do this?
Well, yes and no. Some people are a little skeptical. Some people, on the other hand, say...
and to those who don't believe, do you have a particular message to send?
The message I always say is that you have to take care of yourself anyway. We hold this thing that is simply a way of eating that we all eat. So this is the right one.
Your personal best moment since doing AP Life, what was it? Is there really a moment, a specific episode?
Well, let's say it was a particular ride where I felt an energy that I had never had before. And I said, yes, it really works in sports and in everyday life. That's right. I already have this headache.
Especially free from this
there
blessed,
is no more
say,
hammer in my head.
this captivity that is the headache. Serena, you know that Adriano Pansironi thought about set up the AP lifestyle. What message do you have for Adriano in particular?
Well, Adriano, let's say in a few simple words, he solved my life. So I can only thank him. He taught me how to take care of myself, and without wasting time, without wasting money especially. And so I came to testify for this very thing, because there is a need for these things to be known. They need to be known because there is nothing wrong with them.
No, and above all, they are sincere, they are verifiable, they are proven,
yes.
And they are the true voice of those who do.
Those who know me know how I used to live,
Better.
of course. Yes, yes.
So I thank you. Serena Ferry, I wish you many bicycle rides. I would say at this point, your road is no longer uphill, but it's a very comfortable, very light descent, full of joy and positivity. Thanks again for being here. Thanks that you followed us. Next appointment, we will see you again with our Life 120 stories. See you soon. Welcome to Life 120 Stories. Also welcome Agnese Iannone from Belize, Salerno Province. You are 81 years old, retired, and a widow with 4 children. You've been following AP Life since April 2018, so a little bit already. Agnes, then you have a list of ailments, as I said before, very, very long. I don't want to say it. I would like you to say it. You just give me the list, and afterwards we talk about some of these ailments that you have solved today, please.
So irritable colon, gastroesophageal reflux, lymphedema, tendinitis, cystitis, mycosis, herpes.
Yes.
Arthrosis, osteoarthritis.
An important other you mentioned before?
Glaucoma, blepharitis,
Glaucoma,
and cataracts.
Blepharitis. In short?
Also what it's called dermatitis.
Hypertension, high blood pressure.
Here it is.
No, it looks like I'm suggesting things, however, in reality.
Hypertension.
Reality, you name it, you name it.
Arterial.
So I was saying I didn't suggest things to you because actually you really had so many problems in your life, so many. Yes, as a child, Yes, as a child. So I would like you to tell me what was, thanks to AP Life, the most serious thing that you solved, the thing that gave you the most anxiety. What was it? The hypertension. How much was this pressure?
180, 90, and once it got to 212 out of 110 with dizziness. So I ended up with a rescue.
Done.
For more than a year, I had dizziness.
It continued. I mean, every time you had a spike.
As I lifted my head from the pillow, I got all dizzy. So
that was one of the most important things that you intervened on through AP Life. Then you had for 30 years had lymphedema that was consequent to a surgery that you had on your breast. What was this lymphedema? You basically had an arm that had become...
Big, hard, heavy like a boulder. This is sinister. I couldn't do anything with this arm. In fact, they had recommended me to do, some exercise, some gymnastics. In fact, they told me to do ants near the wall, so to move it, to exercise it, and nothing else. I wasn't supposed to sunbathe. I wasn't supposed to exert myself.
Let's say one more thing. The arm was as big as a sausage. I mean, it was huge. It was a ham, wide.
Yes. I also sent pictures.
Wide, from the shoulder down to the hands.
I
mean, it was basically, it was super swollen. And did it hurt too? You could do this, moving it?
I could do that.
At the most?
I couldn't get it up.
E le dita?
The fingers also couldn't. They barely worked. There's the other one.
It's like you had basically one arm that was unusable.
There I had both arms, but I couldn't, they were very limited in movement.
Sorry, in 30 years, you had your arm like that for 30 years?
Yes, in the last few years, because at first I ended up in the emergency room because even the general practitioner, family doctor didn't know what it was. I was the one who suggested then to ready the course. I say I was operated, so it might be, it depends on that.
Sure.
And he says, yes, and so I was diagnosed, they say lymphangitis, they said, anyway, they prescribed subcutaneous injections, I don't know what it was,
Did you make them? With what result?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Nothing. He said there was nothing to do. He said, in fact, you must not expose yourself to the sun or the cold or carry weights. So even the bag I could not carry.
But you could dress quietly? No, you basically used one arm.
I needed help. Need help?
Can I see your arms? Now it seems to me that they're all too, that is, it seems to me that the problem...
Has not become soft though.
Yes, however precisely you were telling me I couldn't even do that.
No.
Spread it out. Lay it down a little bit. But how quickly by doing AP Life did this problem get resolved?
But already from the first month then, I have to point out that I started AP Life to open them. However, towards the end of January, February, I started to take out bread, pasta, all these things, because for me it was very difficult really to give up, in fact, in my life.
Sure.
I have never done a diet for this very reason, not to eliminate these foods that were so harmful, that were so, let's say, good. However, I say this thanks to my son, that he started.
But anyway, the important thing is that you saw this arm deflate after 30 years.
Wasn't just inflated or inflated, it was hard.
Hard, so it was stiff, it was swollen, hard, sore. You were touching like this and it hurt.
I felt underneath some stones.
Yes.
Stones, they explained to me that the sap
was solidified, calcified.
Yes.
So probably from this problem, you in 1 month started to regain possession of your arm, correct?
Yes, I realized that inadvertently I was able to bring my arm behind to do something without then I said to myself, this is really the thing that works, and it so urged me still to go on.
So in 1 month you put a 30-year problem, right? More or less.
I mean, I started, let's say, it's not that here the first
results you saw them after a month. A problem that was 30 years old, cystitis, that seems to me another big one, an issue that you had all the time. You were going to the bathroom every 10 minutes.
every 10 minutes.
Really?
Then they couldn't
Especially
even
in
go
the
out.
summertime?
Summer, yes, summer and winter. And the doctor told me it was
incontinence.
bladder prolapse, yes. There was not to do, there was to do an intervention just in case though here.
That you didn't do?
No.
But you were ready for the surgery for something else as well, weren't you? What?
Yes, to periarthritis, tendonitis. Now, yes, because this one, the left arm
on the
was
right
retired,
shoulder, you
let's
told me
say.
before.
Instead, this one would charge everything, do everything. I had to pick
Was
up the
parked there
pot,
as
for
in-
example, to drain the pasta with just my arm. And so you go for the operation, the doctor told me already 20 years ago. Here then, even a few years ago, the doctor said, I mean, some therapy, it's useless to do therapy because here you just have to operate, it's not going.
Problem, in how long, thanks to AP Life, did you see it?
It's been longer, this fact. It's been, a little year it took. No, because just last week I went to the physiatrist, I showed the tests and I told him, he said, but I'm going to go for the operation. And who told him?
Yes, what did the physiatrist tell you?
I told him I was doing this kind of nutrition, no
Perfect.
bread, no pasta.
Happy?
And he says, not even potatoes, not even corn. He says, but how do you do it? He says, but you follow Panzeroni, he said.
He knew AP Life.
Yes,
knew
I
Panzeroni.
follow, he said. He follows.
Perfect. So you also found a
I
person
told
on
him,
the line.
Now I went lately. I said, Sunday I stay there. He said, if.
So he's going to look at you?
I could also accompany you, however, I am not there.
All right. Agnes, let's go quickly. Glaucoma, which is another major problem. You had fairly high eye pressure, right? Did you check it again after you had AP Life?
Then
How
yes,
much you
there
had
is
and how
another
much you
one.
have?
Then with glaucoma I have. A doctor told me that I never had glaucoma.
No. What did you have then?
Then why? To prevent it, I was told. I used to put the drops to prevent it.
Didn't you had glaucoma and they put drops preventively?
Then I did this in the month of April. For a month I didn't put the drops. I risked, let's say, the test. I went to the ophthalmologist.
You did a test,
The pressure
though.
was fine. 15. At 15. I told him, tell me. But do I have glaucoma or don't I? You can't know. No, so I told him, let's do one thing. I don't put the drops for 2 or 3 months.
Let's see how it goes.
So he accepted my proposal. Yes,
He
yes.
accepted. Very
In fact,
good.
he didn't prescribe me. He didn't write glaucoma. He didn't write anything. But he just prescribed little drops like that. Refreshing.
That's good, Agnes. Listen, you are a strong woman, it seems to me, because you have spent many years with all these problems, which, thank God, are now very much under control or
Yes,
resolved.
but I am.
How did you hold on all these years? Because there were so many problems.
By now, I had resigned myself a woman, let's say, sedentary and lonely. I was always lying on the couch. I didn't leave the house anymore, almost alone. Yet when I went out, I was clinging to my son, my arm. I was out of breath. Yes, yes.
So many, yes. How is your life overall today?
It's just wonderful. I've never been this good in my life. Even when I was young, I wouldn't want to go back. I'm sorry.
No, also because you had so many ailments when you were young. And then you also, from when you were a child, told me colitis.
Yes, with constipation, hemorrhoids, everything. And how do you say?
You name it, unfortunately. I understand that you are better off now than when you were a kid. We conclude with our 4 questions that we always ask. What do you do to spread AP Life?
Yes,
do you
like
talk to anyone
with
about
someone-
it? Who do you talk to? What do you say?
Everywhere I go, even to the hairdresser, so enthusiastic, so...
Then to the physiatrist who follows AP
Yes,
Life,
yes,
from
he
what
can
I
come
understand.
to here.
Very good. And so you disseminated AP Life.
Everywhere where I go shopping, even at the bus stop, a lady talking. We were waiting for the bus, then talking. I greet her here and there.
Listen, there are some people who don't believe it however you meet them.
More who don't believe it, they don't want to give up.
And what do you say to these people?
You can't say they don't believe if one hasn't tried, one can't say. as well as me if I didn't try. I would never have this beautiful satisfaction, pleasure.
Agnes, the best moment for you since you did AP Life, what was it?
It's just that when, actually I'm more than one moment though. When I saw my arm that was lighter, I could move it, I could put on a jacket, I know all the other things. I could even wash myself because I was limited in washing my back.
One thinks it's nonsense, however, when he doesn't have the use of his arm and he can't tie a shoe or these things here. It's a big problem.
Yes, but the knees just, I no longer feel pain. Even today, I could not have come here. At other times, making a trip from Salerno to Qua.
Send a message and we conclude to Adriano Panzeroni.
Then to Adriano, I really say I really respect him. I admire him for what he is doing. Because you have to fight to bring out what is good. Because we only hear bad news on TV. Then we spread the good things.
And you are one of these people who, through your testimony, help spread the good news and the good successes that you have with AP Life. Agnese Iannoni, thank you very much. Please be comfortable. I thank you. I look out for you. All the best wishes. I greet you and also greet those who followed us by giving the appointment to the next Life 120 story. Thank you.
And here I am with Juicy in the AP Life Corner to talk about a very important topic.
Sure, Benedetto. Today we are talking about Adriano Panzeroni's AP Life lifestyle, which more than 700,000 Italians have already chosen, achieving great benefits for their health. A revolutionary lifestyle promoted by science popularizer Adriano Panzeroni, thanks to his best-selling book, Living to 120, a book author whom you have had the opportunity to interview many times.
You are right, Juicy. The book Living to 120 has exceeded 500,000 copies sold, probably the best-selling science book of all time in Italy. Its success is due to the important information it contains for our health, and there is an unmissable offer.
That's right. It can be yours for $19.90 and $10 for shipping and handling, and arrive at your door in less than 7 days.
But now, Juicy, let's talk about supplementation. Because the AP Life lifestyle, created by Adriano Panzeroni, is not only eating right, but also doing conscious supplementation. And certainly the product most recommended by Adriano Panzeroni are the Spice.
The Spice are tablets produced with an innovative technology. We are talking about turmeric, cinnamon, cloves, oregano, ginger, and black pepper. Benedetto, you know the characteristics of these spices?
Of course, Juicy. I take the Spice. Just think that spices are the food with the highest antioxidant capacity in the world. So the recommended daily ration of spices contains as much as 6 times the antioxidants contained in the normal modern diet. It therefore means counteracting the formation of free radicals and reducing their harmful action on our body.
And what about turmeric, on which they have carried out more than 30,000 scientific studies confirming its effectiveness on liver function, joint function, and improvement of menstrual cycle disorders?
Another reason to take this product is its effectiveness in regulating cardiovascular function and normal blood circulation. And what about cloves, which help regularize gastrointestinal motility?
That's right. How many of you do not feel bloated after eating or suffer from bowel disorders such as impaired digestive function? Well, the Spice can be a valuable aid to digestive function and gas elimination, thus having a balsamic effect for our intestines.
And where do we find the Spice?
The Spice, you can order them at the call center and on our website, but thanks to this offer, you can get them for $49.90 and $10 for shipping and handling.
Surely this is a very advantageous offer, but what if you wanted to buy 2?
Even better, if you buy 2 bottles, you save on shipping costs, plus you get our bestseller, Living to 120, for free.
Then I'll tell you what, Juicy, I'm going to go order them right now.
Bravo. AP Life, 120% well-being.
I wanted to tell you that in the AP Life line of supplements, the only ones authorized by Adriano Panzeroni, you find the vitamin C, the vitamin D, the omega-3, the melatonin, the Spice, the multivitamin, the Serenity Pro, the Life Pro. To learn more, come to www.aplife.net or call the number on the screen.
If I say Italy, what comes to your mind? Probably this. Food, good food. Healthy lifestyle? Not quite. Unfortunately, Italy has the same problems as we do in the United States. There are thousands of people who are not only overweight and obese, but that also have serious health conditions. That's because food and health and food and diseases are far more closely related than what people think. Italian scholars and scientists had discovered this thousands of years ago, but unfortunately, they were forgotten. Today, we're used to taking medicines for any kind of problem, and we have forgotten the very important and true life lesson that says, you are what you eat. I flew all the way to Rome today because I wanted to meet this amazing food and health expert who has revolutionized Italians' health simply through the right food and specific supplements. His name is Adriano Panzironi. Over 10 years ago, he created a veritable lifestyle called AP Life.
After I turned 30, I started suffering from various pathologies, such as intestinal problems, articular issues, strong headaches, but most importantly, I had a considerable problem with food allergies. For 10 years, I did what everybody does. I used medicines to keep these pathologies in check. Then when I reached my 40s, I wanted to focus on my health and understand why these pathologies had begun. This is why I started studying, reading various type of experts of the sector, scientific research by Nobel Prize winners too, and I understood that they all had something in common: too much sugar in the diet. In actual fact, us Westerners eat too much sugar every day.
When Panzironi talks about sugar, he means bread, pasta, pizza, rice, potatoes, corn, cereals, and pulses. All the kind of food that can cause blood sugar to rise and consequently, in the long run, cause serious diseases. Panzironi has consulted studies of high repute that have often been disregarded by the pharmaceutical industry and the food industry, but the results of his studies have become 2 best-selling books. The first one is similar to a manual that explains the mechanisms that excessive sugar consumption can cause to our health and how to change these harmful habits. The second one is a vast international bibliography that backs up each one of his claims and recommendations.
Independently of what you might hear from the experts of the sector, that our body runs on sugar, the opposite is true. There are cells, like neurons, that favor using sugar, but the majority of our cells use fat to produce energy. This means that when we introduce an excess amount of carbohydrates or sugar in our metabolism, it's as if we were introducing a slow-release poison. This, obviously after decades of an incorrect diet, leads to the appearance of all modern pathologies, one of which, and perhaps the most evident, being diabetes. Diabetes is a metabolic disease due to excess sugar in the blood that once, about 100 years ago, was considered rare, whilst today it's considered the disease of the century.
What health issues can be caused by an incorrect diet? Well, you can think of mainly obesity or excess weight, but in actual fact, there are a number of pathologies, such as gastric and intestinal problems, arthritis, migraines, skin diseases, high blood pressure, chronic fatigue. It is widely known that there is a strong link between oncological diseases and food.
Obviously, I would never say that the right lifestyle can make you recover from cancer, but by following the AP Life lifestyle, you can reduce the risk of getting ill, and most importantly, if a pathology arises, you have a greater chance of recovering. Substantially, we put ourselves in the best condition possible to live better, be healthier, and live longer.
AP Lifestyle has begun over 10 years ago, and over time it has won a huge number of Italians. Through his books and his TV shows, Panzironi has reached an increasingly broad consensus. Each year's national TV season ends with a grand show where Panzironi's work is acknowledged and cheered by an ever-growing crowd. In Panzironi's TV shows, you can see different stories of many people who have overcome serious diseases and lifelong discomfort. After 10 years, AP Life has evidently succeeded. And one of his works is a research carried out on thousands of volunteers with outstanding results. So your first and most celebrated book is called Living to 120. Is it 120 years? Why 120?
Because our body is capable to potentially live to 120 if we follow the correct diet, in line with our biology. Undoubtedly, nobody has reached that age today, because all of us, for most of our lives, have always followed a diet that is far from our biology and therefore incorrect. If our grandchildren followed the correct lifestyle right from their birth, they could reach this milestone. But at the same time, I also think that living longer and healthier is something that we could all appreciate too.
So AP Life is a diet?
No,
it's not a diet, it's a lifestyle. This is why you don't have to measure or weigh anything that you eat. It's a lifestyle, which means that you have to do it throughout your life. On the other hand, when you start to see the excellent results on your health, well-being, body and mind, the first question you will ask yourself is, why didn't I start sooner? The AP Life lifestyle obviously consists of a low-carb diet, but it also includes specific supplements and correct physical activity. Speaking of supplements, everything that we eat today is ultra-processed. We follow a lifestyle that is far removed from our biology. We don't experience sunlight and stress levels are high. These daily stressful events lead to an excess of cortisol. Well, all these factors cause an endemic lack of micronutrients, which is why supplements are essential. Vitamin D, for example, is a very useful supplement, as a hormone that can affect hundreds of cellular functions. But how many people do you know who check the quantity of vitamin D in their blood and have regular checkups? Research tells us that 90% of people don't check it and in fact have a deficiency of vitamin D in the blood. But we could also talk about vitamin C that, in the right quantities, is able to improve the immune system. We could talk about spices, which are fantastic for our gastrointestinal system. We could talk about the nutrients that are able to lower cortisol and therefore improve our stress, by reducing it obviously, but we could examine many more nutrients too. So if you met someone who tells you that you don't need supplements because you can find everything you need in your food, well, they are either misinformed or in bad faith. And well, they are certainly lying, knowing that they're lying.
AP Life is therefore a complete diet system that reduces and controls carbohydrates on supplements that are produced and sold directly to customers. Adriano Pensironi has triggered a shift in the dietary culture and lifestyle of an entire country. This company has enjoyed continuous growth in number of customers and turnover. Dozens of nutritional biologists provide telephone consultations, and customer care is one of the company's main priorities. Now it's finally time to export this winning formula all over the world.
Human biology is the same at all latitudes. Us Westerners have given too much room to the pharmaceutical and food industries, and today we're paying a high price for that choice. And yet it wouldn't take that much to change course. After all, we are talking about our health and therefore our life.
With his pleasant, eccentric look and the calmness of someone who knows what he's doing, and by also maintaining his cool even when dealing with the most ardent skeptics, Adriano Pensironi and AP Life have taught Italians how to be healthier, stop taking medicines, and overcome or greatly improve their pathologies. Not bad for a country that has made pasta and pizza famous in all corners of the world. Now his greatest challenge is to help millions of people who are obese and overweight in the United States. 31% of Americans are overweight and 42% are obese. This would also lower the astronomical amount of money being spent every day on non-vital medicines and increase the life expectancy, as well as quality of life of many Americans. If I say Italy, what comes to your mind? Probably this. Food. Good food. Healthy lifestyle? Not quite. Unfortunately, Italy has the same problems as we do in the United States. There are thousands of people who are not only overweight and obese, but that also have serious health conditions. That's because food and health and food and diseases are far more closely related than what people think. Italian scholars and scientists had discovered this thousands of years ago, but unfortunately, they were forgotten. Today, we're used to taking medicines for any kind of problem, and we have forgotten the very important and true life lesson that says, you are what you eat. I flew all the way to Rome today because I wanted to meet this amazing food and health expert who has revolutionized Italians' health simply through the right food and specific supplements. His name is Adriano Panzironi. Over 10 years ago, he created a veritable lifestyle called AP Life.
After I turned 30, I started suffering from various pathologies, such as intestinal problems, articular issues, strong headaches, but most importantly, I had a considerable problem with food allergies. For 10 years, I did what everybody does. I used medicines to keep these pathologies in check. Then when I reached my 40s, I wanted to focus on my health and understand why these pathologies had begun. This is why I started studying, reading various type of experts of the sector, scientific research by Nobel Prize winners too, and I understood that they all had something in common: too much sugar in the diet. In actual fact, us Westerners eat too much sugar every day.
When Panzironi talks about sugar, he means bread, pasta, pizza, rice, potatoes, corn, cereals, and pulses. All the kind of food that can cause blood sugar to rise and consequently, in the long run, cause serious diseases. Panzironi has consulted studies of high repute that have often been disregarded by the pharmaceutical industry and the food industry, but the results of his studies have become 2 best-selling books. The first one is similar to a manual that explains the mechanisms that excessive sugar consumption can cause to our health and how to change these harmful habits. The second one is a vast international bibliography that backs up each one of his claims and recommendations.
Independently of what you might hear from the experts of the sector, that our body runs on sugar, the opposite is true. There are cells, like neurons, that favor using sugar, but the majority of our cells use fat to produce energy. This means that when we introduce an excess amount of carbohydrates or sugar in our metabolism, it's as if we were introducing a slow-release poison. This, obviously after decades of an incorrect diet, leads to the appearance of all modern pathologies, one of which, and perhaps the most evident, being diabetes. Diabetes is a metabolic disease due to excess sugar in the blood that once, about 100 years ago, was considered rare, whilst today it's considered the disease of the century.
What health issues can be caused by an incorrect diet? Well, you can think of mainly obesity or excess weight, but in actual fact, there are a number of pathologies, such as gastric and intestinal problems, arthritis, migraines, skin diseases, high blood pressure, chronic fatigue. It is widely known that there is a strong link between oncological diseases and food.
Obviously, I would never say that the right lifestyle can make you recover from cancer, but by following the AP Life lifestyle, you can reduce the risk of getting ill, and most importantly, if a pathology arises, you have a greater chance of recovering. Substantially, we put ourselves in the best condition possible to live better, be healthier, and live longer.
AP Lifestyle has begun over 10 years ago, and over time it has won a huge number of Italians. Through his books and his TV shows, Panzironi has reached an increasingly broad consensus. Each year's national TV season ends with a grand show where Panzironi's work is acknowledged and cheered by an ever-growing crowd. In Panzironi's TV shows, you can see different stories of many people who have overcome serious diseases and lifelong discomfort. After 10 years, AP Life has evidently succeeded, and one of his works is a research carried out on thousands of volunteers with outstanding results. So your first and most celebrated book is called Living to 120. Is it 120 years? Why 120?
Because our body is capable to potentially live to 120 if we follow the correct diet, in line with our biology. Undoubtedly, nobody has reached that age today, because all of us, for most of our lives, have always followed a diet that is far from our biology and therefore incorrect. If our grandchildren followed the correct lifestyle right from their birth, they could reach this milestone. But at the same time, I also think that living longer and healthier is something that we could all appreciate too.
So AP Life is a diet?
No,
it's not a diet, it's a lifestyle. This is why you don't have to measure or weigh anything that you eat. It's a lifestyle, which means that you have to do it throughout your life. On the other hand, when you start to see the excellent results on your health, well-being, body and mind, the first question you will ask yourself is, why didn't I start sooner? The AP Life lifestyle obviously consists of a low-carb diet, but it also includes specific supplements and correct physical activity. Speaking of supplements, everything that we eat today is ultra-processed. We follow a lifestyle that is far removed from our biology. We don't experience sunlight and stress levels are high. These daily stressful events lead to an excess of cortisol. Well, all these factors cause an endemic lack of micronutrients, which is why supplements are essential. Vitamin D, for example, is a very useful supplement, as a hormone that can affect hundreds of cellular functions. But how many people do you know who check the quantity of vitamin D in their blood and have regular checkups? Research tells us that 90% of people don't check it and in fact have a deficiency of vitamin D in the blood. But we could also talk about vitamin C that, in the right quantities, is able to improve the immune system. We could talk about spices, which are fantastic for our gastrointestinal system. We could talk about the nutrients that are able to lower cortisol and therefore improve our stress, by reducing it obviously, but we could examine many more nutrients too. So if you met someone who tells you that you don't need supplements because you can find everything you need in your food, well, they are either misinformed or in bad faith. And well, they are certainly lying, knowing that they're lying.
AP Life is therefore a complete diet system that reduces and controls carbohydrates on supplements that are produced and sold directly to customers. Adriano Pensironi has triggered a shift in the dietary culture and lifestyle of an entire country. This company has enjoyed continuous growth in number of customers and turnover. Dozens of nutritional biologists provide telephone consultations, and customer care is one of the company's main priorities. Now it's finally time to export this winning formula all over the world.
Human biology is the same at all latitudes. Us Westerners have given too much room to the pharmaceutical and food industries, and today we're paying a high price for that choice. And yet it wouldn't take that much to change course. After all, we are talking about our health and therefore our life.
With his pleasant, eccentric look and the calmness of someone who knows what he's doing, and by also maintaining his cool even when dealing with the most ardent skeptics, Adriano Pensironi and AP Life have taught Italians how to be healthier, stop taking medicines, and overcome or greatly improve their pathologies. Not bad for a country that has made pasta and pizza famous in all corners of the world. Now his greatest challenge is to help millions of people who are obese and overweight in the United States. 31% of Americans are overweight and 42% are obese. This would also lower the astronomical amount of money being spent every day on non-vital medicines and increase the life expectancy, as well as quality of life of many Americans.
Joint pain affects 50% of the population over the age of 50. Practically about 15 million Italians suffer from degenerative osteoarticular, arthritic-type diseases, but the percentage rises to 80% in people over the age of 75.
Practically, these diseases are so prevalent that it has become a certainty that as we get older, we have to put ourselves on the hook for suffering from osteoarticular diseases.
This is what so-called official medicine tells us, and we see a lot of people who then have to resort to prosthetics, then have major surgeries. Yet we have shown that simply with a correct lifestyle, people even who were prepared for surgery canceled the surgery and went back to running. These are the evidences that these doctors, these orthopedics, should understand.
Those of you who, before starting AP Life, had joint pain, arthritis, low back pain, arthritis, cervicalgia, turn on the light bulb. Those who, by following the AP Life lifestyle, are cured of these diseases, turn off the light bulb. Those of you who are taking medications to treat joint pain, osteoarthritis, lumbosciatica, arthritis, cervicalgia, turn on the light bulb. Those of you who, after AP Life, no longer take medication for these conditions, turn off the light bulb.
Welcome to Life 120 Stories. Welcome also to Giuseppe Patanè from Turin. Welcome, you are 51 years old in life. You are a warehouse worker, you are separated, you have 3 children. You have been following AP Life since mid-January 2019. A trifle, very little time. But you in that very little time, Joseph, you've put some nice accomplishments in. I would start with this thing you were telling me about earlier, this sort of crazy gland that almost made you contemplate surgery. Tell me briefly a little bit about what had happened.
So I had gone for an ultrasound for the thyroid actually, and it turns out there was this 2-centimeter gland in the parotid gland that was swollen.
To the naked eye,
but you could really see it coming out. I go to see the ENT where he basically says, looking at this ultrasound, I'm going to book you for surgery right away because it's something that needs to be removed, because it's going to swell over time, it's going to bother you, and then it's going to be difficult to do the surgery, and we're not going to do it anymore.
You accepted as saying.
Then we also do the biopsy after 2 weeks, and from there the biopsy says it was a simple cyst. Actually, it was nothing much.
So did you have surgery or not?
No, I canceled the surgery a month ago practically.
Because it had already come AP Life that had happened
since the middle of January this year that I was on sick leave, I basically had the flu, watching TV, actually looking for something to help me because I was demoralized about this stuff here.
Because of this cyst, as it were.
I was very concerned about this surgery and then about so many factors, the addiction to the blood pressure pill, the prostate.
Now, don't burn them right away. We'll see them in a moment. So you meet AP Life and you start in a very precise way.
From my mind, from a precise right away diet, I immediately buy the book and start. I see that after a week anyway. No, everything generically, I felt the flushes like internal energy. Yes, exactly. From there, I also start taking supplements because moreover, I also had intestinal problems.
I want to know when you saw that this gland, this cyst, started to come back in.
I said after a week, I say Madonna, then it's the right way. I just jump right in, I completely eliminated everything, and I go ahead, I go on, and I see the cyst disappears. I still measured my blood pressure every day, the minimum went down and the maximum as well.
Here, because let's say you suffered, although you are young because you are 51 years old, from high blood pressure. How high were your readings?
I had pressure, yes, 96, 103, 145, 150 times. But this is something that I had been keeping for 12 years, that I had it high, and I had been taking with the pill for 12 years.
So you weren't even 40 years you were taking the pill?
Maybe it was related to that I was working night shifts. I had been taking the pill for 12 years anyway. I suddenly come to the doctor and say, look, I've been taking my blood pressure morning and night for a week. I cut out the carbs, told the story, and still my blood pressure is no longer over 80. And the maximum doesn't even reach 120. And she's like, she says, you start taking a pill out, the one from the evening. Delighted to remove the tablet. I go on like this. After 2 more weeks, I come back again. Look, even with a tablet anyway, it's low equal. I mean, I don't get to 80 anymore. Equal, nothing changes. For me, we can just take it out. Look, if that's the case, take it out completely. Anyway, I had all the feedback from the machine that memorized everything. I don't take the blood pressure pill anymore.
It's regular now, normalized pressure.
Perfect. I don't go over 82 anymore, and that's why I say that it seems like a short time, but I actually got results right away at fast.
Excellent, because really a few months, very few months of AP Life, you 12 years of hypertension pill, values anyway a little high, you came back to normal and you took off the high blood pressure pill completely. So in short, it seems important to me. And by the way, you also regularized the prostate problem that was ruining the night.
At night, I had to get up compulsorily 3 times. Yes, at least 3 times I would get up at night. For me, it was absurd, this stuff, because it didn't make me sleep. Various attempts, various tablets.
What had the urologist told you?
He had given me prostate supplements, tablets to take, like...
The ones you see on television?
Yeah,
I mean, okay, advertising.
Where I had no results, nothing.
You always got up 3 times?
Same. I had fixed hours. I had 2 o'clock and then I would start getting up. 2 o'clock, 3:30 basically, I would come in the morning wrecked. And slowly I saw that I was no longer getting up in the morning. I would go to the bathroom at 6 o'clock when I got up in the morning. No more. I said, Madonna. So at this point
So even on the prostate, we found a good result. Hepatic steatosis, you had fatty liver, right?
I had MRI last year because still there another ultrasound, prostate ultrasound, detected that there was something in the liver and they found hepatic steatosis. All my values anyway were high of the tests between the triglycerides, the cholesterol. I had cholesterol at 270, triglycerides at 400, always high. And I did the tests. The last tests I did 2 weeks ago where basically there were all the liver values all perfect. There was nothing going over the minimum limits, not at the high end, right, perfect. The doctor tells me you're back, kid. I don't know how come, told you what I am doing.
Let's reiterate that you started doing AP Life following AP Life since January 2019.
Mid-January 2019.
Today we are, I say this because we are recording exactly in the middle of May 2019. That's 4 months split and you have solved all that and more. What else, Joseph, have you solved?
Then I had tinnitus since I was 14 years old. I think I used to ride a moped. I think that must have been it. I had also had an examination on that because in the company where I used to work, there were particular noises. They were always causing me this ringing in my ear where it said, look, there's nothing to do. The professor, you will keep it your whole life. However, you had to take the psychotropic medication. It tells me why you won't sleep at night. Headphones, because this noise will never go away. And I used to look at the television from 0 to 130 at the very least because I couldn't hear. This noise was giving me. All of a sudden,
one ear or both?
Only one, the right one. My partner comes in and says, but you're hearing the television set at 8, but do you hear?
30 to 8 volume.
I didn't pay attention to it either. You hear the television, you used to always hear this television shot. Like 8, and at 8, I don't hear the whistle anymore, but just completely. There is no moment that me come back together and say, but it is momentary. It's gone completely. It will be a miracle what it is. Anyway, it's not there.
I don't know, you don't have this annoying
this whistle that is an airplane
anymore,
engine was not a normal whistle.
You had it day and night, always, Mamma Mia.
Always.
Another problem solved again is reflux.
Always. The reflux me at night so many times. I was choking because my acidity was rising.
Were you sleeping a little bit sitting down? No?
No. Sometimes I didn't. Then I would relax and go to sleep with the regular pillow. It used to happen to me just in those times there that then I said, Bo, at the very least I have to sleep with 2 pillows. Since my acidity would go up, I would breathe it out and I would get short of breath. I would suffocate at night.
And how often did this happen?
It depends on how I ate at night. Because it was so much related to nutrition. It depends on
But you didn't imagine at that time that this mountain of problems, big and small, were related to nutrition?
No. I was told hiatal hernia, gastritis, all this stuff here.
Even your vision problems were related to carbohydrates, because now it is true that you are better with your vision. What have you improved?
But I used to wear
have you
glasses.
taken off your glasses?
I took them off just because I basically, from near, I could see blurry, and from far equal, they make me wear glasses, but I couldn't stand them. I mean, until 2 years ago, I had 12, 11 tenths because I got my motorcycle license. All of a sudden, my vision went down. And as I started to do AP Life, when I was driving anyway, I had to put on glasses because the traffic signal, I could not see them. Now without glasses, I read and see the traffic signal. I don't have the problem I had before.
So what I find shocking is that you put this all together in 4 months, which is a thing.
But I also committed myself.
Of course, yes. But again, you tell me that you were carrying on these problems for 10, 12 years, even more. And still 4 months seems like nothing compared to me. Of course, it takes commitment and perseverance because you invested with concentration. And
then you
see
immediately see results, and then you say,
did you expect these results in such a short time, Giuseppe? No, you didn't expect this.
No, if they had told me, I wouldn't have even believed it.
You wouldn't have believed it, in short. Joseph, let's conclude with our 4 standard questions. Since you got all these good results.
I lost 12 pounds.
12 pounds of weight in 4 months. With you, well, sure, it's always losing. It's pleasure to lose weight. In the lights of all this, what do you do to popularize AP Life?
All the people you know realize that something has changed. Something has changed to everybody. I explained how my life has changed, the energy I have now, the strength I have now. So many have undertaken. People closest to me, for example, my sister-in-law, my partner, some very close friends have also undertaken. I gave the book as a gift to some of them as well. Instead, there are those who are that logically, I can also understand when you tell me I don't believe or...
You anticipated my question.
In the sense you are young. Because more when there is in front of a young person, he says, yes, but I see you energetic, you have
fine,
changed.
I don't give a damn.
At least I'm young, I don't care. All the more reason you should start now that you are well. Because as they say, cure prevention is better than cure.
Prevention is better than cure? I mean,
then
sure.
Then you say, when I'm sick, then we talk about it.
No, instead, that's really where the mistake, you have to have it start when you're already...
I propose to everyone anyway, at less than 10 days, give it a try. For experience, 10 days is enough to understand that life begins to change.
But it shows because you have a light in your eyes and a joy that you transmit
I really was
easily.
kind of turned off because it was me like Adrian hearing his story. Because then to me, so he tells me since I was 45 years old that I saw my life start to go downhill. I didn't have the strength I had before, the enthusiasm I had before. I really felt weak as a body.
Physically and mentally?
And mentally. I regained everything I had 20 years before. I came back the same 20 years again.
You came back at 20, 25 years. Joseph, a best moment for you? What has been the most beautiful since you've been doing AP Life?
Then the most beautiful was, first of all, when they told me take this pill off, because being dependent on medication has always been the worst thing in my life. And then to have the strength and desire again, especially to walk 4 floors of stairs instead of taking the elevator.
So you go up and down like a gazelle, I mean, no
problem. I didn't before. If they told me I'm sorry, I would have never done that.
You would wait for the elevator for 20 minutes?
Yes, there is my partner goes up the elevator and I take the stairs.
That's fine. You keep fit and also help your weight go down
No, but
further.
Besides, I don't feel the fatigue. I get upstairs, I'm not fit anything.
Well, let's end with a message for Adriano Panzeroni, who, as you know, is the one who set up the AP Lifestyle. What do you want to say to Adriano in particular?
I want to say to Adriano that the way all things are, it is not easy what he is doing, fighting with everybody. However, he is not alone, though. Now, there are also his angels, and I am part of those, too.
You are one of them. Great. All right. Thank you for your presence, Joseph. Also for your joining the Angels of AP Life. I thank you for your beautiful testimony. I also greet you and say hello to those at home. And I will see you at the next Life 120 Stories. See you soon.
And here I am with Juicy in the AP Life Corner to talk about a very important topic,
Sure, Benedetto. Today we are talking about Adriano Panzeroni's AP Life lifestyle, which more than 700,000 Italians have already chosen, achieving great benefits for their health. A revolutionary lifestyle promoted by science popularizer Adriano Panzeroni, thanks to his best-selling book, Living to 120, a book author whom you have had the opportunity to interview many times.
You are right, Juicy. The book Living to 120 has exceeded 500,000 copies sold, probably the best-selling science book of all time in Italy. Its success is due to the important information it contains for our health, and there is an unmissable offer.
That's right. It can be yours for $19.90 and $10 for shipping and handling, and arrive at your door in less than 7 days.
But now, Juicy, let's talk about supplementation. Because the AP Life lifestyle, created by Adriano Panzeroni, is not only eating right, but also doing conscious supplementation. And certainly the product most recommended by Adriano Panzeroni are the Spice.
The Spice are tablets produced with an innovative technology. We are talking about turmeric, cinnamon, cloves, oregano, ginger, and black pepper. Benedetto, you know the characteristics of these spices?
Of course, Juicy. I take the Spice. Just think that spices are the food with the highest antioxidant capacity in the world. So the recommended daily ration of spices contains as much as 6 times the antioxidants contained in the normal modern diet. It therefore means counteracting the formation of free radicals and reducing their harmful action on our body.
And what about turmeric, on which they have carried out more than 30,000 scientific studies confirming its effectiveness on liver function, joint function, and improvement of menstrual cycle disorders?
Another reason to take this product is its effectiveness in regulating cardiovascular function and normal blood circulation. And what about cloves, which help regularize gastrointestinal motility?
That's right. How many of you do not feel bloated after eating or suffer from bowel disorders, such as impaired digestive function? Well, the Spice can be a valuable aid to digestive function and gas elimination, thus having a balsamic effect for our intestines.
And where do we find the Spice?
The Spice, you can order them at the call center and on our website, but thanks to this offer, you can get them for $49.90 and $10 for shipping and handling.
Surely this is a very advantageous offer, but